Chapter 1 Demon King. Japan, News, Chiyoda District. As the most special district among the 23 wards of Tokyo, Chiyoda District is home to the imperial residence, the symbol of Japan, the parliament, the Supreme Court, etc., even the political and economic center of Japan, and many famous the headquarters of the companies are also in this place, and even the sacred place of Otaka, Akihabara, is in Chiyoda District. Along with the setting sun to the west, a teenager in the uniform of a high school student opened a classical door, and then said, "I'm back." No one responded to the boy's words, and the boy didn't care. He just changed his indoor shoes, closed the door casually, and walked into the room. The door of the closed gate is written with a line of handwriting in correct traditional characters. Hyuxia Cuisine. This is a Hyuxia Cuisine restaurant, but this one is a bit out of luck. Not only is the location of the shop in the corner of the commercial street, basically no people will pass by here, and the inside of the shop is also empty. Only the two tables placed on one side show that this is a restaurant, but this is actually a sad feeling. A restaurant actually only has two tables. Looking at this restaurant, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but sighed. It has been 3 years since he came to this world. 3 years ago, he was originally just a reluctantly fed bait author of the internet essay writing in the middle of the night. At that time, while looking at Shokuchiki no Soma, while coded words, after falling asleep, when I woke up, I magically became a first-year junior high school student in Tokyo, Japan. The name has not changed, it is still called Xiao Cheng, and it is still a Hyuxia, with Yanhuang bloodline. This is a reluctant comfort. It is just that the original one is not hungry and the whole family is not hungry. Now the two grandparents are dependent on each other. Xiao Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. However, looking at the gray-haired grandfather, Xiao Cheng sighed helplessly and thought, anyway, he has already come to this world, so be at ease if he comes. After passing through the shop and into the backyard, Xiao Cheng looked at his grandpa who was making tea, and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, before Xiao Cheng could say anything, Xiao Cheng's grandpa, who was sitting on the side of the small coffee table, faced Xiao Cheng said, "I'm back, just right, fetch water and make tea." For 3 years, from a little strange distance, I feel that now I have no choice but to feel the old guy in front of me. However, Xiao Cheng didn't say anything. In Xiao Cheng's only memory, in the life of the same person named Xiao Cheng, this grandfather was full of mystery. Why do you want to say? Have you ever seen an old man who doesn't do anything at home all day long, but is able to feed Xiao Cheng PS and PS? Isn't it right? Is it an old man who pulls him? Have you ever seen that an old man is physically stronger than Xiao Cheng and a young man? With one hand, Xiao Cheng was knocked down, and also Xiao Cheng was treated as a rag doll, and he was thrown away. Damn it, is this still an old man? Since then, Xiao Cheng secretly named the old man in front of him a big devil. Picking up the teapot, Xiao Cheng hid a bucket of water in the well on one side, then filled the teapot with water, and then put the teapot on the small red clay stove on the side. After a while, there was a boiling sound in the teapot. Xiao Cheng looked at the big devil in front of him with eyes, and the big devil slowly took out a small cloth bag from his arms, and then opened it. I took out 2 tea leaves and threw them into the teapot. Then, within a short while, a piece of tea fragrance spread in this small yard. Xiao Cheng's eyes looked straight at the big devil in front of him, but there was almost nothing written on his face. "Big devil, give me a cup." However, the big devil didn't seem to see the expectation on Xiao Cheng's face at all. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup without any troublesome craftsmanship. He directly boiled the water and then lost it. 2 pieces of tea leaves entered, but the fragrance of the tea drifted away. Looking at the golden tea, Xiao Cheng felt the saliva in his mouth constantly secreted. For 3 years, the big devil in front of him has to make tea every day, but he has never had Xiao Cheng's share. Every time Xiao Cheng wants to grab a cup of tea from his opponent, the end result is, I was taught a lesson by the big devil in front of you. You said that you are a 60 or 70-year-old man, what the hell is that strong body, and threw out one of his big and small boys with one hand. This tea, you can only smell it, not drink it. With the same sentence, Xiao Cheng's face was full of resentment and looked at the big devil in front of him. You said that he was a rebirth, a traverser, and as a result, Lien could not drink a sip of tea in front of the big devil. What a thing! There is no gold finger, no plug-in, and I can't remember any light novels or comics in my mind. For 3 years, it has been a standard model. Even the former girlfriend broke up, although he took the initiative to break up. However, it is completely a standard waste material. In school, you can't be regarded as a school master, but you are still lucky. Without a mixed school scum, you will not be at a middle level. At home, every day, he was called by the big devil and big cow, but he didn't even drink a cup of tea. Xiao Cheng was so angry that he looked at the big devil in front of him. As if feeling Xiao Cheng's anger, the great demon king glanced at it slightly, and Xiao Cheng immediately shrank his head, and got out of it. Seeing Xiao Cheng's dingy FK, the corner of the big devil's mouth showed a slight smile. Little BD, I can't cure you, Lord. Seeing Xiao Cheng's appearance, the great demon king said with a light smile, and then he fanned the mist from the teapot with his hand and muttered to himself, this taboo ingredient sky tea, you just smell the scent. Now, drink it, just your small body, and I have to give you a white-haired man and a black-haired man for your kid. After drunk the golden tea, the big devil sighed again, my Xiao clan is here, and that little bunny asked him to scramble an egg and fried rice can make me a black plate. 10. I'm afraid I don't have that talent. A trace of loneliness is hard to hide in his eyes. The Xiao family, after all, is brilliant in his hands, and is also declining in his hands. Chapter 2 God of Kitchen System. Lie down with his head in his hands and put it on. Xiao Cheng thinks more and more angry. The more angry he gets, the more he gets stuck in his heart. The big devil, the big devil, the big devil, the center of his heart is his own big devil, even if he is a cow and a horse. So, you didn't even give me a cup of tea, ha ha ha. Xiao Cheng, who is already completely blackened, suddenly seemed to feel the gaze of his own great devil, and suddenly he was stunned again, even in blackened state. All quit. I'm always a dog, I'm a dog. Xiao Cheng, who had fallen into a state of self-defeating and abandoning himself, didn't notice, his brows shone slightly. Finally, when Xiao Cheng's self-destructive abandonment reached a level, a voice accompanied by ding dong appeared in Xiao Cheng's mind. Ding dong, the system is detecting, the detection is successful, the host meets the binding conditions, the binding starts, the system starts to bind, and the binding is successful. Xiao Cheng was shocked. The system? Gold finger? Plug in? Some Xiao Cheng who couldn't believe it yelled, system. Hello host, God of Cooking System will serve you wholeheartedly. Is it really a system? How did Xiao Cheng have been in the online literature world before crossing? Although he is a street writer, I have read a lot of novels such as System Flow. Therefore, Xiao Cheng soon accepted it. The existence of the system. Just still, what the hell is that God of Cooking System? Should I be a chef? However, no matter what system it is, anyway, this should be Goldfinger, which is 3 years late. It is better than nothing. System, introduce yourself. This system is a kitchen god system, professionally cultivated host to become a kitchen god. There was a lot of chattering afterwards. All in all, Xiao Cheng understood the usefulness of this system. This system is purely for cultivating chefs, and the host will become a god of cooking. Open the panel. Along with a ding-dong sound in his brain, a pop-up window appeared on Xiao Cheng's retina. Host, Xiao Cheng. S*X, male. Age, 17. Physical fitness, LV1, strength, speed, response, durability, nerve reflex. Cooking level, 0, please work harder for the host. Reputation, 0. Looking at this simple panel, Xiao Cheng felt that the way he opened the system must be wrong, otherwise, how could his panel be so scumbag? Please work harder and upgrade your cooking skills. The system directly broke Xiao Cheng's fantasy and told Xiao Cheng this cruel fact. System, life is already so difficult, don't open it. Xiao Cheng complained, and then continued to look at the introduction of the system, and then Xiao Cheng found that no matter how he looked at it, he did not find anything like a novice gift bag. System, have you forgotten something? Xiao Cheng clearly felt it. The system was silent for a few seconds, and then, ding dong, the host got the novice mission. 1. May I accept it? Accept. With the sound of ding dong, Xiao Cheng saw the specific introduction of the task. Novice task, 1. As the owner of the God of Cook system and the host as the future God of Cook, please cook a dish independently. The completion of the dish must be above 80%. Quest rewards, beginner knife skills, primary heat application, blue recipe magic mapo tofu. Magic mapo tofu? Xiao Cheng suddenly asked in surprise, is it the magic mapo tofu from Xiao Dangjia? Yes. The system replied succinctly. However, the system and novice task rewards are good, but I found a major problem. What is the problem? I just want to know that the egg fried rice can make a dish of black and I don't know what it is, or the kind of mosaic that must be done. How should I independently complete a dish with a cooking level of 80% or more? After Xiao Cheng finished speaking, he felt it. The system went silent. Xiao Cheng didn't worry, so he touched his chin, looked at the system, and waited for the system to answer. The system gave an answer after a long time. Since the host is too bad, the system will issue a special novice gift package. Please accept the host. Then, with a ding-dong, a carton wrapped in ribbon appeared in front of Xiao Cheng. Open the gift pack. Congratulations to the host for one-time access to primary knife skills and one-time use of primary heat. Then there was no more. Xiao Cheng was silent for a long time, and then said, System, you have changed. The system ignores Xiao Cheng. Wait, system, you didn't say what kind of cooking is, right? Any cooking is fine, you only need the host to complete the cooking at 80% to complete the task, please work harder. A big smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Cheng's mouth. 10 minutes later, Xiao Cheng pointed to the cup in front of the system and asked the system, System, look, what is the degree of completion of this dish? Although Xiao Cheng does not know how to cook, Xiao Cheng knows how to make bubble noodles. As a writer in the internet world, remember that Xiao Cheng's bubble noodles are pretty slippery. The system seemed to be surprised by Xiao Cheng's shamelessness, and it was quite loud before ding dong. This cooking is 67% complete, please work harder for the host. A smile appeared on Xiao Cheng's face. No problem. With this basic knife skill and basic heat application, I don't believe that if you cook instant noodles, you won't be able to achieve 80% completion. You can wait and see the system. After half an hour, looking at his bowl of fragrant instant noodles, Xiao Cheng asked the system, System, what is the degree of completion of this portion? Ding dong, the host has completed 80% of a recipe, and the task is complete. Seeing the novice rewards he got, Xiao Cheng grinned at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Cheng, you little BD, don't hesitate to come down and help me. Suddenly, a smile stiffened on his face, and then quickly opened the door and walked downstairs. If the big devil couldn't see him, he would definitely dared to rush forward, and then he carried Xiao Cheng down. I'm coming. Walking downstairs, Xiao Cheng looked at the big devil who was cooking the broth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Chapter 3 I think there can be. What to see, don't hurry up and help. The big devil yelled to Xiao Cheng, Xiao Cheng hurriedly walked over, and then helped the big devil handle the ingredients. Although Xiao Cheng's family had Huxia cuisine, Xiao Cheng did not have any cooking skills before. Talent, and the big devil didn't want to teach Xiao Cheng cooking. The only time he asked Xiao Cheng to scramble an egg fried rice, but Xiao Cheng gave a dish of dark egg fried rice. The thing that must be mosaicked can be called egg fried rice. And what Xiao Cheng needs to help is very simple, that is, to simply deal with some of the ingredients, such as cleaning the blood on the pork, scraping the scales of the fish, and then washing the vegetables. I have an old friend coming over today, so you kid give me a little cleverness. If today's things can be discussed, I will rest assured for the rest of your kid's life. Xiao Cheng was taken aback when he heard the words, and looked at the big devil in front of him. Why did he say what the big devil wanted? Great devil, are you suffering from a terminal illness? Subconsciously, Xiao Cheng asked, and then, Xiao Cheng put a big bag on his head to process the ingredients. The baby felt distressed, but the baby didn't say anything. Little bunny, just you look like you are not working on all your limbs and you don't know how to divide the grains. If I really have something, you will probably starve to death on the street before long. So, this time, I'm going to find one for you. Daughter-in-law, then, even if something really happened to me, your kid will be safe in the rest of his life. So, show me a little cleverness today, understand? Xiao Cheng was stunned. He looked at the big devil in front of him with a black question mark face. When did he become so embarrassed that his limbs were inoperable, the grains were not divided, and he was in danger of starving to death on the street? The great devil is sure that he is talking about him and not someone else? Wait, great devil, you are trying to get me in the door? Hey, I won't do it, I'm a dignified 7-foot man, you actually let me eat soft rice? How proper! Even if you starve to death on the street, it is absolutely impossible for you to eat soft rice, but you are a noble traveler, not to mention becoming a teddy, with air every day, but it is absolutely impossible to mix into a soft rice. Isn't it? It's not proper, and, most importantly, it can be guessed by looking at the old guy's appearance. The woman is absolutely terrible. Is he Xiao Cheng someone who is willing to bend for a few buckets of meters? Big devil, I think you should respect my opinion on this matter, it is impossible for me to agree to your request. As long as the old man I'm not dead, you little BD just do what I say, unless... The great demon king looked at Xiao Cheng and shook his head, but Xiao Cheng said in a daze, unless you say something. Say what's the use? You kid can make you scrambled eggs and fried rice like that. That's no exception. After the big devil finished speaking, he didn't care about Xiao Cheng, and then he started to get busy. It wasn't until 9:30 in the evening that the big devil untied his apron, and at the same time let Xiao Cheng wash his body. At 9:58, after Xiao Cheng washed his body, the great devil had already filled one of the 2 tables with food. Wait for me. When he saw Xiao Cheng he was about to move his chopsticks, the great devil said lightly. Xiao Cheng looked at the time and said to the great devil, I'm hungry. If you are hungry, bear with it. It's really impossible to go to the well and get a bucket of water. Drink water first to fill your hunger. Xiao Cheng looked at the big devil, the blue veins on his forehead jumped and jumped. At 10 o'clock exactly, a black stretched car stopped in front of Xiao Cheng's shop, and then walked out of the car an old man wearing a kimono with a scar on the corner of his eye, and a young girl with long golden hair. Xiao Cheng's face was taken aback. Nakiri senseiman? Nakiri arena? Rubbing his eyes, although the 2 people in front of him went from the 2nd dimension to the 3rd dimension, Xiao Cheng was sure that the 2 people in front of him were Nakiri arena and Nakiri senseiman, the demon of food and the tongue of God. Did you cross into the world of Shokuchiki no Soma by yourself? Touching his chin, Xiao Cheng thought. Brother Xiao. Nakiri senseiman smiled and shouted at the great demon king. Please take a seat. The great demon king reached out his hand and made a request, and then Nakiri Senseiman didn't shy away, and sat down openly. Then he shouted to the girl next to him, "Irina, my name is Grandpa Xiao." "Hello Grandpa Xiao." Nakiri Irina shouted to the great demon king. The great demon king smiled and nodded, and then said to Xiao Cheng next to him, called Grandpa Nakiri. Xiao Cheng's mouth twitched, but he still said helplessly, "Hello, Grandpa Nakiri." "Okay." A smile appeared on Nakiri Sentimon's face, and then he said to the great demon king, "Brother Xiao, I have considered what you said, but, have you really decided?" "Always do it," the great demon said calmly to Nakiri Senseiman. "In that case, Irina." "Xiao Cheng." Nakiri Senseiman and the great devil yelled his granddaughter and grandson at the same time. "From now on, you two will get in touch more." Xiao Cheng's mouth twitched and looked at Nakiri Irina. "The big devil said that the man who asked me to do the inverted stab door was not the one who asked me to be the stab door to Nakiri Irina's husband." "Grandpa, you..." Nakiri Irina looked at Xiao Cheng, and then at her grandfather Nakiri Senseiman. "Irina, you can't help this matter." Nakiri Senseiman scowled and looked at Nakiri Irina and said. Nakiri Irina couldn't hold back her grandfather, but her eyes looked at Xiao Cheng viciously. "Hey, I didn't do anything, why should I be stared at?" "Great devil, unless there is anything you just said, I think I can save it," Xiao Cheng said sincerely to the great demon king. "If you can make a dish that satisfies him and me, unless there is one, but you can even fry the egg fried rice into a dish that needs to be mosaic. Do you think you have that unless? Wait, maybe this can really be there." Chapter 4 Spicy Chicken System, Eat Jujube Pills. As soon as Xiao Cheng's voice fell, the system jumped out again. Novice task, to make a dish that satisfies Xiao Yuan, Grandpa Xiao Cheng's name, Nakiri Senseiman, and Nakiri Irina. It is reminded that a 90% success rate will be achieved when the completion degree is above 80%. Task. Tip 2, please pay attention to Tsundara. Tip 3, please pay attention to the appearance of the big devil. Tip 4, please pay attention to the demon king of food. Several prompts on one face made Xiao Cheng's cheek twitch. System, you are doing something, but when Xiao Cheng saw the reward, Xiao Cheng was shocked. Task rewards, 30% of the task completion rewards the use of kitchen spices, 60% of the task completion rewards blue recipe golden egg fried rice, 90% completion of the task rewards a blue kitchen utensil, 100% completion of the task rewards super taste. The old man's girly heart is sprouting. Super taste. Looking at the rewards above, Xiao Cheng is full of energy, but what is the degree of task completion? One person is satisfied with 30%, 2 people are satisfied with 60%, and 3 people are satisfied with 90%. When Xiao Cheng heard it, it turned out to be so, but what does it mean to be 100% complete? System, come out, give a good explanation, what is the 100% completion? The degree of completion is 100% so that the host can cook glowing dishes. What? Luminous cuisine? Xiao Cheng feels that this system is probably not Shilazi. Do you think this is the unscientific world of the little master? Can it still make cooking shine? However, the system does not control Xiao Cheng, the cooking is over 90% complete and it will shine. After listening to what the system said, Xiao Cheng looked at the big demon in front of him and the demon king of the Nakiri family and the tongue of the gods and said, "Perhaps, I think, this is possible, I should be able to rescue it." Scratching his face, Xiao Cheng said with some uncertainty. Even though he had a junior swordsman and a junior fire, Xiao Cheng still felt that he wanted to satisfy the people in front of him. It was still difficult to tell. However, he looked at the person in the backpack. That magic mapo tofu, Xiao Cheng felt that he might be able to rescue it a little bit, but it might not be so. "Are you going to serve out a plate of dark egg fried rice?" The big devil embraced his hands and said to Xiao Cheng with a cool expression, while Nikari Sensa Iman on one side said to the big devil, "Brother Xiao, in that case, then give him a chance to perform. Give you a chance to come up with a meal, but if it's still that kind of thing, you can eat it yourself." The great demon said to Xiao Cheng. Then he looked at Xiao Cheng again and said, "When I was your age, I was already a master chef. I was single to support the sign of our Xiao family. Today, if you smash the sign of our Xiao family, just listen to my arrangements honestly and follow my arrangements." Xiao Cheng almost couldn't help but scolded, "Your uncle's deceitful grandson, who didn't teach me anything, actually said that I smashed the sign of the Xiao clan." However, even though he was angry in his heart, he dared not show it on his face. However, the big devil's vicious eyes saw through Xiao Cheng's thoughts, and said to Xiao Cheng, "I look at him every day. I cook, if you have a hint of talent, and you want to cook a dish that satisfies me. It is naturally not a problem. However, if you don't have the mastery now, then it can only show that you have no talent for cooking." Xiao Cheng looked at the big devil and almost didn't hold back and slapped the sole of his 42 yards on the big devil's face. "You wait, I will let you see and see today." After finishing speaking, he went straight into the kitchen, and the Demon King said to Nikari Sensaiman, "So, let's start the table first." The great Demon King looked at Nikari Arena and said, "Arena, try to see how my craft compares to your grandpa." If Xiao Cheng saw the big devil's attitude towards Nikari Arena, he would definitely be the eruption of the volcano, he would be the grandson of the big devil. Why didn't he see the big devil's kind words, and little rascals shouted every day, and to Arena? The gap between people. In the kitchen, looking at the pots and pans in front of him, Xiao Cheng had a Spartan expression on his face. What should he do first? System, what should I do? Please receive the recipe, Magic Mapo Tofu. Receive. Suddenly, a rush of memories poured into Xiao Cheng's head. Looking at the pots and pans in front of him, Xiao Cheng unexpectedly felt a strange sense of familiarity. The system, although I have learned it, but without a personal cooking pot, is there any way you can quickly let me complete the task quickly? The system seemed to be shocked by Xiao Cheng's rogue, but he still said, "The host can consume prestige to enter the God of Kitchen space to practice cooking. Even if 100 years have passed in the God of Kitchen space, the reality will only pass by 1 second." Xiao Cheng was overjoyed immediately. "Hurry up, system, give me 100 years. The host's prestige is insufficient, the God of Kitchen space consumes a little prestige value every minute, and the host has a prestige of 124. Xiao Cheng almost forgot, his prestige was still a 0. System, how to increase prestige? Please work hard to improve your cooking skills and expand your own visibility. All in all, the system, first give me thousands of prestige points for help. Please work hard to improve your cooking skills and expand your own visibility. System, help me, if you help me this time, you will be my brother in the future. Please work hard to improve your cooking skills and expand your own visibility. I." Almost without a mouthful of blood, Xiao Cheng looked at the system and said half-soundingly, "System, count you very much. Convert all your prestige into the space and time of God of Cooking. It's a little bit more time to hold yourself back." A space like a large kitchen suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Cheng. "System, hurry up, give me ingredients, I want to try Magic Mapo Tofu. The host has insufficient reputation. I. Short the space and time of God of Cooking, and give me ingredients." The words spoken word by word through gritted teeth almost didn't hurt Xiao Cheng internally. Consume 3 points of prestige. The ingredients are beginning to manifest. P.S. Thank you, of course, for choosing to forgive her 200 rewards. Chapter 5 8 Flavors 1 Magic Mapo Tofu. The cooking completion is only 30%? Looking at the plate of Mapo Tofu in front of him, Xiao Cheng's face became heavy. This plate of tofu took Xiao Cheng's 10 minutes, but in the end, it was only 30% complete. And the system has also reminded before that if you want the big devil and the others to be satisfied, at least 80% of the dishes must be made. However, the dish that Xiao Cheng has already extinct is very good. At least it is much better than what he had eaten in the school cafeteria. However, it turned out to be only 30% complete. System, give some suggestions. Host, please work harder. If I work hard to be useful, what do I need you to do? Xiao Cheng threw the table angrily in his heart. However, thinking about it again, Xiao Cheng scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu by himself, and began to taste it carefully. It is hemp, spicy, fragrant, hot, crisp and colored with 6 flavors of mapo tofu. The traditional mapo tofu is just fine. Only hemp, spicy, fragrant, hot, and color. Wait, Xiao Cheng suddenly gave himself a big mouth. Who said that mapo tofu only has 6 flavors? Believing in the evil of the recipe, Xiao Cheng directly shouted to the system, "System, your recipe is it a bit out of keeping up with the times, the 6 flavors are 1, now you are all out." The current mapo tofu has 8 flavors, hemp, spicy, hot, fragrant, crisp, tender, fresh and lively. Can you really call mapo tofu with 6 flavors? In the past, when Xiao Cheng mixed the internet and literary circles, because some chapters need to use these materials, so I checked it, so now I think about it. Only mapo tofu is the 6 flavors in this world. Please work harder for the host. Really? You are not fooling me? The mapo tofu in this world still stays in the 6 flavors. Please don't doubt the host, this system is the god of cooking. Stop, don't really need to say, I know how to do it, you can shut up now. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Cheng began to think about how to make mapo tofu, whether to follow the 6 flavors on the recipe or the 8 flavors that he thought. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Cheng said to the system presents a piece of material. Although it is easier to follow the recipe, Xiao Cheng is not a person who conforms to the rules. Since the mapo tofu in this world is still in the 6 flavors, then let me, a noble traveler, complete the 8 flavors. Xiao Cheng remembers that the 8 flavored mapo tofu that he had seen were spicy, hot, fragrant, crisp, tender, fresh and lively. The sesame refers to the tofu should be sprinkled with the right amount of minced pepper when the tofu is made. Spicy, used a hongbao oil pepper to make watercress, chop it carefully, add a small amount of cooked oil and sea pepper to cook the tofu, which is spicy and fragrant. It is hot, and the tofu has the characteristics of keeping the temperature of the whole dish after it is out of the pot. Every time the chopsticks are eaten, the taste is just fresh out of the oven. It is fragrant and served immediately after the pot. The gypsum smell of tofu cannot be smelled, the rusty smell of cold-soaked tofu, and the original unpleasant smell of various seasonings, only the appetite scent. Crisp, refined meat fillings, golden color, red and unsatisfactory, one by one, it will be crispy in the mouth, and it will melt when it touches the teeth. Tender. Tofu is cooked in the pan, and it is cooked well. The color is as white as jade, and it has horns and horns. Fresh, the raw materials of mapo tofu are all fresh and green, suitable for red and white, fresh in color and taste, and impeccable. Live, the tofu is served on the table, and the inch-long garlic sprouts stand upright in the bowl. The emerald green orchids and the oil are very bright, as if they have just been picked from the border and chopped. Jerky taste. Among them, Xiao Cheng still intends to use soybeans as ground meat. After all, Xiao Cheng thinks he does not have the ability to make ground meat crispy, so he simply uses the magic mapo tofu method. 20 minutes later, a plate of finished tofu appeared in front of Xiao Cheng. System, let me be firm, what is the degree of completion of my 8-flavored mapo tofu cooking? With the ding sound, the completion of mapo tofu appeared in front of Xiao Cheng. 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu. The host is improved from 6 flavors 1 mapo tofu. The recipe is purple. The cooking completion rate is 57%. Please continue to work hard. Following the system's prompt, Xiao Cheng's mouth slowly provoked a smile. Tisk, it seems that I am still very talented. If the system has the attributes of complaining, it will definitely say something shameless at this time. In less than 2 hours, Xiao Cheng came out of the god of cooking space and let out a sigh. In the end, Xiao Cheng's 8-flavor magic mapo tofu remained at 72% completion. With the 8-flavored magic mapo tofu, Xiao Cheng didn't know whether he could satisfy the big devil and the others, but nowadays, only dead horses can be used as living horse doctors. Had it not been for the system, Xiao Cheng wanted to complete this cooking, dreaming. The junior knives and the elementary heat application have given Xiao Cheng too much help, making Xiao Cheng a culinary idiot who knows nothing and become a culinary rookie, but it takes too much time to get this system. If it can be longer, Xiao Cheng is confident that he can do better, on time, and now he can only do so. Fight at the end, and then it's up to fate. After finding all the ingredients in the kitchen, Xiao Cheng couldn't believe it. This small restaurant had all kinds of ingredients, which was beyond Xiao Cheng's expectations. However, in a blink of an eye, Xiao Cheng left this behind. It doesn't matter what you love, Xiao Cheng doesn't matter anyway. The most important thing now is to come up with a meal that can satisfy the big devil and the others. Although Nakiri Arena is indeed beautiful, and the Nakiri family is also a big family, but it is absolutely impossible to let Xiao Cheng get in the door or something. Moreover, think about my ex-girlfriend, Xiao Cheng's. Shaking all over, I can't provoke him, even though he has broken up, but Xiao Cheng doesn't want to turn around when one day. My ex-girlfriend, Blacken got up, tut. 20 minutes later, Xiao Cheng sighed when looking at the 75% completion of the cooking in front of him. Chapter 6 Kitchen Mystery Record. Holding a steaming dish of 8-flavor magic mapo tofu, Xiao Cheng walked out of the kitchen and put the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu in front of the devil and said, "Please enjoy. Fragrant. Color. You did this." The big devil looked at the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu in front of him and asked Xiao Cheng, while Xiao Cheng simply rolled his eyes and said to the big devil, "I did it, or you did it. Brother Xiao, why don't we try it out?" Nakiri Senseiman looked at the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu in front of him with a strong fragrance, and said to the Demon King, and the Demon King nodded and said, "Old friend, I really want to taste it. I know how much this little BD is hiding from me." The look of the big devil gnashing his teeth made Xiao Cheng tremble all of a sudden. The big devil is going to go crazy. Think about the horror of being enveloped by the shadow of the big devil. A bit of cold straight from the bottom of his feet skyrocket. Nakiri Senseiman couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of 8-flavor magic mapo tofu and put it in his mouth. The first sensation at the entrance was hot, and then, the spicy and numbness spreading on the tip of the tongue instantly washed the entire mouth, and after a bite, fine sweat appeared on Nakiri Senseiman's forehead. Zhu, then, the second bite, the third bite, spoon after spoonful of mapo tofu entered Nakiri Senseiman's mouth. After a while, Nakiri Senseiman put down the spoon in his hand, and then... stab! Nakiri Arena's pupils shrank, looking at the strong and burly muscles exposed by Nakiri Senseiman, who was in tears. She cried out, "Incredible, the clothes are torn." Set in Shokuchi no Soma, after the gourmet demon Nakiri Senseiman eats delicious food, there will be a unique behavior, that is, the clothes are ripped. In the original plot, in the autumn trials, as one of the judges Nakiri Senseiman's clothes were frayed, but... The corner of his mouth twitched and looked at Nakiri Senseiman in front of him. Xiao Cheng said that he hadn't seen how the old guy in front of him took off his clothes. He took off his clothes in less than a blink of an eye? This unscientific. Then, Xiao Cheng just looked at his 8-flavor magic mapo tofu, his own dish, which is only 72% complete, can actually make the devil's clothes of gourmet devil who are used to delicious food to tear apart? This happened in front of Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng himself couldn't believe it, but Xiao Cheng didn't feel much joy. If it weren't for the god of cooking system, he would be an egg fried rice and he would need to be painted with mosaics to be able to cook on the table. That would be nothing. Moreover, Xiao Cheng will also make a mapo tofu now. For the rest, Xiao Cheng really can't guarantee it. Brother Xiao, if sun is as unbearable as you said, wouldn't Irina have no place to show herself? When Nakiri Irina heard her grandfather's words, her face was angry, and the Demon King glanced at Nakiri Senseiman and said, "Old friend, wait a minute, I'll try this little bunny's food first." Seeing the look of the big devil about to eat people, Xiao Cheng felt a double tremor. This is a pill, and a jujube pill. Xiao Cheng's grandfather also scooped up a spoonful of 8-flavor magic mapo tofu, and put it in his mouth. The next moment, his eyes widened suddenly, looking at Xiao Cheng, his eyes were full of incredible colors. Mapo tofu with 6 flavors, hemp, spicy, hot, fragrant, crisp, and tender. The great Demon King looked at Xiao Cheng, the strange feeling in his eyes as if he was not looking at his grandson, but a stranger. "Yes, brother Xiao, you grandson can create one more cake on top of mapo tofu. This look, if it is as unbearable as you said, isn't Irina ashamed to see people?" Nakiri Senseiman looked at Xiao Cheng's eyes and became more satisfied. "Wait, what, do you think this mapo tofu is one of 6 flavors?" Xiao Cheng looked at the 2 old men and said, "N? Isn't it right? Spicy, hot, fragrant, crisp, and tender. It is more crispy than traditional mapo tofu. If I am not wrong, this ground meat should be soybeans." "Yes, it's soybeans." Before Xiao Cheng could answer, the big devil on one side had already answered instead of his grandson. "What is the name of this dish?" Nakiri Senseiman looked at Xiao Cheng with kind eyes, making Xiao Cheng get goosebumps all over. 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu. Xiao Cheng said weakly, "Obviously it is one of the 8 flavors, but why has it become one of the 6 flavors in the mouths of the 2 old men?" "Bai." The 2 old men looked at the mapo tofu in front of them, and then once again raised the spoon to scoop a bite of the mapo tofu. After careful taste, the big devil frowned and said to Xiao Cheng, "Little BD, where's the BD? 1 taste. Spicy, hot, fragrant, crisp, tender, fresh, lively, and fresh and lively." The great Demon King and Nakiri Senseiman stood up, looking at Xiao Cheng, with incredible expressions in their eyes. "Little BD, tell me, where did you learn this 8-flavor magic mapo tofu?" Seeing that the 2 people seemed to be eating their own old man, Xiao Cheng took 2 steps back subconsciously, and then said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and tell me clearly, where did you learn this 8-flavor magic mapo tofu?" Seeing the old man's appearance, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but feel a little stunned. "This is learned from a cookbook. What recipe? Where did the recipe come from?" Looking at the excited old man, Xiao Cheng was a little bit afraid to tell the truth. Fortunately, how did Xiao Cheng have been in the online literary world before, and straightforwardly compiled a paragraph without even thinking about it. The name of the recipe is Kitchen Mystery Record, and the author's name is Pleiades Liu. I bought it in a bookstore as a bonus. Then, Xiao Cheng saw it, and the expressions on the faces of the great Demon King and Nakiri Senseiman were wonderful. "What about the recipe?" The voice of the great Demon King became a little trembling. Chapter 7 Bragging. Looking at the excited big devil in front of him, Xiao Cheng's heart is awkward. The big devil will not really be crippled by himself, is it? Mysterious kitchen record, that thing Xiao Cheng is completely babble, but now I look at it. With the excitement of the great devil, Xiao Cheng considered the words and said to the great devil, "You threw it away." The expression on the big devil's face stiffened. Looking at Xiao Cheng saw the big devil, and quickly said, "Really, you forgot. I was reading with a book at the beginning, but you said I didn't study well all day, and then I threw it directly into the garbage pile to be burned, and then, it should be burned." After listening to Xiao Cheng's words, the big devil covered his heart with a look of myocardial infarction. When Xiao Cheng saw the big devil's dreadlocks, he said quickly, "That's important." Nakiri Senseiman looked at the great demon, his eyes were full of an expression of missing billions of dollars, and his gaze was even more of a cannibalistic expression. The mysterious kitchen record, the mysterious kitchen record written by the god of kitchen Lu Subaru, that's all gone. The great devil looked desperate. Xiao Cheng gulped his saliva, and cautiously said to Nakiri Senseiman, "Well, is the mystery of kitchen record important?" "Important." Nakiri Senseiman looked at Xiao Cheng with a fierce light in his eyes and said, "That is more than important. Even if I ask me to take out the Nakiri's switch to watch a kitchen secret recording, I am willing." Xiao Cheng looked at Nakiri Senseiman, then looked at his own big devil, and said to Nakiri Arena on one side, "Miss Nakiri, that, who is Lu Subaru, sounds like a very famous one." Hearing Xiao Cheng's question, Nakiri Arena replied, "You don't even know Lu Subaru, the god of cook 100 years ago, are you a cook?" Nakiri Arena can understand the mood of her grandfather, the kitchen mystery record of Lu Subaru, the god of cooking. Even if you spend all of Nakiri's family, as long as you can take a look, that is great news. Suddenly, the Demon King grabbed Xiao Cheng by the collar. Seeing the appearance of his own big devil who is about to eat people, Xiao Cheng quickly calmed and said, "Big devil, you lost it, it has nothing to do with me. You little BD, why didn't you tell me that it was a mysterious kitchen record?" The eyes of the great Demon King were about to glow red, the bloodshot eyes in those eyes, blood red, scared Xiao Cheng shivering. "I just think that it is a novel. Who made the Pleiadian Lu blind JB blow? What is the youngest super chef in history? What legendary kitchen utensils, and what collection of legendary kitchen utensils can be used for cooking? Can you believe that cooking for immortality comes? If it weren't for a lot of recipes on it, I wouldn't even be lazy to read it." At this time, the great devil wished to slap Xiao Cheng to death in front of him. It was the mysterious kitchen record, but, suddenly, the great demon looked at Xiao Cheng and said, "How much do you remember about the contents of the mysterious kitchen record?" Seeing the appearance of the big devil, Xiao Cheng felt that he was really a pill and told a lie. As a result, he wanted so many lies to come to an end. Xiao Cheng didn't even know that there was actually Lu Subaru in this world. As a result, in general, I remember everything. But it's just a vague memory. There is no special situation. I can't remember a single word. Even this magical mapo tofu I remembered accidentally, so I tried it. Do this. At this moment, the big devil was not angry anymore. He put down Xiao Cheng and patted Xiao Cheng on the shoulder. He said with a kind expression, Cheng, you, work hard to remember the mystery of the kitchen. If you can learn a little bit from the mystery record, it will be enough for your life. Also, since you are not satisfied with my grandpa's arrangements, then grandpa, I won't force you." The speed of this face change made Xiao Cheng's mouth open involuntarily. What's the situation? My big devil is so talkative? Will you smile at me again? However, Nakiri Senseiman on one side was dissatisfied, and said to the great Demon King, "Xiao Yuan, you are going to cross the river and demolish the bridge. What is wrong with my arena? You actually want to turn back? You said that Cheng is unbearable. I want my Nakiri family to protect Makoto. Since I have promised you, then naturally it is impossible to go back." The big devil's face instantly became stern, and he looked at Nakiri Senseiman and said, "Old friend, this matter. Since what has been promised, it is natural that we can't go back." Nakiri Senseiman said categorically. "Well, can I ask one thing?" Looking at the two old men in front of him, Xiao Cheng said that he couldn't understand it. "You say?" I said, Isn't it just a recipe-like thing, are you guys? Looking at Xiao Cheng's appearance, the great demon king looked at Xiao Cheng with his family's unfortunate eyes. What do you know, in this world, food is respected, and a good chef is comparable to the top of a country in terms of status. Xiao Cheng said that he was really stunned. After being in this world for 3 years, he knew for the first time that a chef can be compared with a head of state. Xiao Yuan, in short, this thing is set, Arena, now you come and try this dish too. Nakiri Senseiman said to Nakiri Arena. Do not want. Nakiri Arena refused Nakiri Sentimon's words and said. Don't miss the recipe of God of cooking because of your temper, Arena, this is a rare experience. Xiao Cheng looked at Nakiri Arena in front of him and said, Ms. Nakiri, although this is my first cooking, my second cooking, this magical mapo tofu only reflects the 6 flavors, but, I still hope you can give me a comment. After all, Ms. Nakiri, the name of the tongue of God, even though I am not familiar with the cooking world, I have heard of it. Hearing what his grandfather said, as well as what Xiao Cheng said, Nakiri Arena picked up the spoon in an unwilling manner, scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu and put it in his mouth, and then, like a volcano in Nakiri Arena's mouth exploded in general, hot, numb, and spicy, and it instantly filled Nakiri Arena's mouth. Chapter 8 Asserted Fate. The entrance of the tofu seemed to be ignited. Nakiri Arena's mouth exploded in the spicy instant death. The sensitive tongue of God suddenly made Nakiri Arena's eyes widened, and at the same time he coughed again and again. Zhang Qiao's face was also blushed for this reason. Water. Nakiri Arena shouted. Xiao Cheng quickly poured a glass of cold water to Nakiri Arena. Nakiri Arena drank the water in the glass in one sip, which was better, and gave Xiao Cheng a fierce look. Xiao Cheng was also very surprised. Innocent, I didn't do anything, this Miss Nakiri is too difficult to serve. After Nakiri Arena glared at Xiao Cheng, she didn't care about anything. In the presence of Xiao Cheng, Xiao Yuan, and Nakiri Senseiman, she wiped out the plate of mapo tofu in front of him, completely without tsuki. The demeanor of Elite 10, however, Xiao Cheng didn't look for uncomfortableness, but waited for Nakiri Arena to tell her deficiencies. For this dish, Xiao Cheng's degree of completion has only reached 75%, and only 90% or more can shine. Xiao Cheng wants to see if he has made a luminous dish, then it's the same. What kind of scene? Cooking, it turned out to be such an interesting thing. Previously, Xiao Cheng didn't have much interest in culinary skills. He thought that he only had to have instant noodle cooking skills. But now, Xiao Cheng realized, or rather, was there. After a few words, Xiao Cheng understood how high the status of a chef in this world is. Xiao Cheng possesses the god of cooking system and has an advantage over everyone in this world. So, why should he not work hard? After waiting for Nakiri Arena to wipe out the mapo tofu, Xiao Cheng once again passed a glass of cold water. After Nakiri Arena took it, he waited until the volcanic eruption like hemp and spicy in his mouth disappeared before drinking a sip of water. The ingredients of this mapo tofu flashed in Nakiri Arena's mind. Tofu, chili, pepper, tempeh, bean paste, pepper powder, as well as cooking wine, salt, and garlic sprouts, all formed in Nakiri Arena's mind. In the second picture, before a kitchen, a young man is immersed in cooking, sometimes frowning, sometimes joyful, as if the whole person has entered the world of cooking. This is your first time cooking? Nakiri Arena asked Xiao Yuan. Well, if the old man asked me to make egg fried rice not count, this is indeed my first time cooking. Speaking of this, Xiao Yuan was angry and said to Xiao Cheng, since you have some cooking skills, why is the egg fried rice you made before? Because the old man you beat me up that day. Seeing Xiao Cheng's appearance, the corner of Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. Nakiri Arena's gaze became more complicated when he watched Xiao Cheng. The first time he cooks, he can actually do it. How terrifying Xiao Cheng's culinary talent is. Nakiri Arina's god tongue is very horrible. Sensitive, Nakiri Arina generally thinks that this dish should be qualified, but this dish is unqualified. Nakiri Arina said to Xiao Cheng with a cold face. Can you tell me why? First of all, your ground soybean meat is a bit poorly seasoned, and when it is deep fried, it takes 7 more seconds to fry, which causes the taste of ground soybean meat to be greatly inferior to the crispy taste, and then the tofu some are broken when you stir fry, and they are not even when heated. Although this is hard to eat, any shortcomings will be infinitely magnified under the tongue of my god. Nakiri Arina looked into Xiao Cheng's eyes and said, while Xiao Cheng didn't care at all that Nakiri Arina was talking about the confirmation of his dishes. Instead, he said to Nakiri Arina with a learned expression, then, Miss Nakiri, are there any more? And also, taking a look at Xiao Cheng, Nakiri Arina said with a complex expression, also, you are a complete novice, and the thickening skills are too bad. You wasted the time to thicken the additional thickening, so that this course of mapo tofu missed the best time to thicken, so that this dish of mapo tofu does not really reach the peak of taste. Talking and looking at the plate that had been swept away by him, his expression became more complicated and said, no, this dish can completely become a special recipe. No, Arina, you are wrong. Nakiri Senseiman on one side said to Nakiri Arina. This recipe is a special recipe in itself, just because the chef is a novice. Nakiri Arina looked at Xiao Cheng and said, in other words, the biggest failure of this dish is the chef himself. Xiao Cheng smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He really couldn't refute it. However, Xiao Cheng was not depressed. He is just a rookie who has just started cooking, but Xiao Cheng believes that he has the god of cooking system in the future. It is absolutely limitless. Thank you very much for Ms. Nakiri's review, I will practice hard. However, Nakiri Arina looked at Xiao Cheng and said, it's too late. Xiao Cheng didn't know why, but Nakiri Arina looked at Xiao Cheng and said, any chef, an excellent chef, starts to practice basic skills when he is a child. Basic skills alone will take more than 10 years to practice, and now you are 10 years old. At the age of 7, how much time do you think you can practice basic skills? Xiao Cheng fell silent, Xiao Yuan and Nakiri Senseiman also fell silent, because both of them knew that what Nakiri Arina said was true, and any successful chef would have to go through more than 10 years of basic skills. Xiao Cheng is now 17 years old. By the time Xiao Cheng finishes his basic skills, he is already in his 30s. So, you are no longer suitable for the path of a chef. Nakiri Arina looked at Xiao Cheng and asserted, a pity flashed in his eyes. Old man, is it really like this? Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Cheng and nodded. If you were able to cook this dish, I would definitely train you carefully, just. Xiao Cheng looked at Xiao Yuan and smiled suddenly. Maybe hope is slim, but I still want to make a break. Chapter 9 Ning smiled and shed tears instead of crying regret. Are you an idiot? Waiting for you to be in your 30s, you are just an apprentice chef, at best you will be a one-star chef in your life. Nakiri Arina frowned and said to Xiao Cheng, while Xiao Cheng looked at Nakiri Arina with a faint smile, with an expression on her face as if she was on a pilgrimage, the way you choose, even if you kneel, you have to finish it. I would rather laugh and cry than cry and regret. I want to be a chef, an excellent chef, even if this road is full of thorns, I want to go on. Nakiri Arina was shocked by Xiao Cheng's words, and then there was an unnamed rage. Nakiri Arina looked at Xiao Cheng and said, you are an idiot, a complete idiot. Xiao Cheng knows that if it is an ordinary person, it is indeed impossible. However, Xiao Cheng is different. He has the god of cooking system. He doesn't believe it. He can't help it. Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Cheng and sighed, if he had observed more, or... Nakiri Senseiman looked at the stubborn boy in front of him and said, Makoto, do you want to come to Tsuki? Hearing Nakiri Senseiman's words, Nakiri Arina frowned, but looking at Xiao Cheng, she didn't say anything in the end. Perhaps, Xiao Cheng's stubbornness also moved Nikiri. After hesitating, Xiao Cheng looked at Nikiri Senseiman and shook his head and said, "Please allow me to refuse. I know very well what kind of academy Tsuki is. When I enter, I can't even reach the level of junior high school. Since you want to go down the path of the chef, I won't stop you. Just like you said, even if you kneel down, you have to finish the path you choose." Rather than crying with a smile, "Regret, I will not interfere with your choice, but in the future, I will record the secrets of the kitchen as much as possible, otherwise, this is a great loss to the food industry." As if thinking that he had ruined the mystery kitchen in that way, Xiao Yuan's cheeks twitched again. "I see, I will write it down." Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "That's good, this small shop will be handed over to you, and then I will return to Daxia. You are here, I also got rid of the care of my old friends, there will be no major issues." "Old man, are you going back to Daxia? It's time for fallen leaves to return to their roots, and there are still some things to be solved." Seeing a sharp light flashing in the old man's eyes, Xiao Cheng's body trembled. The old man's murderous aura was not small. Xiao Cheng couldn't help feeling a little scared for the old man. "Old man, are you all right? What can I do? It won't be me who really has things." Xiao Yuan seemed unwilling to say more about this matter. After speaking to Xiao Cheng, he and Nikiri Senseiman left. They seemed to discuss something. Only Xiao Cheng and Nikiri were left in place. 2 of Arena. "Ms. Nikiri, this time I really want to thank you for commenting on my 8-flavor magic mapo tofu." Looking at Xiao Cheng, Nikiri Arena snorted and said, "Call me Arena." Yes, Miss Arena." Nikiri Arena's willow eyebrows were upside down, looking at Xiao Cheng and saying, "I told you to be called Arena." Forehead. Seeing Nikiri Arena's appearance, Xiao Cheng touched his nose, and then said, "Okay, Arena." Nikiri Arena nodded in satisfaction. "Don't think too much about it. I only allow you to call my name directly because our 2 families are family friends. Do you understand?" Looking at Nikiri Arena, Xiao Cheng nodded and said, "At this point, please rest assured, Miss Arena." In the following time, Nikiri Arena and Xiao Cheng didn't know what to say, and time passed so awkwardly. Not long after, Xiao Yuan and Nikiri Senseiman walked out. "Then everything is settled. Then I will leave first." After Nikiri Senseiman and Xiao Yuan agreed with each other, Nikiri Senseiman left with Nikiri Arena. "You come with me." Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Cheng and said to Xiao Cheng. Forehead. After closing the shop, Xiao Yuan followed Xiao Cheng and walked into the small courtyard. "Have you really decided to take the path of the chef?" Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Cheng and asked. "Yes, I have decided." Xiao Yuan didn't say anything immediately, and turned around and walked into his room. Not long after, Xiao Yuan walked out and put an old notebook in front of Xiao Cheng and said, "This one is from the chef." The apprentice started and recorded it bit by bit, and now it's handed over to you. It's up to you to understand what you can learn and how much you learn. Handed the notes to Xiao Cheng, and then Xiao Yuan turned around and went back to the room, not saying anything. Xiao Cheng looked at the old notes in his hand and felt a little heavy. This notebook carried Xiao Yuan's life's hard work. "I live up to you," Xiao Cheng said firmly in his heart. Turning back to his room, Xiao Cheng lay on the bed, looking at the completion of his task. The mission is 60% complete, and the blue recipe golden egg fried rice is rewarded. After learning the recipe directly, Xiao Cheng said, "System, you say, can I catch up with those who have been in the basic skills for more than 10 years? Please rest assured the host, as long as the host has enough reputation points, it can be completely redeemed from this system." After receiving the confirmation from the system, Xiao Cheng showed a relaxed smile and said, "That's it, then I don't worry, the system, I won't say anything, you will be my brother in the future." The system, shocked by Xiao Cheng's shamelessness, was speechless. By the way, the system, how much prestige is needed to redeem the basic skills of a chef. The content of basic cooking skills mainly includes fine knives, free turning, moderately uniform paste, correct identification and control of oil temperature, accurate and timely feeding, flexible and appropriate control of heat, proper thickening, timely cooking, proficiency in serving, etc. The host has mastered the elementary knife skills and the elementary heat application, and it takes 10,000 prestige points to exchange for the elementary chef skills. So how much prestige do I have now? Chapter 10 Blue Recipe, Fried Rice with Golden Egg. Host, Xiao Cheng. S*X, male. Age, 17. Physical fitness, LV1, strength, speed, response, durability, nerve reflex. Cooking level, level 1, host please work harder. Reputation, 1354. Skills, elementary swordsman, elementary heat. Recipe, 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, purple, 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, blue, golden egg fried rice, blue. The prestige is not a little bit worse. However, this 1000 plus prestige should be given by the old man, Nakiri Senseiman, and Nakiri Arena. Tisk, unfortunately, it's still a lot worse. How can I get it quickly? Where is fame? Scratching his head in distress, Xiao Cheng said in distress. In other words, if the system had a plug-in, it would be nice to modify the data at will. Although it is night, Xiao Cheng also knew that his dream was unrealistic, so he turned off the interface directly, and then fell asleep. No matter what, it's good to wait until tomorrow when I wake up. Xiao Cheng believes that he can be a good cook, sure. If you become a good cook comparable to the head of a country, you should be able to look like that, stay with her. Slowly falling asleep, Xiao Cheng had a smile on the corner of his mouth, a smile of relief. The next day, when he knew that the sun outside the window was shining on Xiao Cheng's face, Xiao Cheng woke up from a leisurely sleep. Then, Xiao Cheng realized what was wrong, and he actually fell asleep to this point. Before being called by the old man, Xiao Cheng quickly came downstairs when he realized something. Then, looking at the table where he had dinner yesterday, he found a note. Sure enough, that old man, Tsundara or something, is really annoying. Xiao Cheng smiled wryly and shook the note in his hand. The sound of patting the door came from outside the door. Xiao Cheng walked out hastily, opened the door, looked at the black suit outside the door and said, "Excuse me, who are you looking for? Is it Mr. Xiao Cheng?" "Hello, I'm Shinji Kawada, the head of the Igo East Mirror Division, please give me your advice in the future." He stretched out his hand in a daze and shook hands with the other party. After they looked at the other party, Xiao Cheng said, "Well, we don't seem to know each other. Mr. Xiao Cheng, you really don't know me, but you are the grandson of Boss Xiao, so I know you. Could it be that the old man is very famous?" He looked at Shinji Kawada in front of him with a black question mark. Xiao Cheng said he couldn't understand it. "You will know in the future. I came here today to give you this business card. Before Boss Xiao leaves, please ask me to take care of you. Do you have any ingredients you need or want to conduct a cooking assessment? You can find me, and I can find the general ingredients for you, and if necessary, I can also help you find some people to teach you how to practice cooking." The words of Mr. Kawada gave Xiao Cheng a seed. Didn't he rush through again? I stupidly accepted the other party's business card, and then watched the other party leave, still not recovering. Knowing that the other party had left for a while, Xiao Cheng touched his head and knew that the other party had already left. The identity of the old man is not simple. Before Igo, Xiao Cheng didn't care. So, I don't know that there are Igos in this world, but now, the other party appeared in front of Xiao Cheng. How could Xiao Cheng not remember it? Ego is not the force that appears among the captives of gourmet food. Although I don't know if there is a heavenly king of food, the ego I want to come on time should be very powerful in this world. Otherwise, Xiao Yuan will not get rid of the other party and take care of her. Let's try the golden egg fried rice I got yesterday. This should be relatively simple. Closing the store door again, Xiao Cheng came to the kitchen. As for the note of Xiao Yuan was put away by Xiao Cheng, Xiao Yuan said in the note that he did not say goodbye because he did not like the parting scene. However, Xiao Cheng was told to record the mystery of the kitchen and reproduce it. Otherwise, he is a sinner in the food world. Cooking mystery record, where can I go to find you? The culinary mystery record, this time I am crippled by Huiyu, I have a chance in the future, please change it from the system. Picking up yesterday's overnight meal, Xiao Cheng took out a few more eggs, ready to try the blue recipe golden egg fried rice. Although it is only a blue recipe, anyway, this recipe is produced systematically and is absolutely fine. Turning on the stove fire, the fire was blazing, Xiao Cheng's body began to move with the blue recipe golden egg fried rice that he had grown in his own brain. The first step is to add oil to the hot pot, then the amount picked up the prepared eggs and beat them into the pot. After almost 3 seconds, the rice was poured in. The most important thing for golden egg fried rice is to make sure that each grain of rice is covered with egg liquid. Finally, the rice is fried until golden, and then seasoned with a little salt. It is a simple but not simple dish. Golden egg fried rice is a test of the maker's foundation. But Xiao Cheng's foundation can only be described as terrible. Sure enough, without the foundation, I want to cook, it's not interesting at all, hey. Looking at the food in front of him, the golden egg fried rice, Xiao Cheng looked at the egg fried rice in front of him. Some rice grains were coated with egg liquid, but some were completely unwrapped. A lot of effort is needed. After eating the golden egg fried rice, which was regarded as lunch, it failed. Xiao Cheng cleaned the tableware and went out. Xiao Cheng is very lack of prestige now. Xiao Cheng needs to go out and think of a way to find a way to gain prestige. I will be successful. Wait for me. Then, we will be able to be together. Xiao Cheng, work hard. After cheering for himself silently, Xiao Cheng took the first step in his journey. Goal, Akihabara. Chapter 11 Anulonyat. Akihabara is located in the southwestern part of Taito Ward, Tokyo, Japan. It belongs to the Chiyoda area. It is easily accessible from Shoadori Street in the east, Karamibashi Street in the north, Chiyoda-ku Outer Kanda 4 Chome in the west, and Kanda Ninkyocho, Chiyoda-ku in the south, and Kanda Matsunagasho. From the 1950s to the 1980s, the shops here first supplied a large number of TVs and refrigerators, followed by video recorders and game consoles. Nowadays, electronics stores, model toy stores, animation product stores and theme cafes coexist side by side here. New office and retail complexes are gradually rising in order to create more commercial profits. As for why Xiao Cheng came here? Well, this question is a good question. It is natural to come here because of need. I traveled through the previous 3 years and was squeezed by the great demon every day. Xiao Cheng had no choice but to come here for a pilgrimage, but now that the old man has left, Xiao Cheng naturally I want to come here to have a look. After all, Xiao Cheng in the past can be considered an otaku, and, most importantly, Xiao Cheng also wants to see if it is possible to find a way to increase his reputation. Although the second one is incidental. Minolinsky. By accident, Xiao Cheng passed by a store, looked at a signed photo placed outside the store, and shouted in surprise. If Xiao Cheng's memory is not wrong, then Minolinsky is a character in Xiao Cheng's previous episode. It is the one of the love-live cult that the 3 major cults pay attention to. It's a coincidence. Saying what I didn't believe, and looking at the figure on the photo, no matter how Xiao Cheng looked at it, that girl could be equated with the girl in his mind. A flaxen-colored soft long straight broken hair, slanting straight bangs on the left, a side ponytail on the right half, bright green bow hairband, amber pupils, has a beautiful natural cute face that makes people look comfortable, and has a very nice look. With distinctive, unforgettable hairstyle, and cheerful smile, Xiao Cheng swears, if it weren't for Nan Xiaonaio, he would no longer love women. At this time, a passerby saw Xiao Cheng staying before the love signature photo, thinking that Xiao Cheng was attracted by the girl above the photo, and said to Xiao Cheng, "You are also attracted by the beauty of the other person." Nodding subconsciously, Xiao Cheng then looked at the speaker. "A new loon too." I almost didn't scream out, "What kind of world is the world I traveled through, my ex-girlfriend, then Nakiri Arena and Nakiri Senseiman, and then the signature photo of Nan Xiaonaio in front of him, and Enyi after that." Lun Yat, the male protagonist who cultivated a passerby heroine, all ran out. How many anime worlds has this world integrated? I'm going to Minolinsky's cafe now, do you want to be together? Nodding subconsciously, the two exchanged their names on the road. Not what Xiao Cheng expected, this guy is really a new Lun. His dream is to make the best game in the world. However, a new Lun has not yet established a fan game club. Through some conversations, Xiao Cheng knew that a new Lun was only a freshman in high school. This world is really crazy. Xiao Cheng sighed in his heart, but he didn't say anything more, and echoed two sentences from time to time, which made a new Lun also shocked as a heavenly being. Before crossing over, Xiao Cheng was also considered a pseudo house, although he didn't play the game much, but the animation adapted from the game, or all the game plots in the novel, was taken out by Xiao Cheng, which also surprised a new Lun. "Please become a game producer with me." Xiao Cheng rejected a new Lun's request. I'm very sorry. My goal is to become an excellent chef. Although I was said to have no talent as a chef, I still want to go on the path of a chef. So, your request I can't agree, I'm really sorry. An Yulun also nodded regretfully when he heard Xiao Keng's words, but immediately encouraged Xiao Cheng. Under the leadership of An Yulun, they came to a coffee shop. The two entered the coffee shop. An Yulun seemed to be very familiar with it. Xiao Cheng looked for a while, but found no trace of Nan Xiaonaio. "Lun, isn't that Minolinsky out?" Pulled Lan Yulun, Xiao Cheng asked. "Well, I probably won't be here today, but Aiken, let me tell you." Xiao Cheng did not listen to An Yulun's words, but made a pause gesture to An Yulun, and then said to An Yulun, "Lun, there is one thing I want to ask you. As long as I know anything, I will definitely tell you. That, Lun Yat, do you know how to get some fame quickly?" "Well, at least 10,000 people know my existence." An Yulun also didn't ask what the reason was, and quickly said to Xiao Cheng, "There is a way. For me, I'm a blogger of a popular blog. If Cheng, you have a good work, I can help Cheng promote you. In this way, your name should be known to the public, but..." Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up, and then he said to An Yulun, "Lun Yat, wait, I'll go to the bathroom." Chapter 12 The Road to Chef starts with writers. In the bathroom. System, can I redeem the novels and comics that I traveled through the former world? Can. The system's answer made Xiao Cheng's face a look of ecstasy for an instant. However, afterwards, Xiao Cheng was hit by a single sentence of the system with 10,000 points of critical damage. However, because the redemption is something that has nothing to do with cooking, so the reputation of redemption will be 10 times that of cooking. So, what can my current reputation be exchanged for? The system listed all the redeemable Xiao Cheng, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Cheng let out a sigh, looked at the empty interface and said, "Yeah Xiao, I can't afford a copy." "Host, you can get a 10% discount for the first purchase." The system, then, "Can I get a discount when I buy Culinary Arts?" "Yes, Fracture." Xiao Cheng's mouth twitched, and then said, "Then, now list the light novels that my reputation can buy. This time, some light novel names appeared on Xiao Cheng's interface. Look at this one for success. I remember that Anulun also likes Xia's Haikiyoshiu's Love Metronome, because it wastes sleep and food and affects her schoolwork. Regardless of the surroundings, it is widely promoted on the blog, which brings trouble to Xia's Haikiyoshiu. Less popularity, then, I don't ask for much. As long as 10,000 points of prestige, let me make up for this culinary gap. Looking at the name of a novel, Xiao Cheng chose to buy it, and then walked out of the bathroom. After returning, Xiao Cheng looked at Anulun and said, "Lun Yat, I mean, if I write a novel, can you help me promote it?" "Akin, if the quality of the novel you write is sufficient, then I can help you promote it without any extra effort." In the words of Anulun, Xiao Cheng showed a relaxed smile and said, "Then it's settled. Lun, do you have pen and paper on your body? I will write some now, and then you can help me see if I can get you promotion." Naturally, Anulun would not be without paper and pen. She took out the paper and pen and gave it to Xiao Cheng, and Anulun did not doubt whether Xiao Cheng could write a novel. "Look, it looks like snow," Carrie said. "That was 17 years ago, when we just became 6th graders in elementary school. The two of us were walking on the tree-lined path after school, carrying school bags with double straps. In spring, there are countless cherry blossom trees on both sides of the road, the sky full of cherry blossom petals fall silently, and the ground is covered with cherry blossoms and dyed a pale white. 5 centimeters per second. This is a novel that Xiao Cheng bought for 1,000 prestige points. It is also the first novel written by Xin Heiken himself. Perhaps because the name has a sincere reason, Xiao Cheng chose this novel. Makoto Shinkai is not as great as Hayao Miyazaki, but he is able to hit people's hearts directly. Hayao Miyazaki has his own unique imagination. His greatness lies in the perfect combination of artistry and commerciality. Makoto Shinkai is different. He cannot be compared with Hayao Miyazaki, but he is unique. The story of 5 centimeters per second describes a kind of youthful lack of sincere feelings. It is more precious than lingering love. It is the purest love in the world. It does not require any foundation and dependence, because it is always forever. Initially, Xiao Cheng knew Xin Heiken's name because of an animated movie, Your Name. At the end of the animation, the protagonist asked the sentence on the steps. Your Name made Xiao Cheng interested in Xin Heiken. Then, Xiao Cheng flipped through the rest of Xin Heiken's works, Voice of Stars and Clouds. The Other Side, The Agreed Place, The Child Who Chased the Star and so on. And now, what Xiao Cheng chooses is also Xin Heiken's first novel, which is 5 centimeters per second. 1,000 prestige, this is Xiao Cheng's entire wealth, and it is all pressured on Xin Heiken's novel. After writing the first paragraph, Xiao Cheng handed it to Anulun and said, "Lun Yat, look at it, is it worth your promotion for me?" Anulun did not speak either, but ended up with a novel, and then read it carefully. After a while, Anulun watched Xiao Cheng not speaking, making Xiao Cheng a little nervous. Akin. Finally, Anulun also spoke. "Forward. If you weren't determined to take the path of being a chef, I think I would persuade you to become a professional writer. From my perspective, Akin, your novel is completely a classic. As long as your future novels can match the level you write now." Hearing Anulun's high evaluation, Xiao Cheng showed a smile on his face, and then said, "That's all right, I thought I didn't write well. Akin, I will give you my email, and then you will write it down on your computer when you go back, and then send it to me. I will help you promote it. By the way, are you going to use your real name or a pseudonym directly?" Xiao Cheng's gaze flickered slightly, then he looked at Anulun and said firmly, "Just use the pen name, the pen name is Xin Heiken." "Xin Heiken? I understand. Akin, thank you very much, because of you, I have witnessed the birth of this classic novel. It should be me, thank you. Then, Cheng, I'll go back first, and I'll help you warm up first. How can such a classic novel be exclusively owned by me, so please send me the following novels as soon as possible. Please. An Yulun also bowed to Xiao Cheng, then settled the bill and left. Chapter 13 Lua Shui Tianyi. Looking at An Yulun who was leaving, Xiao Cheng just remembered that he seemed, as if, didn't have a computer. The old man always said that Xiao Cheng was playing with things, and he only gave Xiao Cheng 1,000 yuan a day for living expenses, let alone what he wanted a computer. It was impossible. Xiao Cheng suddenly remembered something. When the old man left, he didn't seem to have left any money for himself. In other words, he now has nothing but that restaurant. His face turned pale. Is he going to be starved to death? Standing up, Xiao Cheng wanted to leave immediately, and went back to find out if the old man had a passbook or something, but, just after walking out the door, Xiao Cheng ran into a girl head-on. Neither of them saw each other, and then there was a bang, and the two ran into each other. Sorry. Xiao Cheng hurriedly looked at the girl, and then Xiao Cheng was dumbfounded, and subconsciously called out the other person's name, Luo Tianyi. The girl in front of me is very beautiful, with delicate features and well-coordinated proportions. That cheek is already a work of art. A pair of grey hair and a pair of emerald green eyes, as well as the ancient princess-like hairstyle in the back of his head, with 2 strands of hair hanging down on both sides of the cheek, it looks cute and cute. At first glance, the clothes on the body look very modern, but after a careful look, you will find that the other party's clothes are a perfect combination of Hanfu and modern clothes. You know me. Hearing the sound, Luo Tianyi raised his head and looked at Xiao Cheng, and Xiao Cheng immediately replied, I'm so sorry, I just ran into you because of something I was thinking about. Luo Tianyi glanced at Xiao Cheng, and then said, since this is the case, then I will forgive you. He didn't care at all, and then looked at Xiao Cheng. Luo Tianyi moved his nose slightly, and said to Xiao Cheng, you have the taste of delicious food. Xiao Cheng was dumbfounded, looking at Luo Tianyi. He looked at his clothes, and then said with certainty, I don't have any food with me. No, I mean, you have eaten delicious food before, so you leave a trace of the taste of cooking. Xiao Cheng looked at Luo Tianyi and didn't know what to say. Luo Tianyi sniffed slightly, and then said affirmatively, it's mapo tofu. Can you tell me where you ate the mapo tofu you used to eat? It's embarrassing because of this particular meow, but Xiao Cheng still said, for mapo tofu, I made a mapo tofu by myself last night. Apart from the rest, I haven't been exposed to mapo tofu. It's just that although I didn't take a bath last night, your nose. This girl shouldn't have the nose of God, right? You did it. Luo Tianyi looked at Xiao Cheng without suspicion. He grabbed Xiao Cheng's arm and said, you just ran into me. I decided not to forgive you now. If you make mapo tofu for me, then I am forgiving you. Sister, are you really good like this? However, Xiao Cheng didn't intend to refuse this kind. After all, this is Luo Tianyi, sister singer. It's decided to exchange mapo tofu for Luo Tianyi's signature. My name is Xiao Cheng. I am a chef at a Huxia restaurant. Although I can only cook 2 dishes, if it is mapo tofu, there is no problem. There are only 2 dishes, 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu and 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu. Xiao Cheng is a master of these 2 dishes. In Xiao Cheng's shop, after adding tea to Luo Tianyi, Xiao Cheng got into the kitchen, but Luo Tianyi was drinking tea outside and chatting with his mobile phone. I have arrived in Japan, don't worry, everyone. Soon, someone in the chat group replied, Luo Tianyi, where did you go, do you know? Luo Tianyi replied without reading the following many words, I met a master who makes mapo tofu super delicious. Hatsune, come over too. The head of the person who replied before was a girl with a green double ponytail. Luo Tianyi, you just followed the other party like this, do you want to die? Do you know, you will be recognized immediately if you appear in front of a crowd like this. A girl with a big red ponytail avatar responded like this. What's the matter? I was completely unrecognized when I walked on the street, and I have sunglasses on. Hearing such a reply, the people in the chat group no longer know how to answer. In short, Tianyi will give me a position according to where you are, and I will look for you now. Okay, Hatsune, come hurry up too. Xiao Cheng, who was struggling in the kitchen, didn't even know that Luo Tianyi outside called for another small partner, who was instilling all his enthusiasm into the cooking. 8-in-1 magic mapo tofu and 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, Xiao Cheng only has these 2 dishes. Therefore, he did not hesitate to make 2 dishes of mapo tofu directly. As for the difference, Xiao Cheng hasn't eaten it himself, not sure. With the addition of some changes proposed by Nakiri Arena yesterday, Xiao Cheng quickly walked out of the kitchen with mapo tofu. Chapter 14 The World's First Princess. Sniff, sniff. Long before Xiao Cheng came out, Luo Tianyi's nose kept humming, smelling the fragrance wafting from the kitchen, and the saliva in his mouth kept secreting. When he saw Xiao Cheng coming out of the kitchen, immediately looking at Xiao Cheng, a plate of red mapo tofu was placed in front of Luo Tianyi. This is my first dish, 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, Miss Luo Tianyi, please taste it. Luo Tianyi nodded vigorously, then picked up the spoon, about to scoop a spoonful of mapo tofu into his mouth. Stop it! A roar came, and then, a green voice appeared in front of Luo Tianyi instantly, knocking out the spoon in Luo Tianyi's hand with one hand. What? Looking at the mapo tofu on the ground, Luo Tianyi had a pity on his face, and then said angrily to the visitor, Hatsune, what are you doing? Hatsune Miku. When he saw each other, Xiao Cheng had already recognized who this girl was, Hatsune Miku, the number 1 princess in the world, the real princess, and the princess of the royal family. Are you stupid? You are a girl who is still in such a remote place, don't you know to pay attention? If this is medicine in the dish, what are you going to do? Covering his heart, Xiao Cheng looked at Hatsune Miku. He was still the client, but the result was... heart hurts. No, Aiken is not that kind of person, and don't bother me, my feeling tells me, this mapo tofu is delicious. Luo Tianyi looked at Hatsune Miku dissatisfiedly and then said to Xiao Cheng, A Cheng. Xiao Cheng knew immediately, ran into the kitchen, and passed 2 spoons to Luo Tianyi and Hatsune Miku. Well, if you don't rest assured, you can eat one by one, watch the other, and those uncles should be protecting you, if there is anything, I guess my small body is not enough for them to clean with one hand. Pointing to the people in black suits and sunglasses wandering not far away, Xiao Cheng said. Hatsune Miku had time to look at Xiao Cheng at this time, but after seeing Xiao Cheng, he couldn't help but shouted out in surprise. You are Xiao Cheng? Forehead? Hatsune Miku knows himself? You know me? No, I don't know a guy like you. With an unconcealed look of disgust on his face, Xiao Cheng looked at Hatsune Miku, smiled bitterly and stroked his nose. It seemed that he didn't offend Hatsune Miku, why would he be hated by Hatsune Miku? However, Xiao Cheng didn't care. He was not a banknote. Everyone liked it. He looked at Luo Tianyi and said, although it's just to entertain Tianyi, since it's here, let's try it together. I just learned. 1 of 2 dishes. I don't want to eat food made by people like you. Hatsune Miku snorted coldly, and then shook his double ponytails without looking at Xiao Cheng, but Luo Tianyi didn't care so much, he picked up and burned, then scooped up mapo tofu and put it in his mouth. The hot and spicy spread in the mouth was like a volcanic eruption at first, and suddenly it was like a volcanic eruption, occupying Luo Tianyi's taste, delicious. Hatsune, this is really delicious, come and eat it too. Luo Tianyi said to Hatsune Miku with a happy expression on his face, and looking at Luo Tianyi's smiling face, Xiao Cheng suddenly felt that it was not for fame and fortune, just to see such a smile. Ding dong! The system in his brain made a clear sound, but at this time Xiao Cheng had no intention of paying attention to him. Although I don't know why I am hated, but if you don't mind, please try it. For this dish of mine, I am a little bit confident about mapo tofu. Hatsune Miku had changed, but when he heard Xiao Cheng's words, he straightened his face again and snorted coldly. He didn't go to see Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng didn't care. He walked into the kitchen, and there was still a dish that was not finished. 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, the completion degree is not high, only about 67% completion, and Xiao Cheng plans to challenge the 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu again to see if it can be cooked. The degree of completion has been pushed to more than 80%, and the system says that 90% will be able to shine. Xiao Cheng is looking forward to the day when he will cook his own luminous dishes. Seeing Xiao Cheng entering, Hatsune Miku looked at Luo Tianyi and asked, "Tianyi, is it really that delicious?" Really, it's delicious. If you don't eat Hatsune, I'm not welcome." He was clearly chewing mapo tofu, but he could still speak clearly. "Hey, I don't believe how good the scumbag is in cooking." Hatsune Miku gave a cold snort, and then picked up a spoon, scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu, and slowly put it in his mouth. Then, Hatsune Miku was also shocked by the hemp and spicy of the volcanic eruption in his mouth. This dish is no less than the dishes of some star chefs that Hatsune Miku has eaten. That guy, how could he have such a good cooking skill? Chapter 15 Unknown Xiao Cheng. In the kitchen, Xiao Cheng, who didn't know that Hatsune Miku was suspicious of his cooking skills, is now completely absorbed in the cooking, but, unlike before, this time Xiao Cheng feels the process of cooking. There are some differences, but Xiao Cheng didn't care about it either. He thought that practice makes perfect. The smile on Luo Tianyi's face when he ate the mapo tofu he made, and Xiao Cheng's mouth also showed a faint smile. The scent of the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu spreads from the kitchen to the outside of the kitchen. Soon, a plate of mapo tofu for one person was divided and cleaned by Luo Tianyi and Hatsune Miku, and the fragrance wafting from the kitchen made Hatsune Miku shocked by Xiao Cheng's cooking skills. However, the more you look like this, the more Hatsune Miku hates Xiao Cheng. That guy, with this kind of cooking skills, actually still. Biting his thin cherry-colored lips, Hatsune Miku looked at the boy in the kitchen. "Hatsune, you look weird, and why do you hate Cheng? Have you met Cheng before? That guy is a scumbag, and it's you, Tianyi, have you seen that guy before? Why Hatsune, you say Cheng like this, I can feel that Cheng is not a bad person." Hatsune Miku looked at Xiao Cheng and Luo Tianyi again, without explaining. The cooking is complete. Walking out of the kitchen, Xiao Cheng has a plate of food in his hands. "Well, this is my confident work." Xiao Cheng put the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu in front of Luo Tianyi. "I started unceremoniously." Luo Tianyi immediately picked up the spoon, looked at Xiao Cheng in front of him and said, "Please enjoy it to your heart's content. My cooking, if it can make you smile with satisfaction, is the biggest compliment to me." Looking at Luo Tianyi, Xiao Cheng smiled from the heart. This smile. Seeing the smile on Xiao Cheng's face, Hatsune Miku bit her lip and looked at Xiao Cheng. In her memory, Xiao Cheng was a scumbag. However, seeing the current Xiao Cheng, Hatsune Miku felt that he was very close to Xiao Cheng. Actually, his impression has changed a little. "I don't believe it, this guy must be pretended to look like this." Hatsune Miku thought in his heart, but Luo Tianyi on one side had already picked up the spoon. Well. A bite of the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu was put in his mouth. Luo Tianyi seemed to have eaten a spring at, his face turned red, and his mouth made a reverie sound. "Tianyi, Tianyi." Hatsune Miku shook Luo Tianyi vigorously, and Luo Tianyi recovered after a long while, looking at Xiao Cheng and said, "Okay, amazing. Hatsune Miku had an unclear expression on his face, and Xiao Cheng was also puzzled, not understanding what was going on, and then Xiao Cheng suddenly thought of something. That is, the anime Shokuchiki no Soma is also known as at. Have you unknowingly realized the skill of applying medicine in the dish? Damn it, I'm good. Hatsune Miku looked at Luo Tianyi, and then sternly asked Xiao Cheng, what have you done to Tianyi, you despicable and shameless villain? Despicable and shameless? I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, ask Tianyi. Luo Tianyi nodded, and said to Hatsune Miku with certainty, Hatsune, so amazing, Ah Cheng is really amazing, I can feel Ah Cheng's heart from this dish that Ah Cheng made. Hatsune Miku seemed to understand something, looked at Luo Tianyi, and said with an unbelievable expression, Tianyi. Are you serious? It's true, I really feel it, Hatsune, try it too. Looking at the mapo tofu in front of him, Hatsune Miku hesitated for a while, then also raised the spoon, scooping a spoonful of mapo tofu into his mouth. Later, an amusement park appeared in Hatsune Miku's mind, an amusement park built on top of a volcano. The mapo tofu in this bite is different from the previous one, and it is not choking at all in terms of hemp and spicy. Hatsune, you are here, too, come here, have fun here. Luo Tianyi's voice suddenly appeared in Hatsune Miku's ear, and then, when she saw Luo Tianyi sitting on the carousel, she waved at her with a big smile, and Hatsune Miku's footsteps subconsciously walked over. In reality, Hatsune Miku's face slowly burst into a big smile. Luo Tianyi also took a bite of mapo tofu again, and then showed a big smile just like Hatsune Miku. A plate of 8-flavor magic mapo tofu was eaten up quickly under the condition of 2 spoonfuls of you and 1 spoonful of mine, and the 2 people also left from the environment of the amusement park come out. Hatsune, Aiken is amazing, isn't it? Hatsune Miku bit his lip, not willing to admit Xiao Cheng's cooking in his heart, but if Hatsune Miku is to deny Xiao Cheng's cooking, Hatsune Miku can't say the same. Aiken, you are great. Upon hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Xiao Cheng also smiled. Well, being able to get your compliment is the biggest gain for me today. For me, who has just embarked on the road of chef, it is a huge encouragement. Hey, what a hypocrisy, Tianyi, let's go. After Hatsune finished speaking, he pulled Luo Tianyi and left, without giving Luo Tianyi a chance to struggle. He stuffed Luo Tianyi into a car on the side, and then drove away. Xiao Cheng looked dumbfounded. How did he offend this majesty, the world's #1 princess? Chapter 16 Second speed of 5 centimeters. Luo Tianyi and Hatsune Miku left for a long time. Xiao Cheng looked helpless. Xiao Cheng just thought about whether he could borrow a little money from the other party to buy a laptop. As a result, after the rich girl finished eating, she left directly. Looking at the mess on the table, Xiao Cheng sighed. Sneezing. Suddenly, the vehicle that had left before came back again, and then, a big man in black walked out of the black area, came to Xiao Cheng, took out a check, and put it on Xiao Cheng's desk. The princess said, "This is for your meal." After that, he strode away and returned to the car, but Xiao Cheng saw the smiling face of Luo Tianyi behind the lowered car window. That smiling face infected Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng let out a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on his face, and shook his hand to Luo Tianyi. As the vehicle left again, Xiao Cheng picked up the check, and then he was shocked by the string of zeros on the check. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Xiao Cheng barely jumped up. 1 million. Hiss. Local tyrant, 1 million for a meal. Xiao Cheng didn't know that the first dish of magic mapo tofu with 6 flavors in Hatsune Miku's eyes was only a star-rated dish, but it was a dish worth tens of thousands of yuan, but the one below was magic mapo tofu with 8 flavors. But it is completely worth millions of yen. The chef's heart in the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu dish makes Hatsune Miku believe that the dish is worth 1 million. Although Hatsune Miku hates Xiao Cheng, but he still hasn't the habit of not paying for meals, so he left with a moment of anger, remembering that he came back after he didn't pay. And Xiao Cheng, looking at the check in his hand, fell into hesitation. Without realizing the value of this dish of his own, Xiao Cheng is still shocked that Hatsune Miku has paid millions for meals. This money, count as I borrowed it from you, and I will definitely return it to you afterwards. Xiao Cheng is now penniless, and he urgently needs a sum of money to buy a computer. Therefore, Xiao Cheng also temporarily accepts this sum of money, and when he has money in the future, he will return it to Hatsune Miku. After tidying up the dining table, Xiao Cheng locked the door, and then went out to buy a computer, pulled the network cable, and worked piecemeal until the evening when it was finally over. Looking at an extra notebook in his bedroom, Xiao Cheng showed a satisfied smile on his face. Turning on the computer, Xiao Cheng started typing word by word. In fact, An Yulun also suggested that Xiao Cheng should be submitted to the publishing house before, but Xiao Cheng did not agree, because if the publishing house publishes, it would take too much time, and, Xiao Cheng, it doesn't need money, it just needs fame to let people know that he can gain prestige under the name Xiao Cheng in this way to upgrade his cooking skills. Therefore, An Yulun also came up with a personal website for Xiao Cheng, and then let Xiao Cheng serialize it on the website. Later, after An Yulun, a well-known Weibo blogger, told Xiao Cheng the novel is carried by Amway. The novel that cost 1,000 prestige is already in Xiao Cheng's head. The word count of 5 cm per second is not long. The 3 episodes are based on Shinohara Akira, Tono Takaki. Shinohara Akira / Tono Takaki. The story is unfolded from a perspective. The first chapter is a copy of Cherry Blossoms, the second chapter is an astronaut, and the third chapter is 5 cm per second. The background of the times is from the 1990s to modern Japan, showing the changes in Tokyo and other regions through the lives of teenagers. The first chapter, Sakura Show, describes the love mood of Kiki and Akari when they were young, and the day when they reunited. The second, the story Astronaut, describes the life of Kashiwa and Akari from the perspective of Hanayo Sumida, who has a good impression of the tree who entered high school. The third chapter, 5 cm per second, depicts the life of Kashiki and Akari growing up. All kinds of hesitation in the back. Although Xiao Cheng is not a quick shooter, he is not slow to type on the keyboard. You don't need to think cleanly. Just type the words in your head. About 3 hours later, the first chapter, the Sakura copy, has been released. After confirming that the manuscript has no errors, Xiao Cheng sent the copy of Sakura to An Yulun through the mailbox. Soon, Xiao Cheng received the reply from An Yulun's email. After reading the email, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but smiled. An Yulun's reply gave him a lot of confidence. An Yulun's words were full of excitement, and he pleaded that Xiao Cheng must write the other as soon as possible. After checking the time, it was past 11 o'clock, Xiao Cheng turned off his laptop, and then he was lying on the bed to rest. And tonight, doomed to sleepless. Although An Yulun only said that he was a slightly famous blogger, but that was just An Yulun's humble words. Many people know that the speed is 5 cm per second. A novel that has just been written. Taki Old Thief, Antivirus Late at Night. Taki-san, please follow up. An Yulun also looked at the numerous replies under her Weibo in front of the screen, with a smile on her face. Very well, the first wave of Amway was successful. I quickly typed out a line of words on the blog, and then clicked to send. Aiken, I do this to fulfill your expectations and help you become famous, so please update me as soon as possible. An Yulun also said with a thief. Chapter 17. An Yulun also died in tricks. When I slept until dawn, Xiao Cheng finished washing, and then opened the personal website created by An Yulun. There was only a lone novel serialized on the website. I clicked on the novel, and then Xiao Cheng took a look. It's just that, just looking at it, Xiao Cheng was taken aback, because of the terrifying number of clicks on it. Clicks, 154,515. With 150,000 hits, is this just one night? Isn't he still awake? Squeezing his thigh vigorously, Xiao Cheng showed a trace of pain on his face. It hurts, not dreaming. But how can there be so many clicks in one night? Could it be that a Nulun also helped him to do it? Xiao Cheng decisively turned on his system, and then looked at the 15,514 prestige in the prestige column. Xiao Cheng gasped. He collected 10,000 prestige in one night? Doesn't it mean that I have been the cook of others for more than 10 years in one night? System, come on, give me a copy of Junior Cooking. The host spends 10,000 points in exchange for the junior chef's cooking skills. Closing his eyes and carefully feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Cheng feels that he feels close to the kitchen. After not much thought, Xiao Cheng came to the kitchen, and then cooked a golden egg fried rice. It was completely different from last time. This time Xiao Cheng, any Dongzhou, seemed to be assisted by gods. As if he had gone through thousands of tempers, all the craftsmanship of stir-frying, heating, and seasoning was so simple in Xiao Cheng's eyes. Finish, install. Looking at the egg fried rice in front of him, Xiao Cheng directly used the system for identification. Golden egg fried rice, blue recipe, 63% cooking completion. Hey, the last time Xiao Cheng completed the golden egg fried rice, he used the system appraisal, but the degree of completion at the time was only less than 10%, but now, it's completely different, and it's really improved. More than 50% of the cooking completion degree, although only because it is easy to learn and difficult to master, the more difficult it is to increase the degree of completion in the future, but the cost of 10,000 prestige points is worth it. Xiao Cheng couldn't help but want to celebrate. However, Xiao Cheng immediately thought of a Nulun. The other party helped him a lot thinking of this. Xiao Cheng wanted to use the cooking skills he had just acquired. He's cooking some dishes, and then invited a Nulun over to have a meal. Just do it when he thinks of it. Xiao Cheng took out his mobile phone and wanted to call a Nulun too, but found that the mobile phone was dead and turned off. Isn't there still more than 40% of electricity yesterday? Or, I charged my phone, turned on the computer, opened the mailbox, wanted to send a message to a Nulun, but was shocked by the 99 plus unread emails in his mailbox, clicked on the mailbox. Xiao Cheng involuntarily gasped. All of them are letters sent by a Nulun, and the content is not the same, that is to ask Xiao Cheng to update. In the end, a Nulun has also started to say that if Xiao Cheng does not update, he is afraid that he will not survive tomorrow. A message was sent quickly, and soon a Nulun also sent back a message. A Nulun also, Cheng, if you don't update, I'm afraid it won't survive tomorrow. Xiao Cheng, Lun Yat, what happened? A Nulun, after I published the novel for you yesterday, I said on Weibo that as long as I clicked more than 10,000, I would find you to update 10,000 characters. The result is now. Xiao Cheng. A Nulun also, if you call you won't answer, and you won't even send you emails, Aiken, help. If you click over 10,000, you will update 10,000 characters. Why don't you go to heaven? The current click. Xiao Cheng took a look. At 17W, the corner of his mouth twitched, and Xiao Cheng directly responded to a Nulun. Xiao Cheng, Lun Yat, you can go on the road with peace of mind. Now click 170,000, and I can't help it. A Nulun also, Cheng, many people are threatening to send me razor blades. If you don't help me, I can only publish your email address and phone number. When the time comes out, I don't care about it. NS. Xiao Cheng, Lun Yat, you. A Nulun also, Cheng, don't talk about anything else, you should hurry up and go to the code words. Don't worry, but if you come at least tens of thousands of words, I can comfort the crowd. A Nulun didn't even think of it himself. He originally thought it would be about 10,000 to 20,000 clicks. After all, that missed hand was already past 11 o'clock, late at night, but, who knows, and Yulun also had a bunch of gangsters. People, and then sent out such a Weibo, and suddenly, the people who entered the pit also went to Amway to be killed, and then, like a snowball, it rolled bigger and bigger until the end. Xiao Cheng, well, Lun Yat, I will try my best, but if you dare to betray me, don't blame me, eunuch. And Yulun, eunuch? Xiao Cheng, there is no more below, I won't write any more. And Yulun also. Xiao Cheng, so it's like this, I'm going to code words, I will give you about 10,000 characters in an hour, and then take your time. After replying to An Yulun, Xiao Cheng turned off the mailbox, and then started crackling code words. The feeling of going back to the old industry. The thieves are cool. Chapter 18 Kitchen Heart. After more than an hour, Xiao Cheng checked the more than 10,000 words he had just written, and then sent it to An Yulun. An Yulun also replied to continue to cheer, and then he flashed. Xiao Cheng can only do this. Say, An Yulun is also awesome for you. You die, I pay the bill. However, looking at his rising prestige, Xiao Cheng felt that excitement in his heart. If he had millions of prestige, would he be able to transform into a god of cooking immediately? This idea just appeared, and it was eliminated by the system. Please note that the host's skill is a special exchange for junior chefs. Only one exchange is allowed. For the subsequent improvement of the cooking skills, please work harder for the host. Shocked, silly. I just think about it, are you hitting me like this? And if the system can't improve my culinary skills, what is the use of prestige? Prestige can provide the host to use the god of kitchen space, and you can also buy recipes, and purchase kitchenware or special ingredients from this system. Understood, understood, now look at my attributes. Suddenly, his own attribute panel appeared in front of Xiao Cheng. Host, Xiao Cheng. S*X, male. Age, 17. Physical fitness, LV2, strength, speed, response, durability, nerve reflex. Cooking level, 10, 0 to 9 for chef apprentices, 10 to 60 for star chefs, 61 to 70 for special chefs, 71 to 80 for Lin chefs, 81 to 90 for dragon chefs, 91 to 99 for gourmet's heavenly king. Level 100 is the god of cooking. Reputation, 10,241. Skills, none. Special talent, kitchen heart. Recipe, 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, purple, 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, blue, golden egg fried rice, blue. Talent points, 10 points. The skills have disappeared, but there is a special talent for cooking, and the grading of the chef's level has also become clear. The disappearance of skills should be included in the cooking level. The previous display was just for me to understand, but what is that special talent cooking mind? System, what is kitchen heart? And when did I have this thing? The heart of the chef, the heart of the chef. When the chef is cooking, he injects his heart into the cooking, so that the taste of the cooking can be maximized, so that diners can feel the heart of the chef in the cooking. Seeing this cooking heart, Xiao Cheng thought of Luo Tianyi's previous expression of eating 8 flavor magic mapo tofu. Isn't this cooking heart capable of medicine? In the world of Shokyuchi no Soma, it seems that only a little skill is needed. All chefs can prescribe medicine. In other words, if you want to become a real chef, you must learn to prescribe medicine. Thinking of this, Xiao Cheng understands, that's how it is, it seems that he has truly embarked on the road of chef. I succeeded. After that, I should work hard to level up. I can raise my level to the full level as soon as possible. If this is the case, I will be able to be with her. At that time, we should be considered as right. Xiao Cheng's eyes flashed, full of hope for the future. 3 years ago, Xiao Cheng had to break up with his girlfriend because of his identity. Now, 3 years later, Xiao Cheng has found a shortcut. The senior chef can be equal to the head of a country. If he becomes a chef at full rank, then his identity it won't be a problem anymore. System: what is that talent point? The host can be used as attribute points in the game. Sky attachments can be added to physical fitness, skills, and special talents. Warm reminder: the talent points are extremely precious, please cherish the use of the host. Understood, then there is no problem with temporarily placing it or not. Yes. Turning off the interface, Xiao Cheng looked at the computer in front of him. The original boring codewords became interesting because of Xiao Cheng's longing for the future. We look up at the same sky, but look at different places. No one saves energy and stays with someone for a lifetime. People are just like this. You must get used to losing. As it was written, Xiao Cheng gradually replaced himself and his ex-girlfriend. At this time, what he wrote was no longer xin 5 cm per second, but belonged to him and her at 5 cm per second. Are you okay? I am thinking of you. We look up at the same sky, but what we see now is a different place. With the last period hitting, Xiao Cheng looked at the manuscript in front of him, was silent for a long time, picked up the phone, turned it on, and found a number that was both familiar and unfamiliar. However, the finger stopped on the broadcast button, and the number was not dialed for a long time. Putting the phone down again, Xiao Cheng sent the manuscript to a Yulun. Then he turned off the computer directly, and looked at the dark night outside without knowing when it was dark. Xiao Cheng's thoughts returned to 3 years ago. That, gentle girl like water. The next time I meet, I must surprise you. As if thinking of the girl's surprise because of the change in her identity, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but laughed faintly. Chapter 19 An Yulun, I'm going to kill you. Tsuki Academy, Nakiri House. A pink-toned room, with a Western style, simple, but not simple. On the left wall of the room is a princess bed. On the bed, a girl with the face of an angel keeps refreshing her mobile phone. Not updated yet, not updated yet, really updated. The finger kept poking the screen of the mobile phone, it looked like a rhythm of poking the mobile phone out of a hole. Nakiri Arena was very irritable, because, at midnight, she was given to Amway by the popular blogger Taki that she was following. Then, at a speed of 5 cm per second, Nakiri Arena waited for one night. As a result, the blogger Taki said 10,000 clicks. The 4D update disappeared. Nakiri Arena kept clicking on the phone, not leaving a message under Taki-kun's Weibo. The blade is already on the way, Mr. Taki is waiting for the receipt. Taki old thief, I don't believe it. Constantly venting the anger in his heart on Taki-jun's Weibo, Nakiri Arena's mobile phone suddenly dinged, and then, Nakiri Arena smiled and suddenly switched the interface. 5 cm per second has been updated. Looking at the news, Nakiri Arena didn't care about anything else at the moment, she directly clicked on the link under Weibo, and then looked at the speed of 5 cm per second. Initially, the reason why Nakiri Arena pays attention to Taki-kun is because Taki-kun always updates ACGN's information as soon as possible, and evaluates the newly released works. Nakiri Arena is a hidden deep otaku, the blogger who looks like Mr. Taki is naturally attentive. This time I will be Amway only because I subconsciously clicked on the link, and then Nakiri Arena fell into the pit and couldn't climb out. 5 cm per second, the 3 chapters of the book are all short, not many words, and it didn't take long for Nakiri Arena to finish reading, with a touch of sadness on her face. I haven't heard of the author's name, it looks like a newcomer author. Nakiri Arena has never heard of Makoto Shinkai's name. Therefore, Nakiri Arena became curious about the writer who was able to write a book at a speed of 5 cm per second. Would you like to investigate, who exactly is Xin Hiken? Biting the nail of her thumb, Nakiri Arena fell into hesitation. On the other side, as an Yulun's childhood sweetheart, Sawamura Spencer Ying Lily is now really madly destroying an Yulun. Lunyat, you guy, when did you know such a powerful person? Hurry up and make it clear. If you don't say it clearly, I will go now and you will wipe out all the treasured games. As An Yulunyi's childhood sweetheart, Ying Lily can't ignore An Yulunyi's blog, let alone another identity of Ying Lily itself. The first person to be crazy about An Yulun and Amway was this childhood sweetheart. Therefore, Ying Lily is not at all polite to An Yulun. Aiken is just a friend I only know, but Aiken's talent is really amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that such a delicate and emotional book would have been written by Aiken. Aiken? Is the other party's name Xin Hiken? No, Cheng is a Hyuxia. It's just a pity. Cheng wants to become a chef. Otherwise, if Cheng is willing to become a writer, I believe that soon, Cheng will become the fastest growing in Japan's history. Young writer. In his tone, he did not conceal his admiration for his friends. An Yulun also knew very well what the speed of 5 cm per second could bring. Even if it was handed over to the publishing house, 1 million copies would definitely not be a problem. It's just a pity that Xiao Cheng didn't have the idea to develop in the publishing house, and An Yulun can only regret this. Hyuxia? Lun Yat, you guy actually met this kind of person in silence, how did you meet? There is excitement in Ying Lily's tone. This is the gossip of a writer who is 5 cm per second. Just 2 days ago, when I went to Akihabara, I met Aiken, and then... Lun Yat, you say, how about letting me draw illustrations at 5 cm per second? An Yulun also refused and said, no, like this classic, how can you give Ying Lily to you to draw illustrations? I said Ying Lily, you only drew the same artificial mouth painting, 5 cm per second. You can't draw a beautiful picture Ying Lily. An Yulun, who didn't have any concerns about what her childhood sweetheart would think after hearing it, also refused without thinking about it. An Yulun also. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 20 Editor's Battle. The editor of Machida Yuanzi Undikawa Bunko closed the page in front of him. Machida Yuanzi made a deep decision, that is, it is necessary to sign the author who wrote this novel. This is a super newcomer, Makoto Shinkai. The author's style of writing is definitely not anyone who is already familiar with sitting, that is to say, the other party is a newcomer. If this newcomer can be discovered, then there is no doubt that this year's newcomer king is definitely this person, Xin Hiken. As long as the person in front of you is dealt with, then. Thinking about the future happiness, Machida Yuanzi decisively began to contact the blogger Taki-kun. Hello, I am Machida Sunko, the editor of Fushikawa Bunko. Can I meet the author who is 5 cm per second? Machida Yuanzi, who had sent the message, just sent it out, and saw another message similar to her. I am Kagurazaka Ayum from Denjiki Bunko. I hope that 5 cm per second can be published in our library. Please help me contact the author of 5 cm per second. Seeing this, a crossroad appeared on Machida's forehead. As the editor in charge of the library, the two people have similar responsibilities. Therefore, they are called two golden flowers by people in the industry. The relationship between the two is good. But, after all, is a competitor, who are constantly tapping the potential of their own authors, wanting to overwhelm the other side. And now, both of them are eyeing the author, Xin Hiken, who is 5 cm per second. No, I can't just sit back and wait. Machida Sonoko thought so, and on the other side, Kagurazaka Ayam also saw the weibo sent by Machida Sunko. Therefore, she also realized that she had an opponent. However, both thoughts were too simple. This time, it was not only the two of them, but the rest of the publishing house also smelled like a shark smelling blood. Yulun An's blog has now become the world of editors of those publishing houses. This person, you say I am XX from XX publishing house, and that person comes to my XX publishing house and the treatment is absolutely good. All in all, everyone wants to sign the new author Xin Hiken under his own banner. Aiken seems to be really famous now. Looking at the melee under her blog, An Yulun also scratched his cheek and said, "But if you think about 5 centimeters per second, an Yulun will feel relieved." This kind of classic and natural wine is not afraid of the deep alley. There is no need to worry about being read, it is normal to have this result now. But, how can I tell Cheng? An Yulun also knows that Xiao Cheng does not want to be a writer, but a chef. Forget it, I don't want to, anyway, call and ask Aiken first. Xiao Cheng, who was still in the kitchen constantly familiar with the cooking skills he had acquired, suddenly received a call from an Yulun, with a surprised expression on his face. "Is it so hot at 5 centimeters per second? Xiao Cheng is not very clear, but Xiao Cheng did not intend to give up here. After all, if I become a writer, I will gain a lot of prestige. Although prestige cannot make Xiao Cheng a god of cooking, the recipes and cooking ingredients, kitchenware, these must be exchanged for prestige. A green cookbook costs 100,000 prestige, a blue one costs 500,000 prestige, and a purple one costs 1 million prestige, and other kitchen utensils are even more expensive. Therefore, the prestige Xiao Cheng is not too much. Lun Yat, you help me ask those editors to get the contact information, I will contact them later." "Okay, no problem, as long as Cheng, you are willing to go down this road, I will definitely help you." From the words, Xiao Cheng heard that an Yulun was also very happy. "My main energy is still on the chef, Lun Yat. I know. As long as Cheng, you will continue to collaborate." Xiao Cheng could only give a wry smile to an Yulun's words, and then hung up the phone. Looking at the 2 dishes in front of him. System, identification. 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, 88% completion. The magic mapo tofu with 6 flavors is 88% complete. Seeing that it was stuck at 88% completion, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but smile. This is already the 10th attempt to reconcile. Since perfecting the junior chef's cooking skills, Xiao Cheng has been in constant contact and finally got it. The 2 dishes have been pushed to 88% of completion, but it is always impossible to push the completion of the dishes to 90% to make the dishes shine. The system, can't it identify what is wrong? Please find out by the host. Rubbing his head, Xiao Cheng picked up the spoon and scooped up a spoonful of 8 flavor magic mapo tofu and put it in his mouth. Close your eyes and savor the food carefully. Opening his eyes for a while, Xiao Cheng looked at the 8 flavor magic mapo tofu with regret. There seems to be nothing to eat in his own cooking, the taste, heat, and the application of the cooking heart. There is no problem at all, but why? Can cooking shine? It would be great if you had the tongue of God. If it was the tongue of God, you would definitely be able to taste it. At this moment, a bright black car stopped at the entrance of Xiao Cheng's shop. Chapter 21 The Visit of the Tongue of God. Bang bang bang. The sound of slapped doors made Xiao Cheng, who was thinking about the defects of his cooking, couldn't help but come back to his senses. "Come on, who?" Xiao Cheng responded, then came to the door and opened the door. Miss Nikiri, why are you here?" Nikiri Arena looked at her with faint dark circles under her eyes. Her spirits were a little unhealthy, but after hearing Xiao Cheng's words, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Cheng and said, "Call me Arena." "Well, Miss Arena, why are you here?" "I said, just call my name," Arena said a little irritably, while Xiao Cheng looked at Nikiri Arena, not understanding why this eldest lady who should be the character of Sundara would let herself call her directly, but Xiao Cheng didn't ask much, but she did a direct trick. The meaning of Nikiri Arena. "Arena, what's the matter?" After yawning, Arena said to Xiao Cheng with a trace of fatigue, "Grandpa Xiao is back to Daxia, so Grandpa asked me to come and see if you need my help." Looking at Nikiri Arena, who was rubbing his eyes while yawning, Xiao Cheng said puzzledly, "You don't seem to have a good rest." "I don't have one here." "No, there is one thing I want to ask you, but you still have to rest first." "Okay, I'm asking you for help." God's tongue, the eldest lady in front of me doesn't have this talent of God. Xiao Cheng wants to let the eldest lady in front of me give him something to eat, to see why his mapo tofu is stuck at 88%. What can you tell me? Nakaririna looked at Xiao Cheng with strong fighting spirit and said, I want to invite you to taste the cooking I made. In the past few days, I have gained some new insights into cooking, but it seems that I am stuck in a bottleneck when I want to realize it. Therefore, I want to invite you to taste it, and give me some advice. Hearing that I was asking myself to help each other taste the food, Nakaririna glanced at Xiao Cheng, and wanted to say that if you have no talent, don't waste your time. However, thinking of Xiao Cheng last time, she frowned and said, if it's not delicious, I won't check out. Suddenly, Xiao Cheng with a smile on his face invited Nakaririna into the store, and then added tea to Nakaririna. Of course, he did not forget the girl next to Nakaririna. Then went into the kitchen to cook. Master Arena, why do you want to come to this place, and you actually want to taste the other party's food? Arato Hisako, who has been with Nakaririna as the secretary of Nakaririna since he was a child, knows what kind of person Nakaririna is. Therefore, it is unbelievable that Nakaririna would go to taste the cuisine of this small restaurant. Wait and see, Hisako, although this guy has only been in contact with cooking for a few days, the cooking is still a little worth tasting. Arato Hisako was almost shocked and speechless, looked at Nakaririna incredulously, unbelievable that this sentence was actually said from Nakaririna's mouth. Xiao Cheng in the kitchen didn't even know Arato Hisako's surprise outside. He was devoting himself to the cooking. As long as he had the tongue of God, he would definitely be able to taste the shortcomings of this cooking. Able to complete the first luminous cooking, the luminous cooking was born in his own hands. Thinking about that scene, Xiao Cheng couldn't stop being excited. Soon, the hemp and spicy fragrance wafting from the kitchen made Arato Hisako smell. This fragrance? Arato Hisako asked about the scent wafting out in the air. His face could not help showing intoxication, and then, Arato Hisako reacted and said to Nakaririna, Miss Arena, this scent is made by the other party. Cooking. Yab. Nakaririna frowned. Judging from this scent, it should be mapo tofu. However, compared with the previous mapo tofu, Nakaririna came to the conclusion that Xiao Cheng has made progress and is a leapfrog. Progress. How could it be possible that Xiao Cheng's shortcoming lies in the lack of basic skills? Unless it is a long-term practice, otherwise, it can't make up for it. How could Xiao Cheng have made such a big improvement in just 2 days? I can't believe my guess. If it is really what she guessed, then Xiao Cheng is probably a cooking genius that no one else can match. For half an hour, Nakaririna looked at Xiao Cheng coming out of the kitchen. Arena, this is my magical mapo tofu with 6 flavors, please taste it. Putting 2 spoons in front of the 2 girls, Xiao Cheng smiled and stood aside. Your basic skills. Looking at Xiao Cheng, Nakaririna asked uncertainly. In the past few days, the basic skills have improved a bit. It's more than progress. Xiao Cheng completed the work done by others for more than 10 years. This is also the god of cooking system. Otherwise, Xiao Cheng will take several years even if he is talented. Then, please have a taste, my 6-flavor magic mapo tofu. Chapter 22 Jealousy of God's Tongue. Please taste, my 6-flavor magic mapo tofu. 6 flavors in one? Nakaririna looked at Xiao Cheng and waited for Xiao Cheng's explanation. Last time, Nakaririna remembered that Xiao Cheng was talking about the magical mapo tofu with 8 flavors, but now, how can there be 2 flavors missing? This is the original recipe in the recipe. Please taste the magic mapo tofu with 6 flavors first, and then I will serve the magic mapo tofu with 8 flavors. This is my improved recipe. Knowing what the tongue of God in front of me was wondering, Xiao Cheng explained with a smile. Nakaririna didn't answer, and said to Arato Hisako beside him, Hisako, sit down and eat together. No, I. Xiao Cheng handed a spoon over and said to Arado Hisako, please taste my food too. Hisako, it doesn't matter. Arado Hisako saw Ms. Irina saying this way, and he was not polite, and sat down. He took the spoon that Xiao Cheng handed over, and looked at Nikiri Irina. Try it. Nikiri Irina said. She took the lead and took a spoonful of red mapo tofu and put it into her mouth. The original Nikiri Irina had already prepared the spicy impact, but Nikiri Irina didn't feel it at all. Then, the impact of ma and spicy? No, it cannot be said that there is no impact, but it has become gentle. The magical mapo tofu made by Xiao Cheng for the first time is like a volcanic eruption, giving people a violent shock. The spiciness that spreads in the mouth will occupy all the taste in an instant, but it is different now. Now, this time, what Nikiri Irina felt was as if there was a gentle hand, gently brushing away the fatigue on Nikiri Irina's body. Ma and spicy not only didn't make Nikiri Irina feel any sense of choking, but rather refreshed the spirit of Nikiri Irina, who was not in good spirits due to lack of rest. This is... Nikiri Irina looked at Xiao Cheng with an unbelievable shock in her eyes. This dish of Xiao Cheng's cuisine, the 6-flavored magic mapo tofu, made Nikiri Irina think of a possibility. This recipe of yours? Irina, please give me a comment. I always feel that this dish is still imperfect. Without answering Nikiri Irina's question, Xiao Cheng looked at Nikiri Irina with anticipation, and wanted Nikiri Irina to tell herself where the 1% of the 6-flavor magical mapo tofu lacked. Well, I didn't pay attention just now, I'm trying it. Facing Xiao Cheng's expectant gaze, Nikiri Irina once again scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu into her red lips. Nikiri Irina slowly chewed the mapo tofu in his mouth, closed his eyes, and felt the cooking with all his heart, and the cooking contained something that even Nikiri Irina did not have. That heart for the sake of diners, at that moment, the heart that wanted to see the diners smile contentedly. This time, Nikiri Irina was finally confirmed, and the complex expression appeared in Nikiri Irina's open amethyst in the eyes. Xiao Cheng, you have the heart of cooking. This sentence sounded like a thunder in Arado Hisako's ears, and Arado Hisako suddenly proceeded from being intoxicated, looking at Xiao Cheng in horror. Well, by accident, I have the heart of cooking. Now I am officially embarking on the road of cooking. Xiao Cheng believes that a true chef is to have the heart of cooking. After all, in Shokuchiki no Soma, every cook in the anime can burst clothes, and every chef can prescribe medicine. Now Xiao Cheng also satisfies this condition. However, Nikiri Irina doesn't think so at all. The heart of cooking is definitely not something that ordinary chefs can have. That is, something that only super chefs above star chefs can have, and only having the heart of cooking. Only the chefs of this year can be called super chefs, and Xiao Cheng has only just been learning cooking for a few days. And how can your basic skills be so solid? The most incomprehensible thing for Nikiri Irina is that Xiao Cheng's basic skills, thickening and heat, everything seems to have been accumulated for more than 10 years. In the past 2 days, I have gained some understanding of basic skills, and then it seems to be a natural meeting. There was a complicated expression in those amethyst-like eyes. For the first time, Nikiri Irina raised a jealous heart towards Xiao Cheng. She who possessed the tongue of God wanted to be the object of envy of others, but, now Nikiri Irina is jealous of Xiao Cheng. Irina, can you tell me what is missing in my dish? I always feel that this dish is always imperfect. So, Irina, please tell me with the tongue of God. Chapter 23. The second-class ingredients can't make the first-class delicacies. Hearing Xiao Cheng's request again, Nikiri Irina looked at the 6-flavor magic mapo tofu in front of him, with a thoughtful look on his face. Is there any imperfections in this dish? But how do I feel that there is no problem at all? Arado Hisako is very sure that he has never tasted any imperfections. This dish is completely comparable to Elite 10's killer recipe. However, in this way, Xiao Cheng actually said that it is not perfect cooking, while Arena looked at Xiao Cheng in front of him, and then said with certainty, "I'm sure that this cooking is absolutely not technically technical. If there are any problems, it should be the ingredients themselves. Where did you buy your tofu? Isn't tofu all bought directly in the mall?" Arena sighed lightly and said to Xiao Cheng, "If you want to make this dish even better, then the best way is to start with the ingredients, even if it's not the top ingredients, but the quality of the ingredients on the street is too poor. I suggest that you can buy it on Igo and install an Igo mobile phone software on your phone. Igo has a door-to-door service." Arena understands that Xiao Cheng is not the same as her after all. He has been in contact since he was a child. He has only just been exposed to these things not long ago. It is excusable not to know. I see, that, Arena, can you get one for me? Bring me your phone." Xiao Cheng passed the phone, and then Arena looked at Xiao Cheng's phone dumbfounded. "What age is your cell phone?" Looking at the candy bar phone, Arena has a black line on her face. I only have this." The helpless Arena looked at Xiao Cheng and said, "You need tofu, don't you? I will buy it for you, and it will be considered as the meal cost this time." He returned the phone to Xiao Cheng, and then Arena picked it up and put it away to help Xiao Cheng buy the ingredients. "It will be delivered within half an hour. You should buy a mobile phone." "What age is this mobile phone? You still use this kind of mobile phone?" Xiao Cheng touched his head awkwardly and said, "Then, I have no money." Arato Hisako's mouth twitched, and it was hard for her to imagine that Xiao Cheng, a cook who can make elite 10 must-kill dishes, would be short of money. Even if he went to high-end restaurants, he didn't have to worry about money. "Hisako, how much money is left in my account?" Arena asked Arato Hisako, and was taken aback for a while before Arato Hisako answered quickly, "Ms. Arena, there are now 2.375 billion cash in your account. Is this the difference between local tyrants and Iozi?" Arena is talking about her account, that is to say, it belongs to Arena alone and is earned by Arena herself. "I only have this for the time being. After deducting the ingredients I need to buy and try new dishes, I can only lend you 1 billion first." Xiao Cheng's eyes widened, and then he quickly shook his head and said, No, 2 people ate the mapo tofu I made last time and gave me 1 million. Thanks to them, I realized that. Chu xin, but Liang Dao mapo tofu needs so much money. Next time, I will pay them back after seeing them." Arato Hisako's eyes widened, looking at Xiao Cheng. His tongue was a little bit robbery and said, Cook heart." Xiao Cheng glanced at Arato Hisako strangely. But what was ushered in was Arato Hisako looking even more strangely at Xiao Cheng and Arena's helplessness. "You don't have to pay back the 1 million, your cooking is worth that price, and 1 million is not enough for you to buy some ingredients." Arena felt helpless for Xiao Cheng's ignorance. However, Arena also knew that Xiao Cheng in front of him was just new to the cooking world, so it is excusable not to understand. "Let me tell you that, the ingredients purchased at Igo are all rare ingredients, so the price of the ingredients is also different from the prices of the ingredients outside the quota." Speaking, as if worried that Xiao Cheng could not understand, Arena said, "The ingredients I just bought are 5 million won." Hiss. Xiao Cheng took a deep breath and looked at Arena. His eyes seemed to be asking, "You must be joking." However, Arena told Xiao Cheng, "I'm not joking, it's true. With that, I also showed the settlement price of the ingredients I just bought. More than 5 million, Xiao Cheng's whole person is not good." "Arena, are the chef's ingredients so expensive?" "Expensive? You have to know that second-class ingredients can't make the best delicacies." Xiao Cheng frowned. He always felt that what Arena said was a bit wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong, so he could only scratch his head. Half an hour passed in Arena's popular science for Xiao Cheng. An Ego food delivery vehicle stopped in front of the shop. Chapter 24 Failed Cooking. Looking at the tofu that looked like white marble, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but his eyes widened, then looked at Arena and said, "How can this tofu be so beautiful? This is the gap between high-grade ingredients and second-grade ingredients, you see." Seeing Xiao Cheng's shocked look, Arena Tsundara said, and Xiao Cheng nodded subconsciously. There is no need to talk about the one in front of him. The appearance of the ingredients is just like what Xiao Cheng bought. Cheap tofu. Okay, now you go to cook. Hearing Arena's words, Xiao Cheng nodded immediately, then picked up the delivered ingredients and walked into the kitchen. Seeing Xiao Cheng entering the kitchen, Arado Hisako looked at Arena and asked, "Miss Arena, who is he?" "One terrible guy." Biting her lip, Arena said, Xiao Cheng's talent really made Arena jealous. In 2 days, Xiao Cheng went from being a guy who was not an apprentice to a chef who now masters the art of cooking, and, moreover, his cooking skills still so solid. Arado Hisako looked at Xiao Cheng in the kitchen. Xiao Cheng, who had obtained the new ingredients, was completely caught in the enthusiasm for cooking. "Miss Arena, you and him." Arado Hisako has never seen Arena look like Xiao Cheng to any man. "Hisako." Hearing Arado Hisako's words, Arena yelled at Arado Hisako, a little embarrassed. Xiao Cheng would be the man who almost became her fiancé, and now being mentioned by Arado Hisako, Arena was immediately ashamed and annoyed. However, this is Xiao Cheng. Arena dismissed it when he was replaced by someone else. However, Xiao Cheng's cooking talent made Arena unwilling to do so. A person who has been cooking for 2 days is more than 10 years older than himself. The effort is simple to get. Thinking about this, Arena's mind is not to admit defeat. And Xiao Cheng in the kitchen didn't know the conversation between the 2 girls outside. He first cut off a bit of tofu and put it in his mouth. For a moment, the strong aroma of bean curd filled Xiao Cheng's mouth. This ingredient. Xiao Cheng turned on the system. Frosty tofu, blue ingredients. Frosty tofu, this thing Xiao Cheng knows, the captive of the delicacy is an ingredient that once appeared in the anime. The hunting level is below 1. It is an ingredient that can grow artificially. Soybeans contain high-quality oil flours like high-grade frosted beef, and the tofu made has a snowflake texture like frosted beef, so it is called frosted tofu. Xiao Cheng didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to cook this kind of food by himself. Suddenly, Xiao Cheng thought about it again. If all the frosted tofu exists, then, what about the rest of the ingredients? What about gourmet cells? Do the things that exist among the captives of these delicacies also exist in this world? Suddenly, Xiao Cheng came back to his senses. What he wants to think about now is not that, but rather, using this portion of frosting tofu to cook brilliant dishes. At least, this dish must have a value of 5 million. Otherwise, it is a waste of ingredients and money. Stirring, stir-frying and thickening, Xiao Cheng skillfully cooked a portion of the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu, but Xiao Cheng frowned when he looked at the dish that was only 83% complete. However, the degree of completion has dropped. Xiao Cheng is sure that this is not his own problem, but why has the degree of completion dropped? Standing in front of the stove, Xiao Cheng was so silly. Arena in the restaurant saw Xiao Cheng standing silly on the spot, stood up and walked into the kitchen. "What's wrong?" Coming to Xiao Cheng's side, Arena said to Xiao Cheng. "This dish of 8-flavor magic mapo tofu failed." Arena frowned, then picked up the spoon on one side, and took a spoonful of 8-flavor magic mapo tofu into his mouth. For the first time, Arena knew why this dish failed. The bean scent of frosty tofu completely destroys the taste of this 8-flavor magic mapo tofu. Sangjang tofu is not suitable for this dish, unless I modify the recipe or change the ingredients, but the recipe. It seems that I can only think of a way from the ingredients. Xiao Cheng does not think he has the ability to modify the recipe. The reason why he was able to deduce the 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu into the 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu is because Xiao Cheng has already deduced the mapo tofu through the previous world. To the point of oneness, Xiao Cheng just stood on the shoulders of giants, nothing more. Since high-end ingredients are not good, then return to ordinary ingredients. Arena, now the tofu should be processed by machine now, then, I want to try stone ground tofu, maybe. Chapter 25 Try again. Although this frosted tofu is high quality, for Xiao Cheng, if the recipe cannot shine, then what is the use? What Xiao Cheng wants is to let the cooking shine, not to reduce the completion of his cooking. Ingredients: stone ground tofu. Most of the tofu on the market nowadays is made by machinery. After all, compared with stone ground tofu, using mechanical tofu is more labor-saving, and the efficiency is even more amazing. Mechanical tofu, that is, synthetic tofu. Synthetic tofu is made by stirring and precipitation of soy protein isolate, modified starch and white pigment. Soy protein isolate is made of low-temperature desolubilized soybean meal, which is made of soy protein isolate. Tofu is a bit similar to frozen tofu, rich in stomata. The traditional tofu is made by grinding soybeans, adding gypsum, and using bitterning methods. However, this tofu is not good for the human body, and the gypsum will cause certain harm to the human body. Looking at Nikiri Arena, Xiao Cheng said with fierce eyes, "Arena, can you please come again tomorrow? I will grind the tofu myself now, and then I will make it tomorrow. Please come and taste it tomorrow, okay? It doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. If you need it, you can ask someone to deliver it directly. It's absolutely stone ground tofu." Originally, Nikiri Arena thought Xiao Cheng would agree, but Nikiri Arena frowned when she saw Xiao Cheng. "And, let alone anything else, can you make tofu? Is there any stone mill here? This is embarrassing. For tofu, Xiao Cheng will still make it. After all, the junior chef's skills naturally include these, but, stone mill, there is really no more here. Okay, it's like this, I'll let someone send it over now, so prepare yourself." Seeing Xiao Cheng's embarrassment, Nikiri Arena knew she was right. After purchasing the ingredients on the Ego software, Nikiri Arena walked out of the kitchen. Xiao Cheng saw nothing to do, so she followed Nikiri Arena. "Go out. Take out a tea set from the old man's room, and skillfully start to boil water, blanch the cup, and make tea." Originally, Xiao Cheng just boiled water and put in a few tea leaves and it was over. But now it's different. Chef skills include all elementary cooking skills, and tea ceremony is naturally included, but it's just getting started. Naturally, Nikiri Arena will not look good. "I didn't expect you to have a tea ceremony. I just learned it these 2 days, I'm showing my ugliness." Pour tea for Nikiri Arena, then Arato Hisako, and finally myself. "You guy, do you want me to be jealous of you so much? How you said that? Humph." Seeing Xiao Cheng, Nikiri Arena was angry and didn't know where to send it. She snorted and ignored Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng glanced at Arato Hisako, only to find that Arato Hisako was completely watching his nose and mind. Seeing this scene, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but smile. How could this be Tsundere? Not long after, another Ego's vehicle stopped outside the door. It was still the previous person who sent a plate of tofu. "Okay, let's start now." He folded his arms, hummed a word in a nasal voice, and then stopped talking to Xiao Cheng. "Well, wait for me." Xiao Cheng excitedly took the tofu and walked into the kitchen. Xiao Cheng feels that he will be able to cook luminous dishes this time. "I don't even know to say thank you, Completely unaware that he was missed again, Xiao Cheng concentrated on cooking. "Miss Arena," Arato Hisako suddenly said. "What's the matter?" "Hisako." "Yes, Miss Arena, we are running out of time now. In the next hour, we will go to the HJ building to taste new dishes, so we are now. There should be no problem if you wait for a while, Hisako, you can contact the other party, and you will reject the time for a while. I want to see how good this dish he cooked is, and the previous dish for you. You've already tasted it, don't you want to eat it once? Arato Hisako swallowed involuntarily from the back, looked at Nikiri Arena, and then at Xiao Cheng in the kitchen, and said decisively, "Okay, Miss Arena, I'll make arrangements." She just followed Ms. Arena's arrangement, not because she wanted to eat the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu made by Xiao Cheng. Well, it was definitely not because of gluttony. Having found an excuse for himself, Hisako decisively began to arrange the formation of today, and postponed all the formation for an hour. After Hisako took care of everything, Xiao Cheng also brought out a plate of mapo tofu from the kitchen, but his face was frowned. Did it fail? Arato Hisako came to Nikiri Arena's side. Failed. Chapter 26 1% missing. Failed. Looking at Xiao Cheng, Nikiri Arena asked. It's a failure. Although I have improved, it still doesn't reach the level I want. The completion of this 8-flavor magic mapo tofu is a full 89%, but it is a little bit short of completion, and it can't reach 90%, so it becomes a luminous dish. What's wrong? Putting down the 8-flavor magical mapo tofu, Xiao Cheng said to Nikiri Arena, "Arena, please help me taste it, what is wrong with my dish?" Nikiri Arena glanced at Xiao Cheng, and then scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu, an 8-flavor magical mapo tofu entrance. The hemp and spicy instantly created a picture on Nikiri Arena's tongue. The red lava poured down from the head, but the whole body was warm, and I couldn't feel any pain. This is a picture. Perfect cuisine. Nikiri Arena is very sure that this dish is perfect cuisine. Breaking free from the heart of the kitchen, Nikiri Arena forced herself out of the magma world. I can't find any shortcomings in this dish of yours. This is a perfect dish. It can already be called a killer dish. Nikiri Arena said to Xiao Cheng with certainty that Arato Hisako, who was intoxicated, was also scared from the magma world because of Nikiri Arena's words. Ms. Arena, you said, this is a killer dish. Must-kill dishes are dishes that Elite 10 level talents can have. It can be said that every must-kill dish is the trump card of Elite 10. No, there are still flaws in this 8-flavor magical mapo tofu, definitely there are. Xiao Cheng bit his thumb and looked at the cooking he was making. His eyes were full of struggling. The cooking of this one is only 1% less complete to shine, but, that 1%. The degree of completion is stuck with Xiao Cheng. Seeing Xiao Cheng's appearance, Nikiri Arena once again scooped up a spoonful of 8-flavor magic mapo tofu as if in his mouth, but the result was still the same as the last time, there was no shortcoming at all, this one was perfect. Cooking. I'm sure to tell you that this is a perfect dish. Xiao Cheng will not doubt Nikiri Arena's words, but, in the same way, Xiao Cheng will not doubt the identification of the system. He is still so bad, so bad. The ingredients make up 1% of it, so this dish will be served. The degree of completion of the food reached 89%, but it was only a little short of 90%, and the cooking was able to shine. Xiao Cheng. Suddenly, Nikiri Arena's shout made Xiao Cheng look up. Come with me. After speaking, he ignored Xiao Cheng and walked outside the door. Arato Hisako saw that Xiao Cheng hadn't recovered yet, and immediately said to Xiao Cheng, Miss Arena will let you pass. Where to go? Don't ask, you are right to follow Miss Arena now. Arato Hisako guessed, where did Nikiri Arena want Xiao Cheng to go? HJ Tower, a famous hyuxia restaurant in Yokohama Chinatown for 50 years. In the car, Xiao Cheng said to Nikiri Arena with some embarrassment, I will go like this, will I be rude? Looking at the clothes on his body, Xiao Cheng was a little embarrassed. Before getting in the car, Arato Hisako already knew where he was going. Time is too late, it's like this for the time being, it's just a moment. After speaking, Arena turned her head and looked out the window, as if I couldn't want to talk to you, and Xiao Cheng was not talking. Everything about cooking the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu was in there. Play it back in my head. Desperately trying to find out what is wrong with the last 1%, and why my cooking can't shine. The drive from Tokyo to Yokohama Chinatown took half an hour, and the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the HJ building. Well, you come in with me. Standing at the door of the HJ building, after Arena said a word, she couldn't fight and stepped in. So big. Xiao Cheng looked at the HJ building of the year before him and was speechless. No matter whether it was before or after crossing, Xiao Cheng had never been to such a big restaurant. Although there were some local turtles, there was no way to do it. Writer, I have traveled through this life for 3 years, the same as a poor man, living on the old man's 1,000 yen every day. Ms. Arena, I have been waiting for a long time. Chef HJ is ready. May I ask if you can serve it now? As soon as Shishi-eri entered the door, a waiter greeted her and said, Double, bring him 1 too. Pointing to Xiao Cheng, Arena stopped speaking. The waiter was taken aback, then immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll go and notify Chef HJ now. Looking at the leaving waiter, Xiao Cheng asked, Arena, why are you bringing me with you? Chapter 27. This is embarrassing. What do you think a good chef must have? Excellent cooking. Xiao Cheng replied without thinking about it, a good chef must have good cooking skills, but for Xiao Cheng's answer, Arena has a corner of his mouth, and then said, Is it just like this? Is there anything else? A good chef has his own excellent cooking skills, but also learns to taste dishes. Arena is telling Xiao Cheng that your cooking is perfect. Xiao Cheng also understands what Arena said, but Xiao Cheng is always thinking about the 1% degree of completion, so yes, Xiao Cheng was just silent for Arena's reminder. Seeing the stubborn look that she wanted to be, Arena couldn't help but snorted. In Lu Sabaru's era, the sentence that only luminous dishes are good dishes hit Xiao Cheng's weakness. Moreover, since the system has given a degree of completion, there must be a way to achieve more than 90%, but Xiao Cheng hasn't found it yet. He doesn't give up, he definitely wants to find the 1% that disappeared. The fist under the table was clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of the hand were exposed because of the forceful grip. Tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door outside the box, and then a middle-aged man with a chef's hat came in from outside pushing the dining car. Ms. Arena, thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to taste my new dishes. Seeing the other party, Arena did not respond to the other party's polite words, and went straight to the subject and said, Chef HJ, present your dishes. Yes. Chef HJ came to Arena and Xiao Cheng with 2 plates covered with lids personally. Please taste. After putting the dishes in front of Arena and Xiao Cheng, Chef HJ smiled and lifted the lid. Mapo tofu. Xiao Cheng looked at the food that the other party brought, and couldn't help shouting in surprise, and Arena also didn't expect that the food the other party presented would be mapo tofu, and subconsciously glanced at Xiao Cheng. Chef HJ glanced at Arena and asked, Ms. Arena, are there any questions? There is nothing. After answering, Arena picked up the spoon on the side of the dinner plate, then scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu and put it into the red lips. Then, the next moment Arena put down the spoon and faced it. The Chef HJ in front of him said, the ordinary mapo tofu has only 5 flavors, but your mapo tofu has 6 flavors, with 1 more crispy, ground meat crispy. Chef HJ showed a trace of complacency on his face, and said to Arena, Ms. Arena, you are right. In the past, I once read a book that said mapo tofu has 6 flavors. Therefore, I spent 20 years searching for it, and finally, I found the 6th flavor, which is crisp. Looking at the complacent Chef HJ in front of him, Nakiri just watched calmly and coldly, while Xiao Cheng had an embarrassed expression on one side. After all, the other party kept talking about researching for 20 years, and as a result, Xiao Cheng but here is already perfect food in Nakiri mouth. Thinking about the gap, Xiao Cheng smiled helplessly. Immediately, Xiao Cheng also scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu and delivered the mapo tofu to his mouth. After the same spoonful, Xiao Cheng also put down the spoon and looked at Chef HJ with a trace of regret in his eyes. Miss Arena. Looking at the appearance of Nakiri and Xiao Cheng, Chef HJ had an ominous premonition in his heart. Chef HJ, you can think of the sixth flavor of mapo tofu crispy is amazing, but... Nakiri looked at the mapo tofu in front of him, and then at Chef HJ. However, your mapo tofu is not the perfect mapo tofu I have ever tasted. Before this, I have tasted the magical mapo tofu with 6 flavors, and the other side's crispy is better than your crisp is even higher. Nakiri did not estimate the other party in the slightest, and directly denied the other party's dishes. What? It's impossible. How can anyone think of 6th flavor crisp before me? Stepping back a few steps, Chef HJ looked at Nakiri and said incredulously. It took 20 years to come up with the 6th flavor of mapo tofu. With confidence, please come to the tongue of God. After tasting, the tongue of God told him that someone had already made the magic mapo tofu with 6 flavors before him, and it was even more perfect than his. Don't believe it. He is the one who made the magic mapo tofu with 6 flavors better than you. Nakiri Kyunkyu refers to Xiao Cheng all the time. Arena, that. Xiao Cheng looked at Nakiri with a look of embarrassment. This is pulling him hatred. Miss Arena, even you, I don't believe it unless he can prove it. Chapter 28 Cooking, Shining. Seeing the look of Chef HJ, Xiao Cheng was embarrassed, really embarrassed, and at the same time looked at Nakiri helplessly. Why did you say that you are good to say it? Humph. Seeing the look in Xiao Cheng's eyes, Nakiri snorted coldly, and responded lazily to Xiao Cheng's rookie in the cook world. Xiao Cheng, Ms. Arena has a reason. You can now prove that you have already completed the magic mapo tofu with 6 flavors. Arato Hisako also said to Xiao Cheng. Looking at Arato Hisako and Nakiri, Xiao Cheng looked at Chef HJ with a slight embarrassment in his eyes, and then said, Chef HJ, then, if you don't mind, can you lend me the kitchen? Good. Chef HJ finished speaking, and took Xiao Cheng directly to the kitchen of HJ Building. Although HJ Building is a Japanese restaurant, there is a strong Hyuxia style in the kitchen. The kitchen utensils have everything, even some of the rarer kitchen utensils, Xiao Cheng has seen here. Nakiri looked at Xiao Cheng with her arms folded and said, I have a little more than an hour left. The implication is to let Xiao Cheng prove it quickly, and then leave. Xiao Cheng nodded, and the head chef of HJ had already sent the ingredients, because today he invited the tongue of God to taste his new cooking. HJ Building is closed, and the chefs in the kitchen are not busy. Therefore, all the chefs who gathered are looking at Xiao Cheng. So, I'll start. Xiao Cheng looked at the plate of tofu in front of him, then was stunned. This is... Xiao Cheng looked at a bamboo knife on the side of the tofu, and then the two said that there was excitement with that. No, it should be said to be ecstatic. I understand, I finally understand what I lack. The sudden shout scared Nakiri, and Nakiri said uncomfortably, hurry up, what are you doing? Well, right now, Arena, I finally know what is the flaw in my cooking. After finishing speaking, he took the lead, and it was neat and crisp. A piece of tofu was cut in Xiao Cheng's hands, lighted, and the pot was heated. Xiao Cheng stir-fried with skillful movements. Not long after, the scent of mapo tofu, which is unique to mapo tofu, was diffused in the kitchen, the scent of hemp and spicy superimposed on each other. Chef HJ on one side already showed a surprised look. Although he didn't think Xiao Cheng could really cook the magical mapo tofu with 6 flavors, Chef HJ still recognized Xiao Cheng's mapo tofu. Stir-fry the scent of mapo tofu, and, with this level of scent, Chef HJ believes that Xiao Cheng is definitely a talent. Not long after, Xiao Cheng walked out of the kitchen with a plate covered with a lid in his hand. Looking at the excitement on Xiao Cheng's face, Nakiri Arena looked at Xiao Cheng suspiciously. Has Xiao Cheng's cooking really improved? Arena, I succeeded. 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, I succeeded. Xiao Cheng put the plate in front of Nakiri Arena, and then excitedly said to Nakiri Arena, open the lid. The first dish that shines from my own hands. I want to see how you can improve your cooking. Nakiri Arena's previous dishes presented by Xiao Cheng are already perfect dishes, but now, Xiao Cheng actually says it succeeded. Doesn't it mean that her previous evaluation was wrong? Right now, Nakiri Arena unlocked the lid in front of Xiao Cheng, and then coax. As if there was a roar in the souls of everyone. There was light under the opened lid, and as Nakiri Arena completely opened the lid, a strong light was emitted from the food. Under everyone's eyes, the cooking is shining. Clang! The lid in Nakiri Arena's hand fell to the ground, making a sound, and at this time, the light slowly disappeared. Materials, cooking, hair, shining. A chef in the HJ building made an incredible sound, and the cooking actually shined. Arena, try it, this one, the finished version of the 6-flavored magic mapo tofu. Nakiri Arena nodded subconsciously, then took the spoon that Xiao Cheng handed over, and dug a spoon of magic mapo tofu into the mouth. At the next moment, Nakiri Arena's eyes were billowing. Xiao Cheng smiled and handed the spoon in his hand to Arato Hisako and Chef HJ. Please try, my 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu. Joy and excitement, Xiao Cheng finally completed a luminous dish with his own hands. Although Xiao Cheng doesn't know the reason for this luminous dish, isn't it? He is also a man who cooks luminous dishes. P.S. Thanks for the 100 rewards of Dark Knight stars. Chapter 29 Leave it to you. Keng Dang. The spoon in Chef HJ's hand fell to the ground, and there was a clear clanging sound. Then, Chef HJ suddenly knelt down, his face showing a dead grey. It seems that you also understand, Chef HJ, this dish is a far cry from the comparison. Yes, the world is different. Xiao Cheng's 6-flavored magic mapo tofu dumped a few streets. Chef HJ doesn't know how many streets. Chef HJ himself clearly understands the gap, but he is deeply unwilling. It was the lingering in Chef HJ's chest. Chef HJ looked at Xiao Cheng, and the bloodshot eyes in his eyes made Xiao Cheng a little worried. No, it's not right, this is plagiarism, you plagiarized me, I am the one who found the 6th flavor crispy mapo tofu, I am. Nakiri Arena frowned and looked at the Chef HJ in front of him, with a trace of disgust in his eyes and said, is it right that you don't know in your heart? Tell you the truth. A few days ago, my grandfather and I were already him. Tasted there. The devil of food. Chef HJ knelt on the ground in despair. Xiao Cheng looked at each other and asked Nakiri Arena, why does the other care about this? Every chef who has made a significant contribution to the cooking world will receive rewards from Ego and subsequent huge benefits. Arato Hisako explained. Moreover, it's not just that. Chefs who have made significant contributions are also badges that can be rewarded by Egos. Compared with the previous awards, this badge is really important. This badge can be free of charge to a certain extent. Use Ego's resources, now, you understand. Xiao Cheng nodded, looked at Chef HJ, and then said, if you want it, then give it to you. This is compensation for the 20 years you have spent. Chef HJ raised his head and looked at Xiao Cheng with an expression of disbelief. Even Nakiri Arena yelled at Xiao Cheng in shock, are you crazy? Arena, the 6th flavor can be given to Chef HJ, but I still have the 7th and 8th flavors. After taking a look at Chef HJ, Xiao Cheng said, "If there is only the 6th flavor, then I really wouldn't give it to Chef HJ, but now I still have a chance to be rewarded, so this time I will give it to what does it matter to Chef HJ. Damn it, you fellow." Nakiri Arena was simply not taking care of Xiao Cheng, while Xiao Cheng looked at Chef HJ and said, "I gave it to you, just like this. Just as a reward for letting me realize the 1% reward." Previously, Xiao Cheng's magical mapo tofu with 6 flavors had been stuck at 89%. Xiao Cheng couldn't find the reason, but now Xiao Cheng knows the reason, and that is the reason for the kitchenware. Before, Xiao Cheng's tofu cutting kitchen utensils directly used iron kitchen utensils, and for this reason, Xiao Cheng's cooking is always not able to reach the level of luminescence. It was not until Xiao Cheng saw the bamboo knife prepared by Chef HJ that Xiao Cheng understood the flaw in his cooking. The tofu is contaminated with other flavors, but the bamboo knife will not have this problem. Therefore, Xiao Cheng can make luminous dishes this time. And it is precisely for this reason that Xiao Cheng is willing to give that honor to the person in front of him, which is regarded as repaying him for allowing himself to make a brilliant cooking. "Okay, Arena, let's go back. After I go back, I will make you 8 flavor 1 magic mapo tofu. At that time, I believe that the flavor of 8 flavor 1 magic mapo tofu must be better than 6 flavor 1 magic mapo tofu. How about it, do you want to eat it? I have found the shortcomings that make my cooking shine, and Xiao Cheng's mood is very good now. Just, I don't want to eat it." Nakiri Arena snorted coldly, but the constant swallowing of the throat betrayed Nakiri Arena's idea. Let's go, I'll treat you to eat. Please help me taste my 8 flavor magic mapo tofu with the tongue of God, Miss Arena." Nakiri Arena, who had just forcibly forced Sundara, now heard Xiao Cheng's words and saw Xiao Cheng giving herself a step. Then she said to Xiao Cheng with an expression that I reluctantly agreed because of your request. For the sake of your prayers, I reluctantly promised you. Later, Nakiri Arena looked at Chef HJ again and said, "For this guy's sake, I will treat this as having never happened. If it wasn't for this guy's kindness, hey, thank this guy." Nakiri Arena shook her blonde hair, and then shouted to Xiao Cheng, "Hurry up, do you want me to wait for you, a commoner? Hey, come right away." Waved to Chef HJ, Xiao Cheng followed Nakiri Arena and left the HJ building. "Chef HJ, let's take it." The rest of the chefs in the HJ building looked at Chef HJ and asked Chef HJ for his opinion on what to do next. P.S. Thank you Ju seeing 100 rewards of flying. Chapter 30 edit is coming. Anulun is both painful and happy now. Anulun is also looking at a group of editors in front of him. All these editors are here for Xiao Cheng's speed of 5 cm per second. "Oh, isn't this senior mission? Why do you also like this book with a speed of 5 cm per second, senior?" "Haha, who did I think it was? It turned out to be Sasaki-kun. Sasaki-kun, aren't you the editor of the manga section? Come this way too. This is a rare good book in Japan. Although I am only a manga editor, I believe that the 5 cm per second manga adaptation will also be shocking. After all, manga can express the second speed better than the language skills. 5 cm. Sasaki-kun is saying that Mr. Shinkai Makoto's writing skills are not enough to describe it. How come? I really admire Xin Heiken's writing skills, but senior mission, do you doubt Xin Heiken's writing skills? These people are all enemies, and now they are all wishing that the other party will say bad things about Xin Heiken, and then get out of the game. After all, there are so many editors on the scene, but there is only one copy of 5 cm per second. Anujun, can you contact Mr. Xin Heiken for me? I want to discuss it with Mr. Xin Heiken in person. We are here to visit Mr. Xin Heiken with great sincerity. That's right, Anujun, please contact Mr. Xin Heiken in the class. In order to let Mr. Xin Heiken join, we have opened a very favorable contract. Both Machida Sunko and Kagurazaka Ayam said to Anulun, and Anulun had an awkward smile on his face. I see, I will call Cheng now, if Cheng wants. After Anulun's answer, there was a slight smile on the faces of both people. Then I will trouble you, Mr. Anulun. Anulun also ran to the toilet quickly, and then dialed Xiao Cheng's number. Xiao Cheng, who was returning to Tokyo from Yokohama in Nakiri Arena's car, was silent for a while after receiving a call from Anulun Yat, and then replied, Ren Yat, I will pass now, but you can tell those editors that I am now Yokohama is on the way back to Tokyo, so it will take a while. Tell the editors, go to my store and wait a while, I will be there in about half an hour. After hung up the phone, Xiao Cheng said to Nakiri Arena, there are some things that need to be busy later, and then I will make you the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu. What's going on? Seeing Xiao Cheng's appearance, Nakiri Arena still has any trouble for Xiao Cheng. It was a novel published on the internet 2 days ago, and it was picked up by some editors of the library, so it seems that those editors are planning to sign a contract with me. Xiao Cheng himself did not expect that those editors would be so excited. Novel. Nakiri Arena seemed to think of something. Well, 5 centimeters per second. Nakiri Arena's face stiffened, looking at Xiao Cheng, she didn't know what to say. Second speed of 5 centimeters. Nakiri Arena asked again. Well, what's wrong? Although it's a little boastful, I recommend you to read it, Arena, because, I think, 5 centimeters per second is a good novel. It's more than good, it's almost exploding. Nakiri Arena stared at Xiao Cheng fiercely, it was this guy who caused her to have no rest in the past 2 days. Xiao Cheng was a little uncomfortable after being shown by Nakiri Arena. He wanted to ask what was going on. But Nakiri Arena's appearance made Xiao Cheng unable to speak. On the other side, Arado Hisako looked at Xiao Cheng with strange eyes. As Nakiri Arena's personal secretary, Arado Hisako knew that his eldest lady was crazy obsessed with the novel about 5 centimeters per second in the past 2 days. As a result, the author of the novel appeared in front of them. Get someone? I know, I'll go and see, take a good look. Could it be that I offended this tsundere Persian cat? A black question mark on his face. The atmosphere in the car was weirdly silent. Fortunately, the half-hour journey was not too far away. As Nakiri Arena's car stopped, Xiao Cheng walked out of the car and looked at his shop. A group of people at the door couldn't help leaving a drop of cold sweat on their faces, and Anulun also saw Xiao Cheng. It was the same as seeing the savior. Aiken, you finally came back. If you don't come back, the editor of this scene will tear himself up. He didn't dare to say this sentence in his heart, and Xiao Cheng, at this time, was considering whether he would turn around and run away now. Chapter 31 Arena, please. However, before Xiao Cheng escaped, the Queen Nakiri Arena who got out of the car opened, and suddenly the whole scene fell silent. Senior, that shouldn't be Tsukiya's tongue, Miss Nakiri Arena. Haha. Xiao Cheng turned his head to look at Nakiri Arena, with a look of surprise on his face. Arena, your name is so useful. When you stop here, the whole scene is quiet. Regarding Xiao Cheng's ridicule, Nakiri Arena snorted coldly. With a cry, the Queen's aura slowly looked at the editors present, and then said, I don't do my job properly, I clearly have the strength of a 3-star chef now, but I still do these boring things. Arado Hisako looked at Nakiri Arena with a strange look. You should know that the previous Nakiri Arena was chasing the book 5 centimeters per second, staying up all night for 2 days, but now he says that Xiao Cheng is not doing his job properly. Go in first. After criticizing Xiao Cheng, Nakiri Arena said to Xiao Cheng, what else can Xiao Cheng do? Of course, I did it honestly according to Nakiri Arena's request. By the way, there is one thing I want to tell you, Arena. Xiao Cheng looked at Nakiri Arena and said. What's the matter? It's not a big deal, it's just that the dish will be cooked for you later. I originally thought that Xiao Cheng was going to say something, but in the end the amount was waiting for this sentence. Am I so greedy? Glancing angrily, the killing gaze in his eyes made Xiao Cheng turn his head firmly, not to look at Nikirina's shameful eyes. Openers walked into the store, and then invited those editors in. Looking at so many people, Xiao Cheng didn't expect that there would be so many people. For a while, Xiao Cheng didn't know what he should do. Yes, but, soon, Xiao Cheng had a brainstorm and hit Nikirina's idea. As the future heir of Tsuki, Nikirina's business acumen is definitely not covered, so why not ask Nikirina? Irina, it's okay to ask you to take care of this matter, I'll go in and cook you the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu. Instinctively wanted Sundara's cold snort, and then refused. However, when Xiao Cheng said that the 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, an unnatural look flashed across Nikirina's face, remembering the previous 6 flavors. 1 magical mapo tofu, Nikirina's tongue instinctively sends out to Nikirina, I want to eat it, this kind of opinion is coming. Humph. Okay, even if Miss Sundara agreed, she just used a cold snort to explain it, but Xiao Cheng knew that Nikirina agreed. Well, everyone who is rare to come here, then, as a chef, let me entertain everyone. I will entrust all of you to this Miss Nikirina. After speaking, he drilled directly into the kitchen, and Xiao Cheng went into hiding. Now, let's talk about things that are 5 centimeters per second. The people sitting here are editors of every publishing house. Then, now, let's talk about what conditions you can give. With a flick of golden hair, Nikirina looks like a queen. In the kitchen, Xiao Cheng looked at Nikirina who was walking outside. Xiao Cheng was fake if he didn't envy him. However, Xiao Cheng also knew that he was not the editor's opponent because of his few pounds of meat. If you want to strive for the best benefit for yourself, then let Nikirina do it. Before the crossing, Xiao Cheng was a writer of bashing net articles. After crossing, he went to school for the past 3 years. Xiao Cheng didn't have that ability at all. However, Nikirina was different. All the editors are silent, the queen is properly, and, as the heir of Tsuki, Nikirina naturally receives elite education. These things are completely trivial to Nikirina. However, Xiao Cheng also knows that if Nikirina waits to get it done, if he fails to come up with dishes that satisfy God's tongue, then Xiao Cheng is probably going to play GG amidst the laughter, God's tongue, but not so nice. Bamboo knives are naturally available in Xiao Cheng's shop. The common kitchen utensils are all available in this small shop. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. Outside of the kitchen, a group of editors were under the pressure of Nikirina. They were all the ones Nikirina said. They could only forcefully hold the bottom line in a cold sweat. But it didn't take long for everyone to smell the scent from the kitchen. What scent is this, and why is it so attractive? Seeing this, the corners of Nikirina's mouth rose slightly. Chapter 32 Hatsun's Grudge. Walking out of the kitchen, Xiao Cheng placed 2 portions of the 8-flavor magic mapo tofu in front of Nikirina and a group of editors. You guys have come from afar to work hard, try my cooking. As the eldest lady, it is naturally impossible to enjoy Nikirina with a group of editors. Therefore, Xiao Cheng is directly divided into 2 parts. One part is for a dozen or so editors, and one part is give it to Nikirina and Arato Hisako. Seeing Xiao Cheng's behavior, Nikirina was quite satisfied. If Xiao Cheng dared to let her share a meal with a group of people, then Nikirina would definitely turn around and leave. Then, everyone, please enjoy the food first. Xiao Cheng made a please gesture. Then, I'm not welcome. At the moment, there was an editor who had insufficient concentration and reached out to take the spoon, and then, as everyone's eyes were caught in the flood, he scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu and put it in his mouth. With the first one, there was a second one. Although the amount of mapo tofu in a plate seems to be a lot, there are more than a dozen people, but it is completely wiped out in just a few minutes. Delicious. The faces of those editors seemed to be in heaven. Xiao Cheng. Nakiri Arena looked at Xiao Cheng, her eyes narrowed slightly. The mapo tofu just now didn't shine. What Nakiri Arena wanted to eat was the shiny mapo tofu. Just open the lid. Needless to say, Xiao Cheng knows what Nakiri Arena means. Then I want to see. Nakiri Arena opened the lid, and then, boo! The shining light that seemed like a holy light radiated from the cooking, and it was indeed the light. The light from the cooking, the food that the editors just ate did not shine, and this of Nakiri Arena's one is a luminous version. In terms of completion, Nakiri Arena's is 93% complete. The rest of the people's share is only about 75%. Xiao Cheng is not sure, if this eldest lady asks her to eat the same dishes as those people, will she feel uncomfortable? Now, judging from the results, Xiao Cheng's thoughts are not in vain, and Nakiri Arena is very satisfied now. Fat, shine. A group of editors looked at the glowing food, their mouths opened wide, and their eyes were full of incredible expressions. Xiao Cheng smiled and stood aside, watching Nakiri Arena. In Chiyoda District, Hatsune Miku stared at the information in his hand. The information above is true. Yes, Princess, the information above is true, and it lasts until yesterday. Looking at the above information, Hatsune Miku couldn't help but said, "So, did I misunderstand him?" But before he finished speaking, Hatsune Miku waved his hand to indicate that the other party could go down. Hatsune, how about it? I'll say that Cheng will definitely not be a bad person. Now, you know. Looking at the silver gray-haired girl on one side, Hatsune Miku said helplessly, "Tianyi, but it is absolutely true that Xiao Cheng is a negative person. She is such an excellent girl, but Xiao Cheng. Will it be persecuted? Isn't this kind of plot often included in TV dramas? Because the woman's parents look down on the other party as a poor boy, they threaten the man and let the man and the woman break up." Pointing his chin with his finger, Luo Tianyi seemed to be the incarnation of Sherlock Holmes. Ugh! He couldn't help but screamed. Hatsune Miku suddenly flipped over the information in his hand, and then, an embarrassing look suddenly appeared on Hatsune Miku's face. Well, I guessed it. Aiken will definitely not be a bad person, and someone who can cook that kind of cooking will definitely not be a bad person. Through Luo Tianyi's words, Hatsune Miku could not help but think of the cooking spirit contained in Xiao Cheng's cooking. Although it is still very immature, Hatsune Miku can feel it. The chef wants to make the satisfaction of diners. The previous Hatsune Miku was preconceived, so he didn't understand Xiao Cheng at all. Thinking about it now, Hatsune Miku is embarrassed. Tianyi, I said too much to him, will he? Hatsune Miku is a little nervous now. After all, it was his own fault. Hatsune Miku is a girl who dares to be a daring girl. If you make a mistake, you must admit it, but it's so embarrassing. It doesn't matter, I believe Aiken is not that kind of petty person. If you can tell Aiken clearly, Hatsune, Aiken will definitely forgive you. Woo, blame that damn it guy. Hatsune Miku couldn't help but complain. P.S. Thanks to Yayu for the 1000 rewards. Chapter 33 Super Auditory, add more for Night Rain. Then, it's settled like that. A group of editors looked at Xiao Cheng in front of him, dropped one sentence one by one, and then ran away quickly. Looking at the group of people running away, Xiao Cheng gave Nakiri Arena a thumbs up. You are still great. In response to Xiao Cheng's appreciation, Nakiri Arena snorted directly, since you have walked down the path of the chef, then let me continue. Also, don't keep doing business, the main time is still to be spent. Above cooking. Arena, do you mean, I just need to arrange the time? However, the answer to him was only a cold snort. Looking at the two slender figures leaving, Xiao Cheng smiled. After Arena left, Xiao Cheng closed the shop door. Xiao Cheng wants to see what he has gained in the past 2 days. The first luminous dish. The task is already displayed in the task bar. Task: the first luminous dish. As a chef who is determined to step on the power of a chef, non-luminous dishes are not good dishes. Please cook the first luminous dish. Task reward: a little talent, super hearing. Finally finished. With a little talent, Xiao Cheng didn't care much at that time. What really made Xiao Cheng cared about was super hearing. Super hearing, one of the 5 super senses. According to what Xiao Cheng knows, a person with super hearing is one of the 5 tiger stars in the dark cooking world, the prodigal son Yan Xian. Hearing can tell whether the dish is delicious or not by just listening to the cooking process. However, Xiao Cheng is certain that this is definitely not the only way to look at it. If the super auditory only listens to the taste of this dish, then it cannot be called super taste, super olfactory, super visual, and super tactile at the same time. Super taste, Nakiri Arena is the best embodiment, and super olfactory, Xiao Cheng is estimated to be the nose of Yeshan Liang. Super touch and super vision are not known, but super hearing is definitely not weak. Host: Xiao Cheng. S*X, male. Age: 17. Physical fitness: LV2. Cooking level: level 11. Reputation: 114,214. Cooking skills: none. Special talent: cooking heart, super hearing. Recipe: 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, purple, 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, blue, golden egg fried rice, blue. Talent points: 12 points. Completing the task rewarded a little talent point, and increasing 1 level rewarded a little talent point. Now Xiao Cheng has a total of 12 talent points. Looking at that kitchen heart and super hearing, Xiao Cheng assigned a little talent to that of kitchen heart. Kitchen heart, 1/10. You can order a full kitchen mind at 10 o'clock. However, the importance of talent points cannot be wasted at will. Only 1 level of talent is a little talent point, and 100th level is only 100 points, and a kitchen mind needs 10 points, even if it's a full level, and it's just a talent point of 100 points, not to mention anything else. It's 10 o'clock for Chuksan. Is there anything else above Chuksan? A&D. Xiao Cheng's gaze was aimed at super hearing, and then he assigned a talent point to super hearing. Super hearing, 1/5. Super hearing only needs 5 talent points, which is less than the cooking heart. Xiao Cheng's gaze narrowed slightly, and he resisted the impulse to give the super acoustic sensation to the full limit immediately. Xiao Cheng turned off the interface in front of him. Then, go try it now, super acoustic. With new things in hand, Xiao Cheng naturally couldn't help itching. When he came to the kitchen, Xiao Cheng held a piece of tofu, with a slight smile on his face. Sure enough, it was super auditory, not just for listening to whether the food was delicious or not. Holding tofu's hand, Xiao Cheng clearly heard the voice coming from tofu. Xiao Cheng dared to say that if he had super hearing before this, he would definitely know from the beginning that he must use a bamboo knife to cut tofu. Super hearing. Xiao Cheng was excited. Then, Xiao Cheng filled up the super audience all at once, and again spent 4 talent points. Xiao Cheng directly filled up the super audience, and then, for a while, Xiao Cheng's face changed. Covering his ears with his hands, Xiao Cheng felt as if countless voices had penetrated into his ears. Very noisy. There seemed to be countless voices in Xiao Cheng's head that had penetrated into his ears, and his head was about to explode. Xiao Cheng resisted the feeling of nausea and wanted to vomit, took out his mobile phone, and wanted to make a call, but when the call was just dialed, Xiao Cheng couldn't help throwing away the phone, covering his ears with both hands, but it was still useless. Returning to Tsukiya's car, Nakiri Arena's cell phone rang suddenly, took out a look, and found that it was Xiao Cheng. After connecting, Nakiri Arena continued to feed several times, but no answer was received. What happened? I hung up the call, and then called back, but no one answered. What happened? Hisako, let the driver go back. Yes, Miss Arena. P.S. You need to add more, and then, punch one by one to blame. Chapter 34. This arena is not fake. It's so noisy, so noisy, so noisy. Xiao Cheng feels that there are hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of voices in his brain every minute and every second, and his hands are tight. It's useless to cover your ears, the voice still continues to pass into Xiao Cheng's ears, brought by the superacoustic full level. It's like listening to the sound of everything. The sound of the whole world seemed to penetrate Xiao Cheng's brain through Xiao Cheng's ears. His face was occupied by the color of pain. Xiao Cheng wanted to pass out. Once he passed out, he didn't have to endure this kind of pain. However, this kind of voice made Xiao Cheng unable to pass out of a coma at all. It was painful, very painful. And this is, Nakiri Arena's vehicle also stopped in front of Xiao Cheng's shop. After getting out of the vehicle, Nakiri Arena walked to the door and patted the door. No one responded, called, and no one answered. Nakiri Arena immediately showed his eyebrows. Wrinkle, said to the man in black in the car, kick the door open for me. With a bang, Xiao Cheng's store door suddenly shattered, and then, Nakiri Arena immediately entered the store, and at a glance he saw the painful face of Xiao Cheng in the kitchen. Hey, you have nothing to do. Moving continuously, Nakiri Arena came to Xiao Cheng's face, and fistfully came to Xiao Cheng's face. Noisy, so noisy. Nakiri Arena almost didn't kick it. I care about you, and you said I'm so noisy. Although he didn't kick over, Nakiri Arena didn't give Xiao Cheng a good face either. Arato Hisako on one side seemed to have found something and said to Nakiri Arena, Miss Arena, look at the way he keeps covering his ears. Yab. Hey, what happened to you? Nakiri Arena yelled this to Xiao Cheng, but Xiao Cheng didn't answer Nakiri Arena at all. He just covered her ears with her hands. Her face was full of pain and hideousness. Ms. Arena, why don't we knock him out first, then let's call an ambulance. Well, just do that, knock him out, and call an ambulance. I have to tell Grandpa about this thing. Nakiri Arena looked at Xiao Cheng, her eyes flashed with worry, and then pretended to be dissatisfied and said, why is this person so troublesome? Arato Hisako haha, Miss Arena, if you really dislike him in trouble, you won't help him like this. The black bodyguard stepped forward, knocked Xiao Cheng with a hand knife, and then said to Nakiri Arena, Miss, or we can send him to the hospital directly. Nakiri Arena thought for a while and said, go. After carrying Xiao Cheng into the car with the help of the bodyguards, Nakiri Arena hesitated. Nakiri Arena said to the black bodyguards, you stay here, look after the store, and then repair the broken door. Yes. A car drove away quickly. After Nakiri Arena told Nakiri Senseiman about Xiao Cheng, she looked at Xiao Cheng with her head resting on her lap. You fellow, can't you save me a snack? The black line on Arato Hisako's face sitting across from Nakiri Arena, my own Miss Arena, I'm afraid it's not fake. A few red lights along the way, Xiao Cheng was finally sent to the hospital, and then a full set of examinations began, and Nakiri Senseiman also rushed over, able to make this famous Japanese food demon come. Really not much. Xiao Cheng's grandfather and Nakiri Senseiman are old friends, and Nakiri Senseiman is asked to take care of Xiao Cheng. Of course. The most important thing is that Nakiri Senseiman thought of a possibility. Arena, tell me all the way you saw Xiao Cheng before, don't miss a word. Nakiri Sentimon's expression is serious and serious. Yes. Later, Nakiri Arena began to relay the situation of Xiao Cheng before. Nakiri Senseiman did not answer after hearing it, but only made a call. After a few instructions, Nakiri Arena began to wait for the result of the inspection. 3 hours later, a smile appeared on the corner of Nakiri Sentimon's mouth. And Nakiri Arena has a look of anger. Xiao Cheng's appearance is absolutely impossible to pretend, but the report now says that there is no problem. Looking at the doctors in front of him with eyes like a knife, Nakiri Arena said loudly, "You tell me, he has nothing to do." "Yes, Miss Arena, we are very sure, and after a very careful and detailed comparison, we are sure that this gentleman has absolutely nothing to do." "You?" Nakiri Arena had something else to say, but was stopped by Nakiri Senseiman. "Arena, there is nothing wrong with that kid, and maybe there is something good." Chapter 35 God's Tongue and God's Ear. "What?" Nakiri Arena looked dumbfounded. "Good thing?" "It's a good thing that Xiao Cheng has become like that." Looking at her grandpa with weird eyes, Nakiri Arena really wants not to ask now, "What is your heart?" Nakiri Senseiman smiled silently, his eyes full of expectation. Unlike Nakiri Arena, Nakiri Senseiman guessed what happened to Xiao Cheng's body. Seeing Grandpa's mysterious smile, Nakiri Arena didn't ask more about this, but said to Nakiri Senseiman, "Grandpa, have you ever seen a dish that shines? Glowing cuisine?" Nakiri Senseiman looked at Nakiri Arena in front of him in confusion and said, "Arena, what happened?" Yes, the previous Xiao Cheng cooked shiny dishes, so what is going on with the shiny dishes? Why do the dishes shine?" Nakiri Senseiman thought for a while and said, "Well, maybe for this reason. Arena, take Xiao Cheng and me back first." "I see." A group of people came and went in a hurry, but Xiao Cheng was directly taken back to the Nakiri mansion. "Here it is." Nakiri Arena looked at the dark room in the year before him, a trace of terror flashed in his eyes, and Nakiri Arena's bad thoughts aroused here. "Arena, you will take care of Xiao Cheng temporarily." "I understand, but why are you in this place?" "Because, now he needs an absolutely quiet place, so he can only do that, and, Arena, you may have a companion." "Companion?" "Yes, like you, Arena, who has the tongue of God, you have the talent of God, the hearing of God, and the companion of super hearing." Nakiri Senseiman looked at Xiao Cheng with scorching eyes. "Super acoustic. If Nakiri Arena and Xiao Cheng, who have this super taste, give birth to a child, will they inherit the super taste and super acoustic sense of their parents?" Nakiri Senseiman suddenly became excited, and his eyes kept turning around Nakiri Arena and Xiao Cheng. "Grandpa, why do your eyes make me feel so rude?" "Ahem, nothing. Then, Arena, now I will let someone bring your things over, and then, you will live here temporarily with Xiao Cheng." "Wait, there seems to be something wrong." "Wait, Grandpa, why do I want to live with you?" "Because you are an unmarried couple, Arena. Is it not normal to live together? If the remaining children of you and A can have the tongue and ears of God, that would be great." Nakiri Arena had a dark face. Looking at the grandfather in front of her, she was afraid that she might not have a fake grandfather. "Grandfather?" With a dark face, Nakiri Arena shouted to Nakiri Senseiman. "Ah, this man is old, he really needs to rest well. No, I need to take a good rest now, I will leave first after washing." Nakiri Senseiman said, "Hita haha," then turned and left. "Hisako, he will be taken care of by you." Looking at Xiao Cheng who was still in a coma, Nakiri Arena said in embarrassment, then threw Xiao Cheng to Arato Hisako and ran away on his own. "Miss Arena." Arato Hisako looked at Xiao Cheng. She wanted to say that she could not take care of the boys, but this was Miss Arena's order. For a while, Arato Hisako's face was full of entanglements. This guy. Looking at Xiao Cheng in front of him, Arato Hisako really didn't know how to take care of it, but fortunately, Xiao Cheng woke up leisurely too. "It hurts." Holding his neck, Xiao Cheng did it, and then Xiao Cheng looked at the surrounding environment and Arato Hisako. "Hisako, it's you, where is this place?" "Before me." Suddenly, Xiao Cheng remembered what happened to him when he bought it before. Xiao Cheng remembered that because of an impulse, he filled up the superacoustic sense, and then nothing can be remembered. Xiao Cheng immediately opened the panel. Host, Xiao Cheng. S*X, male. Age, 17. Physical fitness, LV2. Cooking level, level 11. Reputation, 117,516. Cooking skills, none. Special talents, cooking heart, 1/10, super hearing, max. Recipe, 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, purple, 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, blue, golden egg fried rice, blue. Talent points, 6 points. System, what's the matter with super hearing, why did I become like that? Please explore for yourself. You said I want your system to be useful, System Prince, our brother seems to be unable to do it. Chapter 36 Powerful Ear of God. So quiet. After experiencing the tragic things before, this kind of quietness is simply a kind of enjoyment for Xiao Cheng. Seeing Xiao Cheng waking up, Arado Hisako didn't have to be so embarrassed by then, and asked Xiao Cheng about the previous events. Not long after they left, something like that happened to Xiao Cheng. That, it seems that I have awakened some talent, I can hear a lot of voices in my ears. The ear of God, this thought popped up in Arado Hisako's mind for the first time. Xiao Cheng's awakening of the ear of God must be like this. No wonder the previous commander would say that. However, if it looks like this, it's nothing strange. The descendants of God's tongue and God's ear, it's no wonder that Nakiri Senseiman wants to hold his grandson. For this reason, it's Arado Hisako Nakiri arenas. The support parties that value it all want to know what the offspring of God's tongue and God's ear will be like. However, soon, Arado Hisako threw out the idea of rebelliousness. Is that so? Because of this look, the commander arranged you in this place. Looking at the empty room, Arado Hisako somewhat understood why Nakiri Senseiman had arranged Xiao Cheng to this place. Nakiri's family has a big business, it is impossible that there is not even a guest room. The reason why Xiao Cheng is not arranged in the guest room is because he is worried that Xiao Cheng's ears will continue to be disturbed. You are hungry now, I'll go and bring you some food first. Arado Hisako felt embarrassed to continue staying, and then left quickly, while Xiao Cheng looked at the back of Arado Hisako leaving and blinked. Do you want to look like this? You are gone, lost. I am here alone. However, without saying much, Xiao Cheng took advantage of Arado Hisako's absence and began to explore this God's ear, super hearing. Xiao Cheng didn't want to be tortured in secret before. Mr. System, come out, our brothers have a good talk. What's the matter with the host? Mr. System, we are brothers. In this life and not in the afterlife, you can bear to see me being tortured by super hearing, won't your conscience hurt? Give me a trick quickly. Please explore by yourself. Explore? System gentleman, if I know what I will ask you for? Do you brother don't want to do it? Give me a hint. Please explore by yourself. Really so unfeeling. Hello, are you ignoring me? Turning off the interface with a gloomy look, this system can't be counted on. Xiao Cheng softly put his forehead, wouldn't he want to look like this all his life? Thinking of this situation, Xiao Cheng couldn't help but feel the urge to chop his hands. You are fine to order super acoustic, and you are also full of one-time orders. A figure from far to near, Arado Hisako walked in with a tray in his hand. Seeing Xiao Cheng sitting there with a decadent look, Arado Hisako walked over. Eat something first. Xiao Cheng raised his eyes and looked at Arado Hisako's tray, and then. There is more than 0.1 gram of salt, and the heat is slightly earlier than 4.3 seconds. It has not yet reached the best temperature of Kobe beef, and the black pepper and spices of the steak are added, and the upper left corner of the meat is 0.3 centimeters below. The place is only half-baked. Xiao Cheng subconsciously retelled what he heard in his ears, and then Xiao Cheng looked at the dish in front of him with a strange expression. It was a steak, and it was A5 beef. Is it the power of the ear of God? Xiao Cheng couldn't help but slapped his tongue. Can he distinguish the defects of the cooking just by listening? So Superman? Xiao Cheng himself was taken aback, and Arado Hisako looked at Xiao Cheng in disbelief and said, "How is it possible?" Later, Arado Hisako didn't care that this was for Xiao Cheng, so he took a knife and cut off the upper left corner of the steak. Looking at the distinctly different steaks, Arado Hisako opened his mouth in shock. It's actually true. Arado Hisako looked at Xiao Cheng incredulously. Well, Hisako, helping me get another dish? Oh, yes, I will go now. Looking at Arado Hisako, Xiao Cheng stared at the steak in front of him, picked up the knife, and cut a small bite. Another voice appeared in his ears. Super hearing, the ear of God. Xiao Cheng couldn't help being a little shocked. When the knife was just cut, Xiao Cheng's ears heard the steak in front of him telling Xiao Cheng where to cut the knife to taste the most delicious cuisine. If this is not given by the superacoustic sense of the ear of the gods, then it is absolutely that this piece of steak is refined. Chapter 37. The baby is jealous. The baby does not say. Eyes, ears, mouth, and nose add a sense of touch. Super 5 senses, any of them are treasures at the beginning, just like Nikiri Arena. Nikiri Arena has super taste, and since birth, it has been recognized by the Japanese cuisine community as Japanese cuisine. The future of the world. Almost a word can determine the life of a chef. This is all that super taste brings to Nikiri Arena. If Nikiri Arena does not have the tongue of God, then, what will happen? When Arado Hisako came back with another dish, Xiao Cheng was affirmed that he could hear the sound of the cooking with his God's ear. Even if he didn't need to eat it, he would tell Xiao Cheng, after all, is it delicious? Is there any flaws? It's just such a powerful, super acoustic at full level. However, being strong, it also brought pain to Xiao Cheng. When Arado Hisako appeared with another dish, Xiao Cheng's ears had changed from one person's whisper to two people. Xiao Cheng understood. N.S. Why did Xiao Cheng's brain hurt when he was in the kitchen before? There are so many ingredients in the kitchen. It would be strange if it was not noisy. However, Xiao Cheng's super hearing is not controllable. In other words, Xiao Cheng's super hearing instinctively hears all the ingredients or cooking sounds, and then feeds them back to Xiao Cheng's brain. Among them, Arado Hisako did not come back alone. There were two other people, Nikiri Arena and Nikiri Senseiman. You are here. Looking at the two, Xiao Cheng smiled and greeted. The appearance of the two people was expected by Xiao Cheng. After all, the ears of the gods Xiao Cheng showed were a bit horrible, even worse than the tongues of Nikiri Arena. The coming is even more powerful. How about it, do you still feel uncomfortable? Well, they are a bit noisy. Xiao Cheng pointed to the steak, then pointed to the bowl of porridge that Arado Hisako brought in and said. Hisako told me just now, it seems that you really have awakened the ear of the gods, but, did not expect that your ear of the gods would be so powerful, but this powerful price is uncontrollable. Nikiri Senseiman looked at Xiao Cheng with plain eyes. Well, sir, do you have any idea? Nikiri Senseiman, as the demon of food in Japan, can almost be said to cover the world in Japanese cuisine. Obviously, it is impossible not to know the ear of God. Well, there is no way, you can only learn to control it by yourself. There is really no way to do this, only Xiao Cheng can learn to control it by himself. Although Nikiri Senseiman knows the ear of the gods, but after all, there is no information about the ear of the gods. Even if he wants to help Xiao Cheng, there is no way. Forward. I couldn't help being speechless, and then, looking at Nikiri Senseiman, Xiao Cheng said, so, it seems that I will only have to interrupt for a while. Haha, no problem, there is no problem as long as you want to live, if. Before I finished speaking, Nakiri Arena had already stepped on the back of Nakiri Senseiman. Grandfather. After a sweet smile with an amazing murderous look, Nakiri Senseiman smiled awkwardly, and then decisively admitted. You lucky guy. Looking at Xiao Cheng, Nakiri Arena gritted her teeth and said, this guy, after 3 days of catching up with others for more than 10 years, has now awakened the ear of God, and the glowing cuisine has the heart of cooking. Damn it guy! So envious, so jealous. Looking at Xiao Cheng, Nakiri Arena's eyes were full of jealousy. The baby is so jealous, but if the baby doesn't say it, the baby won't make you proud. Arena, can you lend me that notebook? I probably can't touch cooking for the time being, so I plan to write some novels at this time. Not doing business, BD, so jealous, so envious, but I can't show it. I know, I'll let Hisako send it to you later. After speaking, Nakiri Arena gave Xiao Cheng a vicious look, and then turned and left. The action was extremely cool, but everyone who was familiar with Nakiri Arena could feel Nakiri Arena's mood. Oh, you can make the old man's granddaughter what it is now, Aiken, you have to be responsible. Old man, don't say anything misleading, I don't remember what I did to Nakiri Arena. Hisako, what else are you doing, let's go. Nakiri Arena's voice came from far away. Yes, I'll be here soon, Miss Arena. Arato Hisako trot this forward. So, Cheng, work hard, the old man is still waiting for the birth of your and Arena's children, the offspring of the tongue of God and the ear of God? Ha ha ha, the old man is really looking forward to it. Nakiri Senseiman left after speaking, and Xiao Cheng pointed his middle finger directly at this guy. Chapter 38 Garden of Words. Da-da-da-da. A burst of keyboard tapping sound came from the dim room. Xiao Cheng sat in front of the computer screen, tapping the keyboard, and then a line of text quickly appeared on the display. At the side of Xiao Cheng, Nakiri Arena was looking at the manuscript that Xiao Cheng had already typed. She said that she helped Xiao Cheng check that there were no typos or uncomfortable sentences. With Xiao Cheng finally hitting the sentence of your name, this novel is completely completed. Xiao Cheng finished writing, and Nakiri Arena naturally finished reading. People who read novels are always faster than those who write novels. It takes 2 to 3 hours or even more to write a novel of 10,000 words. But, read it. It only takes about 5 minutes for people to read the novel. Xiao Cheng, who is also at a loss, bought the original novel. Therefore, the novel is completely and solidified in Xiao Cheng's head. Xiao Cheng writing a novel is just to knock out the novel in his brain. Arena, how about it, is this novel okay? Is it okay? Nakiri Arena almost wanted to stuff these printed manuscripts into Xiao Cheng's mouth. What is okay? This novel is completely another classic novel, although this novel does not have any the rendering of, but, in the last sentence, your name was inexplicably poked in tears. Okay. Although I was so envious and jealous in my heart, Nakiri Arena would never show it. What a joke, the dignified tongue of God went back to be jealous of Xiao Cheng. But I'm so jealous, the baby is so jealous, the chef is so talented, not to mention that even some novels are written so well now. Well, since I can get your approval from Arena, then I don't worry. Arena, please call the editor Machida and ask the other party to come over and get the manuscript. It's obvious that I can't leave here now. The ear of God is now I can't control it yet, I can only trouble you. Said to Nakiri Arena in a posture of getting rid of the forehead. I understand, I will notify. After finishing speaking, he said to Xiao Cheng, didn't you say there are more? Write it quickly, and then hand it to the other party when the other party comes, so that I don't have to contact the other party for you again. Obviously I wanted to see it, but it turned out like this from Nakiri Arena's mouth. So, Tsundere, it's really troublesome. Although he knew it in his heart, Xiao Cheng naturally wouldn't say it. Well, I think about what to write in the next book. Irina, do you have any good suggestions? How do I know what you want to write, but recently I heard that love novels seem to be very popular, and I also listen to other people's words. Well, got it, love novels. Gradually, his eyes became a little confused. Xiao Cheng thought of a novel, The Garden of Words, a story about a 15-year-old high school boy falling in love with a 27-year-old female teacher. Different from the 5 cm per second, Noburai and Akari are similar in age and have similar interests but ultimately lose to distance and reality. Although the solution of The Garden of Words leaves suspense, it is much better than 5 cm per second. Perhaps I've figured it out. What should I write in the next novel? Xiao Cheng first modified The Garden of Words a bit. Yan Yat. So fast. Nakiri Irina said in surprise. Well, the name of the new novel is The Garden of Yan Yat. Yan Yat. Nakiri Irina frowned and looked at Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng smiled and did not speak, and then sat down in front of the computer. His hands quickly began to tap. Although Nakiri Irina's face showed a slight displeased expression, but didn't say much, went out and contacted Machida Yuanzi. In the last editing, Nakiri Irina finally chose Machida Yuanzi as the editor in charge of Xiao Cheng. At the same time, strange, why isn't Aiken here? Hatsune, did you do something to Aiken? Luo Tianyi's skeptical expression caused Hatsune Miku to gently tap Luo Tianyi's head with a hand knife, and immediately let Luo Tianyi hold his head and squat defense. He took out his cell phone, and Hatsune Miku made a call. Soon, Hatsune Miku's expression became cold. Tianyi, go with me, Xiao Cheng is under house arrest. Luo Tianyi jumped up all of a sudden, then looked at Hatsune Miku and said, What? Ah Cheng is under house arrest. No, I want to save Ah Cheng. He pulled Hatsune Miku into the car, and Hatsune Miku also told the driver an address, and then he was comforting Luo Tianyi. Chapter 39 Hatsune Miku is awesome. In a villa in Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo, a black-haired girl was holding her knees, looking at a photo in front of her in a daze. Above the photo, a big boy with a warm smile was hugging her. There is a girl who smiles very warmly, and that girl is a black-haired girl, and that boy is Xiao Cheng. Sister, I have a call for you. A girl who was 8 to 9 points similar to a black-haired girl shouted to the girl. Be careful, who is calling? It's Sister Hatsune. Sister Hatsune asked you to answer the phone quickly. Oh, here comes it. The girl trot for 2 steps, then came to the landline and picked up the microphone. Not long after, the girl's face became gloomy, and she looked at her sister and said, Be careful, sister is going out. You stay at home well, understand? The girl nodded when she heard what her sister said. Is my sister going to see my brother-in-law? The black-haired girl halted slightly, and then firmly said, Well, I am going to see Ah Cheng, no matter what. This time, I will never let Ah Cheng leave. This time, even if it's your father. Stop me, and I will never compromise. Come on, sister, I definitely want to bring my brother-in-law back. Well, Ah Cheng will definitely be brought back. The girl changed her clothes in a hurry, and then went out. Xiao Cheng, who doesn't know what's happening now, is really devoted to writing The Garden of Words and Leaves. After a lot of magical reforms, he writes his personal experience into the novel. In the Nakiri mansion, Nakiri Senseiman hung up the phone with a dazed expression. If there is a change of person, Nakiri Senseiman will definitely let the other party know what is the anger of the food devil, but the person on the other end of the phone, although Nakiri Senseiman is not afraid, but Nakiri Senseiman does not want to make him a plain enemy. Hatsune Miku, a member of the Japanese imperial family, a daughter of the emperor, the Prince of Kagura, the old daughter of the emperor, was holding it in his hand for fear of falling, and holding it in his mouth for fear of melting. Although many honors are gathered in one, Hatsune Miku is very competitive. He made his debut as a singer, and the song Hello sang the whole world. At the same time, everyone thinks that Hatsune Miku is the world's #1 princess. Here are a few hit songs, which established the unshakable status of this princess in one fell swoop. It can almost be said that Hatsune Miku, the world's #1 princess, has a higher approval rate than the Prime Minister of Japan. The status of Nikiri Senseiman is equal to that of the Emperor of Japan, and Nikiri Senseiman can be regarded as an uncle of Hatsune Miku. The implied warning from Hatsune Miku just made Nikiri Senseiman a wry smile. Aiken, how on earth did Hatsune take care of that girl? Afterwards, Nikiri Senseiman is the preparation for people to welcome the world's #1 princess. The arrival of Hatsune Miku is naturally impossible not to be prepared for welcome. Although it is not necessary for Nikiri Senseiman to greet him personally, it is also necessary to do the relevant etiquette. Almost at the same time, 2 black cars drove into Nikiri's mansion at the same time. Hatsune Miku got out of the car, and then looked at the people walking down in the other car. Yan Yat, you are here. Katsura Yanyi, the eldest daughter of Prime Minister Katsura Kotaro. Well. Hatsune, you said that Cheng was under house arrest. Nikiri's house, is this true? Looking at the mansion in front of him, Gui Yanyi's face showed a touch of coldness. Well, if there is nothing wrong with my message, Xiao Cheng was sent to the hospital 3 days ago, and after coming out of the hospital, Xiao Cheng never came out, so I don't know if I was put under house arrest. However, it is a fact that Xiao Cheng's cell phone cannot be connected. Hatsune Miku said to his good girlfriend. It is precisely because of Gui Yanyi that Hatsune Miku will speak badly to Xiao Cheng for the first time. In Hatsune Miku's view, it is a blessing for Gui Yanyi to see Xiao Cheng, a poor boy, and the result is Xiao. This guy Cheng actually dared to take the initiative to break up. If it weren't for the previous information, Hatsune Miku would not be as good as his beard. It turned out that everything was not what he thought, and he had misunderstood Xiao Cheng. As a result, I finally pulled down my nose, intending to apologize to Xiao Cheng, but Xiao Cheng, who went to find Xiao Cheng, was not at home. Under the hall, it turned out to be placed under house arrest. This time it was paid back. Hatsune Miku immediately contacted Katsura Yanyi, and then jointly killed Nikiri's house. Hatsune, thank you so much this time. Facing Gui Yanyi's gratitude, Hatsune Miku waved his hand indifferently and said, I'm looking for something to do with him. Hatsune, what can you do with Cheng? Chapter 40 Love Rivals Meet? I just owe him an apology, nothing more. Seeing Gui Yanyi's suspicious look, Hatsune couldn't help but said, Hatsune didn't feel anything good about Xiao Cheng, why Yanyi likes Xiao Cheng so much? Well, it's not without merit, at least, Xiao Cheng's cooking is not bad. Hatsune Miku, whose thoughts gradually spread, did not see Gui Yanyi's increasingly suspicious eyes. Who is Hatsune Miku? Prince Kagura, the first princess in the world, will she apologize? I'm afraid it's not Sheila Z. However, the current Hatsune Miku actually said to apologize to Xiao Cheng. It would be really strange if Gui Yanyi didn't think too much. Hatsune. Gui Yanyi looked at Hatsune Miku, looking at each other with a serious expression. Yin, what's the matter? Aiken is mine, even Hatsune, if you want to take Aiken away. His eyes circled and swept across Hatsune Miku's neck. Suddenly, Hatsune Miku seemed to feel it, and Gui Yanyi's eyes lightly swept across her neck like a sharp blade. Only you idiot will treat that guy as a treasure. It seems that Hatsune Miku is very unhappy that he is suspected. Then, it looks good like this. Smiling, Hatsune Miku couldn't help but complain in his heart, Gui Yanyi is a big-breasted monster who has forgotten his friends. He glanced at Gui Yanyi's chest full of resentment. Hatsune Miku was looking at his own, and he was refreshing in his heart. Okay, let's go in quickly, find Aiken, and then ask Aiken to quickly cook for us. Let's go in. Hatsune Miku looked at Gui Yanyi. Well, this time, I must keep Ah Cheng by my side. Even my father, if you want to stop me, you can't forgive me. As the future heir of the Nakiri family, this time it is natural that Nakiri Arena will come here as the host to pick up Katsura words and Hatsune Miku. His Royal Highness, the waiting is still there. Grandpa is already waiting for you inside, please come with me. As the heir to the Nakiri family, Nakiri Arena's status is equal to Hatsune Miku. Although Hatsune Miku is a generation lower than Hatsune Miku, both of them are of the same age. Well, I have to sigh here that the iron tree is blooming, the old clam is holding beads, and what else? Good day, Miss Arena. The coldness on his face disappeared. Hatsune Miku smiled and greeted Nakiri Arena, and then said casually, Ms. Arena, is Xiao Cheng okay in your residence now? Xiao Cheng? His Royal Highness Hatsune knew him. Well, be my friend. His Royal Highness and that guy are actually friends. That guy? It looks like Arena, you seem to have stopped getting acquainted with him. Well, that guy's grandfather and my grandfather are friends, so the two are family friends. Gui and Yi didn't have the patience to fight a riddle with Nakiri Arena, and said directly, Ms. Arena, is Cheng in Nakiri's house? Why do you want to stay in Nakiri's house? As a socialite of the upper class, Nakiri Arena is naturally impossible not to know Gui and Yi. For some reason, Xiao Cheng wants to stay at Nakiri's house for a while. For no reason, Nakiri Arena looked at Gui and Yi a little irritable. Then, can you let me see Cheng? Naturally, I just don't know what the relationship between Miss Yan Yet and Ah Cheng is. What relationship? This is what Nakiri Arena wants to know most now. Although Nakiri Arena and Xiao Cheng didn't have any agreement, the previous blind date, coupled with the various flashes of Xiao Cheng's coming in, Nakiri Arena unintentionally thought, if there really is if a man is worthy of her, except Xiao Cheng, he doesn't do what he thinks. But why does Nakiri Arena have a feeling now? Why does Xiao Cheng know so many celebrities, Hatsune Miku and Gui and Yi? The one over there is Luo Tianyi from Daxia, right? Aiken is my boyfriend. Also my future husband. This sentence is categorical, but Nakiri Arena is not good at all, looking at Gui and Yi. Ms. Arena, what, is there any problem? Xiao Cheng and Yan Ye have been dating a few years ago. Hatsune Miku saw Nakiri Arena and stabbed it decisively. Katsura Yanyi is his best friend, and Nakiri Arena, sorry, we are not familiar. Ms. Arena, I haven't seen Cheng for a long time. Can you let me see Cheng now? Katsura Yanyi felt the same, Nakiri Arena's something was wrong. Chapter 41 Aiken and Arena are already married. Although there were footsteps in his ears, Xiao Cheng still did not stop typing on the keyboard. The door was pushed abruptly, and then Xiao Cheng said without looking back, Arena, Machida, if the editor comes, let her wait for me, after I finish writing this paragraph. When the words were over, a figure had already jumped on Xiao Cheng's body, and then hugged Xiao Cheng tightly. The body was stiff, and the smell coming from behind reminded Xiao Cheng, the man from 3 years ago. Yan Yat. His head is like a rusty machine, turning his head crunchingly, of course, the pretty face and the black hair, but the girl's big bright eyes are full. Tears. Aiken, I'm like you, for 1107 days, I think about you every day, every day. 1107, this number is exactly the number of days after Xiao Cheng and Gui Yanyi broke up, 3 years. Yanyi, we have broken up. You look like this, it's not appropriate. No, you asked for the breakup, and I didn't agree, and I would never agree. I know that it was your father who told Aiken to break up with me. No matter what, I will never agree. I'll break up with you, Cheng. Looking at the girl in front of him with a wry smile, Xiao Cheng also saw a few people behind, Nakiri Arena, Hatsune Miku, and Luo Tianyi. Aiken, I'm looking for you, hurry up and give me something to eat. Yanyi, be reserved. Hatsune Miku stepped forward and pulled her girlfriend, and said, She had noticed that Xiao Cheng was very embarrassed now, but the sharp-eyed Hatsune Miku saw the line on Xiao Cheng's notebook. Garden of Words. Hatsune Miku, who had read that line of characters, looked at Gui Yanyi. Aiken. Gui Yanyi also looked over, and then, the tenderness and sweetness in those big eyes almost melted Xiao Cheng. Yan Yat, you let me go first, like this. Xiao Cheng didn't dare to hug Gui Yanya with both hands. In Nikiri Arena's amethyst eyes, the sharp eyes like a blade almost made Xiao Cheng hairy. Well, as long as Aiken, you don't break up with me, anything is fine. Although Xiao Cheng was let go, Gui Yanyi still only hugged Xiao Cheng's arm. In that way, he looked completely unprepared to let go. Ahem. Suddenly, there was a coughing sound from behind Nikiri Arena and the others. Hello Uncle Nikiri. Seeing Nikiri Senseiman, Hatsune Miku is the first to say hello. Hello, Grandpa Nikiri. Hello Grandpa Nikiri. Then Gui Yanyi and Luo Tianyi also greeted Nikiri Senseiman. Ahem, why are you little girls here? I have been waiting outside for a long time. Excuse me, we want to pick Xiao Cheng back this time. Hatsune Miku said with a smile, and suddenly, Nikiri Senseiman narrowed his eyes, took a fist, and then fixed his eyes on Katsura Yanyi. I'm afraid this can't be done, Aiken can't leave Nikiri's house temporarily. Excuse me, if you don't give a reason, even if it's you, Uncle Nikiri, I won't agree. Nikiri Senseiman laughed and said, Hatsune, Aiken has awakened the ear of God, and it is still in the running-in period. Therefore, once he leaves this quiet place, Aiken will fall into a coma due to the noise of various voices. Middle. The ear of God. With a glance, many eyes turned to Xiao Cheng. Why does Nikiri Arena have such a high reputation in the culinary world? Without him, just because of the tongue of God. Nikiri Arena, who possesses the tongue of God, is so unique. And now, Xiao Cheng has the ear of God. Doesn't it mean that Xiao Cheng is going to become the second Nikiri Arena? Compared to the others, Gui Yanyi said to Xiao Cheng with joy, Aiken, you have the ear of God, like this, my father will not stop you and me. We can be together now. Without waiting for Gui Yanyi to be happy for long, Nikiri Senseiman directly interrupted and said, Aiken, this kid has a marriage contract with my family's arena. Engagement. Gui Yanyi's smile stiffened on his face, and Nikiri Senseiman said with certainty, yes, just a week ago, the old man and Aiken's grandfather had already made a marriage contract between Aiken and Arena, waiting for Arena to graduate. After that, the two got married right away, and, during this period of time before marriage, my Nikiri family took care of Cheng. Gui Yanyi looked at Xiao Cheng, as if expecting Xiao Cheng to tell her this was not true. I opened my mouth, but I didn't know how to say it. Wait, as far as I know, Xiao Cheng rejected it at the time. Hatsune Miku has come out. Chapter 42 Verbal Confrontation. But, how come I know? Xiao Cheng at the time refused, Uncle Nikiri. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Nikiri Senseiman's face, and then there was a difference. How did Hatsune Miku know that there should be no one else besides the four of them at that time? But, why did Hatsune Miku know? Something is wrong, something is wrong. It's very wrong. However, even if it is like this, so what? Xiao Cheng, a talent, how can he not slip away from his Nikiri Senseiman, even if Xiao Cheng is not a burden, but it is Nikiri Senseiman and Xiao Cheng's grandfather friends. There is absolutely no problem if you want Xiao Cheng and Nikiri Arena's children to adopt one another. Hatsune, the order of my parents, the words of the matchmaker, this matter has been decided by my grandfather and Aiken. There is absolutely no reason to change it. Although Aiken refused at the time, it was only because Arena and Arena just met. So we gave the two people time to get acquainted with them, waiting for Aiken and Arena to get married immediately after graduating from high school. Waves of killing intent radiated from Gui Yanyi's body, and Xiao Cheng came out with a cold sweat. Gui Yanyi's black and attribute Xiao Cheng knew. Again. Gui Yanyi looked at Xiao Cheng. Forehead. Although it was said that Gui Yanyi was a girlfriend when he crossed over, the two were limited to holding hands. They didn't even hug each other. Soon after, Gui Yanyi's father found Xiao Cheng. At first it was lure to profit, and then the lure was turned into intimidation. Although Xiao Cheng was uncomfortable, the other party was the Prime Minister, and Xiao Cheng was just a bad guy. If it was Xiao Cheng alone, it would be fine, but there is also an old man. Helpless Xiao Cheng and Gui Yanyi break up. Now seeing Gui Yanyi looking at her eyes, Xiao Cheng doesn't know what to do, saying that she has nothing to do with Irina. Xiao Cheng couldn't say it. After all, Irina helped him so much. If he said so, wouldn't it be ungrateful? But seeing Gui Yanyi's appearance, Xiao Cheng couldn't refuse. Really an indecisive man, I really don't know why Yanya likes a man like you. Seeing Xiao Cheng, Hatsune Miku gave a cold snort and said to Xiao Cheng. Then, Hatsune Miku looked at Nakiri Senseiman and said, Uncle Nakiri, there is always one who comes first, and that's what Yanya and Xiao Cheng have been 3 years ago. It's a lover. Broke up. Nakiri Senseiman said faintly, that look completely resembles a mountain that doesn't move. At that time, it was only that Xiao Cheng was threatened by Uncle Gui. Therefore, Xiao Cheng had to make such a choice, and wanted to come to you as Uncle Nakiri, so that he would not be forced to dismantle them. Var. Since even the Prime Minister thinks that Aiken is not worthy of Yanyi due to his status, why do you have to force Hatsune? Besides, our Nakiri family will not be the same as the Prime Minister. I will never dislike it. Dislike a ghost, the Nakiri family has a tongue of God, which is equivalent to making the next generation of the Nakiri family as stable as Mount Tai, and now Xiao Cheng has the ear of God. It can almost be said that Xiao Cheng himself is a rich family, given to Xiao Cheng for more than 10 years' time, there will be a dragon chef in this uncertain world. The position of chef Long is already comparable to that of the head of a country. If he becomes the king of food, he will be even more powerful, and the god of cooking, the Pleiades Lu came out 100 years ago, so no more comments. As long as the matter of Xiao Cheng's ears of the gods is passed out, the proper Xiao Cheng will become the target of many forces vying to win. Master, Miss, Editor Machida is here. Suddenly a maid walked over and said respectfully to Nakiri Senseiman and Nakiri Irina. Xiao Cheng didn't want to continue the atmosphere, and said quickly, what about that? I'll discuss the publication of the novel with the editor in charge of Machida first. Let's talk about this later. Seeing Xiao Cheng speaking, Nakiri Senseiman smiled and said, of course, as the half-owner of Nakiri's family, Cheng is what he says. Hatsune Miku looked at his good girlfriend, gritted his teeth, try to win, Yan Yat. Aiken, let me go with you. Looking at Xiao Cheng, Gui Yanyi said softly. I still have some understanding of business matters, and I should be able to help you, Aiken. No, I am responsible for all his things, so I won't bother you, Miss Gui Yanyi. Nakiri Irina interrupted in a cold voice. Although Nakiri Irina at this time can't say how much he likes Xiao Cheng, but seeing Gui Yanyi's appearance, he always feels that his own things have been taken away, and he is very unhappy. So interrupted. Chapter 43 Tit for Tat. Teacher Xin Hiken, you are. Machida Yuanza looked at Gui Yanyi and Nakiri Irina sitting on the left and right of Xiao Cheng, and Hatsune Miku and Luo Tianyi on one side. On the surface, Machida Yuanza is as stable as Mount Tai, but her heart is panicked. The tongue of a god is not counted, and the eldest daughter of a prime minister is not counted. Hatsune Miku over there almost didn't make Machida Maroko jump up. Her Royal Highness, the world's #1 princess, is almost the pride of Japan. Who doesn't know? No one knows. However, why all these ladies appear here? She is just a small editor in charge, what are these big people appearing here for? Looking at the group of girls around him, Xiao Cheng also felt the pressure of Machida Yuanzi in front of him. Yanyi, Irina, should you leave first? Xiao Cheng understands Machida Yuanzi's mood. After all, being watched by so many big guys, everyone will be under pressure. That is to say, Xiao Cheng and these girls are already familiar, otherwise, if you change to Xiao Cheng, you will be very nervous. Didn't you say you gave it to me before? Nakiri Irina had the same chin and looked at Xiao Cheng and said, Xiao Cheng had handed over all the negotiations to Nakiri Irina, and now Nakiri Irina is holding this to show off in front of Yan Yat. Gui Yanyi smiled slightly at Nakiri Irina's provocation, and then said to Xiao Cheng, Cheng, I can leave these things to me in the future. Although there is no way to be with my mother, I will stay with my mother for a long time. By your side, helping your mother manage the group, I still have some understanding of this. Shameless, BCH, little BCH, vixen. All the vicious verbal abuse was falsely on Gui Yanyi's body, and Nakiri Irina looked at Xiao Cheng like that. Yanyi, leave these things to Irina, and, we have broken up, you look like. Practically speaking, Xiao Cheng did not have any grudges in his heart, not to Gui Yanyi, but to Gui Yanyi's father Gitaro. The original Xiao Cheng could never forget the look of Gitaro, but Xiao Cheng at that time was just a fart. He was not qualified to go to gang with Gui Taro, he didn't dare, so he agreed to break up with Gui Yanyi, and he was not in contact with Gui Yanyi. That's just Aiken's breakup proposed by you, but I have never agreed, and that's because the old father didn't know that Aiken you have the ear of God. Now as long as your father knows that Aiken, you have the ear of God, then your father will definitely not stop us. Aiken, let's start again. The ear of God? Machida Yuanzi looked at Xiao Cheng, and seemed to have heard something terrible. Xiao Cheng has the ear of God. Ears of God? But because of this, I don't dare to get close to the ingredients at all. I don't know if I can use them, and, Yanyi, you should understand me. If Aiken doesn't like it, I can also move out of the house, as long as I be with Aiken. Hatsune Miku said to the side, I said you are not a man anymore. Yanyi has done this for you. What do you want? Why? I used to think that Xiao Cheng was a broken stone and just threw it aside. Now that I know that Xiao Cheng is actually a piece of uncut jade, do I want to pick it up? Really, it makes people laugh, and you broke up for 3 years. I've never found Xiao Cheng before, who knows if you also dislike Xiao Cheng. Nakiri Irina came in coldly, and as Nakiri Irina's loyal follower. Arato Hisako immediately said, Ms. Irina helped Xiao Cheng when Xiao Cheng was in the end. Now that Xiao Cheng is fine, you will hurry up. I want to get back together with Xiao Cheng. That's because my father said that if I were meeting Ah Cheng, it would be. Just what? To put it bluntly, it's not that you dislike Xiao Cheng. What face do you have now appeared in front of Xiao Cheng? Quickly disappear for me. Nakiri Irina said to Gui Yanyi. Okay, stop talking, Editor Machida, please come with me. Xiao Cheng stood up and said to Machida Yuanzi on one side. Good, Teacher Xin Hiken. Xiao Cheng walked back to the room with his code word, turned his head to look at Gui Yanyi and Nakiri Irina and said, Give me a while, please. Sure enough, I still couldn't be tough, Gui Yanyi's tenderness, Nakiri Irina's help in the slightest. When did he become the enviable protagonist of the harem? Shaking his head with a wry smile, he brought Machida Yuanzi to his usual codeword room. Chapter 44, The main mission opens. The place is simple, please sit down. Machida Yuanzi smiled awkwardly, and then sat on the chair of Xiao Cheng's code, and Xiao Cheng sat on the side of the bed. This is the novel this time, your name, and the garden of words you just wrote. Machida Yuanzi glanced roughly, and nodded in satisfaction soon. Teacher Xin Hiken is really amazing. They are all classics. If you didn't see the teacher you were only a teenager, I am afraid I would have thought that teacher you are already a middle-aged man who has experienced vicissitudes of life. After speaking, Machida Yuanzi looked at Xiao Cheng and said, Teacher, although this sentence shouldn't be said, but I still have to remind you that there are a lot of peach blossoms around you, the tongue of God and the Prime Minister. The minister's eldest daughter, teacher, if you don't handle it well, I'm afraid you will offend the Nakiri family and the Prime Minister. I know, but, for a while, I don't know how to choose. If I am not afraid of a joke, as a man, I have the idea of wanting two people to become my wife together. This kind of thinking is really unique. If you let other boys outside know about it, you won't be able to escape the teacher. Whether it's the tongue of the gods or the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister, they are all first class. It's not easy to get one of the top ladies, but now, teacher, you actually want to marry both of them. I'm afraid that unless the teacher becomes a god of cooking, otherwise, it's impossible. The speaker was unintentional, and the listener was intentional. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Looking at Machida Yuanzi, Xiao Cheng asked, Ms. Machida just said that god of cooking is all right. Well, I just said maybe. Machida Yuanzi, who was uncomfortable with Xiao Cheng's gaze, smiled bitterly. God of cooking? It's not necessarily that there is no chance. Biting his nails, Xiao Cheng has a thinking look on his face. With a systematic existence, Xiao Cheng has a great chance of becoming the god of cooking. And just when Xiao Cheng awakened in concentration, the system that was usually a salted fish jumped out. Ding! The main mission is on, youth. Are you still worrying about not being able to open the harem? People take food as their heaven, as long as the host becomes the god of cooking, it is not a dream to be beaten up and sleep together. Task content, become the god of cooking within 10 years, task reward, unknown, task failure punishment, obliterate. Side task 1, pass the IGO exam within 1 week, become a 5-star and become a chef, task rewards. Depending on the host's performance, the higher the score of passing the exam, the richer the reward. Side mission 2, within 1 year, the host becomes a super chef and creates a special chef's must-kill recipe, defeating the old super chef. Reward, a chance to learn cooking skills in the dark cooking world. Side quest 3, make yourself famous in Japan. Within a year, make your name known to 90% of Japanese residents. Quest reward, 10 talent points and a mysterious reward. His pupils suddenly shrank, and within 10 years he became the god of cooking, defeated and obliterated. The bright red words that seemed to be written in blood caused Xiao Cheng's heart to throb, but when he saw the other side missions, Xiao Cheng's heart throbbed again. 10 years? With the help of the system. If you can't become the god of cooking within 10 years, you will be embarrassed by the traveler. The courageous will starve to death, and the timid will die, and they will not die for thousands of years. Machida Yuanko looked at the boy in front of him, and found that it seemed that something had changed in the boy in front of him. Miss Machida, thank you very much for your suggestion, god of cooking. I will definitely succeed. In 10 years, I will become the god of cooking. Obviously this is such a ridiculous joke. But why did Machida Yuanzi hear it as if he was sure that the boy in front of him would succeed? I am afraid that I am not crazy. If others hear Xiao Cheng's words, they will definitely laugh wildly. A 17-year-old boy says he wants to become a god of cooking within 10 years? Ha! Don't be kidding, you will definitely spray beyond recognition. Even though Machida Yuanzi is not a person in the cooking world, she still knows how arrogant this is. Forward. Facing Xiao Cheng's gratitude, Machida Yuanzi found that besides an awkward smile, he had no other expressions to express at this time. Ahem, let's talk about business now, teacher, about the publication of 5 centimeters per second. Xiao Cheng directly reclaimed and said, you don't need to tell me about the publication. I don't care about this. You can talk to Arena about this aspect. You can also take this manuscript with your name. Okay, then teacher, what are you going to do about the signing event? Are you going to attend the signing event? I will attend the signing event, so don't worry about that. After finishing speaking, he added another sentence and said, after all, this can enhance my reputation. Chapter 45 Hatchet Declaration. Inside, Xiao Cheng talked to Machida Yuanzi. Outside, Gui Anyi and Nikiri Arena sat face to face, but they didn't mean anything to talk. Miss Arena. Finally, Gui Anyi spoke. Please tell me something, Miss Yan Yat. After pondering for a while, Gui Anyi said to Nikiri Arena, Ms. Arena and Cheng have known each other for less than a week, am I right? Yes, but, so what? Ms. Arena and Cheng have no feelings at all, and Cheng is more grateful to Miss Arena. Therefore, I want to ask Miss Arena to quit. Nikiri Arena sneered coldly and said, why? Maybe I can't say how much I like Xiao Cheng, but Nikiri Arena has a preliminary affection for Xiao Cheng, a talented chef, and the talent that makes Nikiri Arena jealous. Nikiri Arena has a higher eye than a psychic. Not in her eyes. However, now that Xiao Cheng appears, even Arena knows that Xiao Cheng is indeed the best choice among people she knows. The two are family friends. This is the first point. Then, Xiao Cheng's talent, Xiao Cheng has the ear of God, and her Nikiri Arena has the tongue of God. Once the two are combined, then they will be a strong union, the future offspring. The possibility of awakening the ears of God and the tongue of God is a little bit more. Later, Xiao Cheng's culinary skills, Xiao Cheng's own talents. Let's leave aside the culinary skills for the time being. As far as the talents are concerned, Xiao Cheng has a book of 5 centimeters per second and a book of your name, so that Nikiri Arena is all about Xiao Cheng is adored. It's just that Nikiri Arena doesn't want to admit it. Now, why is Gui Yanyi asking Nikiri Arena to quit? Because, I love Cheng, I can dedicate everything for Cheng, but you can't do it. Gui Yanyi said firmly. Why do you say that I can't do it? Why does the other party say that he can't do it, and why? Then, let's gamble once. What do you want to bet on? You and me, who will I can choose? Who will I can choose to save among you and me? The face changed slightly. Nikiri Arena did not expect that Gui Yanyi would be so crazy. I disagree. Suddenly, a voice penetrated between the two of them. Xiao Cheng and Machida Yuanzi walked out. 10 years, give me 10 years, I will become the god of cooking, and then, leave both of you by my side. Puff. Hatsune Miku laughed suddenly, then looked at Xiao Cheng and said, 10 years? God of cooking, sorry, I really didn't want to make fun of you. Xiao Cheng, regardless of Hatsune Miku, looked at Nikiri Arena and Gui Yanyi and said, within 1 year, I will become a super chef, which proves that I am not talking empty words. At this moment, Hatsune Miku's smile disappeared, looking at Xiao Cheng. Are you serious? Looking at Xiao Cheng's firm face, Hatsune Miku couldn't help but feel an illusion that the person in front of him might really be able to do it. Become a god of cooking in 10 years? No one would believe this kind of thing, but at this moment, Hatsune Miku felt that the boy in front of him was not talking big. Even a talented chef cannot become a chef in 10 years. Within 1 year, I will become a super chef, which proves that I am not talking big. Then if I can do it, can you wait for me for 10 years? At that time, you two, stay by my side. Nikiri Arena wants to be angry, but she doesn't know what she should be angry with and why she is angry. As you are now. You can't even get close to the kitchen. How can you become a super chef within a year? I will solve it. 10 years is too long. Then, give me a year first, and when I become a super chef, I can decide whether to promise me or not, can you? After speaking, he looked at the two girls and said, if I become the god of cooking, I should be qualified to let the two of you stay by my side, right? Humph. Haughty as Nikiri Arena couldn't help but snorted, this guy considers the god of cooking, and, not to mention the god of cooking, even if he is just a dragon chef, he has that qualification. However, Nakiri Arena will not answer. Aiken, you don't need a god of cook. As long as you can become a dragon chef, you can marry several wives. I believe you can do it, Aiken. So, come on. Luo Tianyi couldn't say aside. No, within 10 years, I must become a god of cooking, when the time comes. Looking at the two of Gui Yanyi and Nakiri Arena, Xiao Cheng said firmly, waiting for you to put on red makeup for 10 miles. Chapter 46 Solution. No, still wrong. Xiao Cheng raised his eyebrows and put down the ingredients in his hands. The noisy sound caused confusion in Xiao Cheng's head. Xiao Cheng had the urge to throw the ingredients in his hands on the ground and crush them. It's like noise constantly flowing into Xiao Cheng's mind. This feeling makes Xiao Cheng crazy, but, on the contrary, Xiao Cheng still needs to endure this. Call. Taking a breath, Xiao Cheng looked at his panel again. Host, Xiao Cheng. S*X, male. Age, 17. Physical fitness, LV2. Cooking level, level 11. Reputation, 245,124. Cooking skills, none. Special talents, cooking heart, 1/10, super hearing, max. Recipe, 8 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, purple, 6 flavors 1 magic mapo tofu, blue, golden egg fried rice, blue. Talent points, 6 points. The system, how can the super hearing not affect me? Helplessly pin his hopes on the system, but the system just wants to disappear, and it doesn't answer any questions of Xiao Cheng at all. In the god of cooking space, Xiao Cheng looked at the ingredients in front of him. The beginning of a 5-star chef who passed IGO for a week. As for Xiao Cheng's current state, if the problem of the ear of God is not solved, then Xiao Cheng is not at all the task may be completed. The ear of the gods, looking at his hand, Xiao Cheng just slapped the back of his hand to make you feel bad, and he would fill up the ear of the gods at once. Let's do it now, what a bad luck. Kitchen heart. Xiao Cheng looked at the box of the heart of the chef, swallowed his saliva, looked at the remaining 6 talent points hesitating whether to try it. I'll just add 1 point to see if it works. Xiao Cheng added a little bit to the heart of the kitchen, 1/10, and suddenly, the heart of the kitchen became 2/10. Touching the ingredients again, Xiao Cheng's face was happy. Although there was still a sound coming into his ears, Xiao Cheng felt it, and it was better than before. At the moment, Xiao Cheng is fiercely giving all his talent points above Chu Xin, 7/10. Cooking heart? I should have felt it a long time ago. Something that is mysterious and mysterious like God's ear should be linked to the same mysterious and mysterious thing like Chu Xin. I knew I wouldn't have to suffer so many sins. Although the talent point has become 0, Xiao Cheng feels that he has become much stronger. However, it was still a little bit close. I looked at my prestige. It was more than 2 million. It seemed that I was famous, but I was not famous as a chef, but as a novelist. I was a writer on the internet in my last life, but I turned out to be a copywriter in my entire life. Does the system have any tasks? This system is not good, except for the novice missions and main tasks that have been announced before. All other missions have to be asked by the host Xiao Cheng to ask the system, otherwise the system will not remind you at all. Currently optional mission 1, Conquer Hatsune Miku, without any restrictions, let the world's first princess Hatsune Miku worship the host, mission reward, 1 talent point. Currently optional task 2, Conquer Luo Tianyi, without any restrictions, let the world's number 1 foodie, Luo Tianyi worship the host, task reward, 1 talent point. Currently available character 3, successfully known as a chef, and admires the host, task reward, 1 talent point. Current optional mission 4, What is the difference between human beings and salted fish? Please show your talents and let the host's fans reach 10 million. Mission reward, 1 talent point. Currently available tasks. Looking at the few hundred tasks, Xiao Cheng's forehead suddenly burst into cold sweat. Fortunately, the system will not actively issue tasks. Otherwise, Xiao Cheng feels that he should do it. Wandering between completion and unfinished tasks. Horrible. Yeshinayu took a breath and said. The system took those tasks that have no time limit and failure penalty to me. Following Xiao Cheng's words, a series of ding-dong sounds were transmitted into Xiao Cheng's mind, and Xiao Cheng was stunned in an instant. It's all of them. After a long while, Xiao Cheng breathed out. There were hundreds of tasks. Xiao Cheng felt that he would not be able to complete it in his entire life. After all, if these tasks were completed, Xiao Cheng felt that he should already be the god of cooking. N.S. Send me out of the god of cooking space. With a flower in front of him, Xiao Cheng looked at the interface in the notebook in front of him that had finished typing the last paragraph of the Garden of Words. The novel has come to an end for now. This week, I will try my best to practice cooking. Chapter 47 Ego Chef Assessment. Aiken, have you rested? Gui Yanyi's voice came from outside the door. Well, not yet. Walking over to open the door, Xiao Cheng saw Gui Yanyi in his nightgown standing in front of him. Because of Xiao Cheng's previous words, Gui Yanyi was temporarily living in Nakiri's house. Although Nakiri Arena was very upset with Xiao Cheng's ideas, Nakiri Arena didn't express anything. After all, if she refused at this time, it doesn't mean that Nakiri Arena gave up. Yanyi, what's wrong? Looking a little dodge, Xiao Cheng didn't dare to look at Gui Yanyi. Seeing Xiao Cheng's appearance, in addition to some shyness in Gui Yanyi's eyes, there were also some expectations. Aiken, Before Gui Yanyi could finish speaking, a voice came from behind Gui Yanyi in a daze. What are you doing? In between, Nakiri Arena, wearing a pink dress, holding a plate of dishes, looking at Gui Yanyi and Xiao Cheng standing at the door, with that look, looking at Xiao Cheng as if it were 1,000 knives. Xiao Cheng's body was cut through 1,000 swords. This is my cooking, try it with the ears of gods. For a moment, she looked at Nakiri Arena and Gui Yanyi and said, that's right, I also want to ask you something. Let's go to the living room, there is no place to sit here. What's the matter? I am going to test myself for the evaluation of Ego Star Chefs. With such an answer, Nakiri Arena came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Cheng and said, your ability, it should be no problem to take a 3-star chef, but how are you? If the sequelae of the Ear of the Gods is not cured, Xiao Cheng should not think about going for the assessment. If it is not noisy, Xiao Cheng will have amazing willpower. Well, it's getting better, let's go to the living room first. Xiao Cheng glanced at the 2 girls standing in front of them in pajamas. Yep. The 3 came to the living room. Xiao Cheng didn't take a closer look before, but this time, Xiao Cheng discovered that Nakiri's house is worthy of being a local tyrant's home. The decoration of this hall is estimated to be enough for Xiao Cheng to eat for several years. The whole is Western style, with a crystal lamp hanging in the center, and the dim yellow light shines on the crystal, reflecting a soft light. There are red carpets on the floor. Even if Xiao Cheng doesn't know the goods, he still can be sure that this carpet is definitely a high-end product. I have to ask why I am so sure. Of course, it is because the Nakiri family does not lack money, so naturally they will not use it twice. Wait. Later, there were a lot of decorations on the side of the wall, such as paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, and vases on the wall. Xiao Cheng suspected that those were probably antiques. I plan to participate in Ego Star assessment within this week, and the goal is above 5 stars. Just sitting down, Xiao Cheng spoke. Side Task 1, pass the Ego exam within 1 week, become a 5-star and become a chef, task rewards, depending on the host's performance. The higher the score of passing the exam, the richer the reward. This task Xiao Cheng is naturally impossible to give up. 5-star? Are you sure? Nakiri asked. Yes, I am sure. I will successfully pass the 5-star assessment within a week. You only study cooking for 1 month at most, so you want to take the 5-star or higher chef level. Yes, I want to try. How is this assessment done? Will it pass the first level? The next exam will be 6 days later, and I will be an invited judge to participate in Igo's Star Chef assessment. In that case, Arena, can you please identify me, my current level? Nakiri pointed to the dishes she had cooked before, and then said to Xiao Cheng, if that is the case, then you should give it a try. If you can cook something similar to this one, then I'm telling you the assessment thing. No, it's of no use. Good. Gui Yanyi looked at Xiao Cheng and Nakiri and felt that he couldn't get in what they said. This made Gui Yanyi a little bit disappointed. This dish is perfect. The ear of God did not hear any sound. Xiao Cheng couldn't help but said to Nakiri in surprise. Isn't that of course? With a proud smile, Nakiri also has her own pride. I can't reach it. Xiao Cheng looked at Arena very simply, and said to her. The current Xiao Cheng can't cook perfect dishes like Nakiri. Then, don't think about cooking above 5 stars. Why? A chef above 5 stars can already be regarded as the chef of a restaurant. Therefore, flawed dishes will never be allowed on the table. Although it is not perfect, there is absolutely no problem. Chapter 48 Invitation from Machida Sunko. Is it like this? Looking at the food in front of him, Xiao Cheng took a deep breath, then spit it out, grinning and said, I can do it. I will definitely be able to cook this level of cooking in a week. I have this confidence. Nakiri closed her eyes. If this is the case, then I will help you sign up for the assessment, within a week. I hope you don't let me down. After speaking, Nakiri turned and left with a flick of her fluttering hair. Suddenly there were only Xiao Cheng and Gui Yanyi in the living room. Feel sorry. Xiao Cheng spoke first. Why should I apologize? Yes, why do you have to apologize? Maybe, it's just me, I should apologize. With a free and easy smile, Xiao Cheng said to Gui Yanyi. Actually, it is me who should apologize, not you, Cheng. After all, it is your father who has caused you a lot of trouble to Cheng. Gui Yanyi said quickly, but for an instant, a helpless smile appeared on Xiao Cheng's face. So, there is no need to talk about this matter. After all, for me, if I were in that position, I would not agree. Looking at Gui Yanyi, Xiao Cheng said in a calm tone. At the beginning, Xiao Cheng was very resentful. After all, anyone who was threatened or something would resent any person, but now, Xiao Cheng is not resentful. Perhaps it is really because of the resentment that made Xiao Cheng want to climb the peak. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Cheng wants to stand higher than everyone else. In the past 3 years, that bit of resentment has turned into the source of Xiao Cheng's continued climbing. So strange, really so strange. Looking at Xiao Cheng, Gui Yanyi shouted and said, he is really strange, the person in front of him is so strange. Feel sorry. Even if he has the same memory of Xiao Cheng for more than 10 years, but, after all, he is not that Xiao Cheng. When I was with Gui Yanyi, I suddenly had a girlfriend, who was still someone I had seen before. How could Xiao Cheng accept this identity in an instant? I'm really sorry for your deception. Looking at Gui Yanyi abruptly, Xiao Cheng said. Deceive? Gui Yanyi looked at Xiao Cheng puzzledly and said. No, nothing, Yan Yat, I'll go back first, and you should rest early. Aiken. Hush, Yan Yat, I will tell you if I have a chance in the future, but for now, let me enjoy it temporarily. Enjoying the feeling of being loved by you. Looking at Xiao Cheng who is leaving, Gu Yanyi feels the feeling of love from Xiao Cheng 3 years ago and is back. Really back? Definitely, let Cheng fall in love with herself again. Gu Yanyi looked at Xiao Cheng's back and thought so firmly. The following steps briskly returned to his room. This feeling is really good. At the corner of the room, Nakiri Arena bit her lip unwillingly. Why, so unwilling? This night, some people slept happily, and some couldn't sleep. Teacher Xin Hiken, this is what it looks like. Today we need to discuss before the signing ceremony, so please come here quickly. Wait, you didn't tell me at all, how could it be so fast? Xiao Cheng jumped up from the bed in shock, and shouted to Machida Yuanzi on the other end of the phone. No, it's not like this, but it just so happens that today there is a teacher who also publishes books, so I want to invite you over. After all, there are some things that I want to trouble you. Machida's tone was full of plea. I understand, I will pass, but in the next week, I am afraid I will have no time to pass. After getting dressed, Xiao Cheng got up from the boat and came to the living room. You are up. Arato Hisako looked at Xiao Cheng and said in surprise. Well, Hisako, I have something to go out, please send me out. But, is there no problem with your God's ear? Don't worry about this, there are no more problems, so please send it out. Understood, the driver, I will help you arrange, and tell the driver directly where you want to go. I see, thank you, Hisako. If you really want to thank you, don't make Miss Arena angry. Smiling, Xiao Cheng waved his hand and walked towards the gate of Nakiri Mansion. It's estimated to be difficult, but I will work hard. Chapter 49 Shiukasho Majayaka. Fuseishuan Library is one of many libraries, but compared to other libraries, Fuseishuan Library is more about discovering newcomers and then cultivating newcomers. Compared with the other libraries, there are big companies behind them, but there is no big company behind them. Therefore, they cannot pay the authors too much, but this time, there are a lot of them. It gave Xiao Cheng too many resources and even suppressed the novel books that had already been published. The book to be published became Xiao Cheng's. This is what Xiao Cheng only knew when he came to the Undead River Library and saw Machida Yuanzi. At the sight of Machida Yuanzi, a girl with long black hair and a white headband stared at him. With Xiao Cheng. Teacher Zinhai Chen, here you are. Seeing Xiao Cheng appear, Machida Yuanzi stood up, then looked at Xiao Cheng and said. Well, here it is, then, Ms. Machida, you want to talk to me, and why does she look at me like she wants to bite me? When Xiao Haikihoshiu saw the girl, Xiao Cheng recognized it at the first glance. Humph! With a cold snort, he turned his head away. Well, it seems that I am disliked, but then, Ms. Machida, please tell me as soon as possible if you have anything. Then, I want to go back and continue to study cooking. After all, I plan to do it in 5 days. Participate in Igo's Star Chef assessment. Immediately, Xiao Haikihoshiu turned his head and looked at Xiao Cheng in surprise. I am also very distressed here, Teacher Xin Hiken. Machida Yuanzi glanced at Shiukasho Majayaka next to him and said, This is Mrs. Shiza Kashomi, the author of The Love Metronome. This time, I have something to discuss with Makoto Shinkai. With a trace of embarrassment on Machida Yuanzi's face, he still said, Because of the publication of your book by Makoto Shinkai, Kashomi Shiza's Love Metronome was originally scheduled for publication, but it was cut in half. Well, this time, Xiao Cheng finally understands why the Xiao Haikihoshiu in front of him looks like eating people. Feelings are because of my own reasons, and the book of Shiu Zai's Haikyuu cannot be published. Ahaha, it's really embarrassing, the beautiful girl's gaze or something. With the awkward smile, I don't know how to answer. So, Miss Machida, do you want it? Well, I just want to discuss with you, Teacher Xin Hiken, whether you can give up a little publishing share to teacher Xiaoshaizi. For this publishing opportunity, teacher Xiaoshaizi has been waiting for several months. Machida Yuanzi said, glanced at Kazumajaya Kashiu, and motioned to Kazumajaya Kashiu to also talk. However, Xiaoshiki Kashiu bit her lip. Yab. Machida Yuanzi gestured again to Kazumajaya Kashiwa in front of him. Forget it, if you publish it, it will be half for one person. This should be fine. However, my publication will be postponed for half a month. Let Xiaoshai's novel be published for half a month, and then I publishing. Xiao Cheng just finished talking here, Xiaoshiki Yoshida shouted, looked at Xiao Cheng and said, what do you mean? Well, although the novels we wrote are different, we should stagger it a little bit. After all, there is no need to be an opponent, right? Or, I will post it for half a month first, and then you will post it later. Standing up, Xiaoshiki Yoshida looked at Xiao Cheng and said, I will post first. I must prove that it was a mistake that the publisher chose to cut my novel in half. There was an awkward expression on Machida Yuanzi's face, and when she looked at Kazumajaya Kashiu, her eyes were completely like saying, stop making trouble. Machida Yuanzi is reminding Kazumajaya Kashiba, after all, Kazumajaya Kashiba is totally unreasonable in this matter. What Xiao Cheng said is to give up the general publishing share. Xiaoshiki Yoshiu actually said this. If he was replaced by another person, he would be directed at Xiaoshiki Yoshiu, and he would definitely not let Xiaoshiki Yoshiu publish. Xiaoshiki Yoshiu is just a newcomer, and it is very difficult to wait for a publishing opportunity. After all, unlike Xiao Cheng who is open and hanging, the novels he writes have also withstood the test. I'm really sorry for stealing your publishing share, I don't know these things, and the previous Miss Machida didn't tell me. Miss Nikari over there. Machida Yuanko coughed twice and reminded him. What happened to Irina this time is my fault, then as an apology, I owe you a favor to teacher Xiaoshaizi. In an instant, Machida Yuanko covered Kazumajaya Kashiu's mouth. Then it's settled, teacher Xin Hiken. Chapter 50 Inexplicable Backpot. Machida Yuanzi knows how powerful Xiao Cheng's affection is. Nakiri Irina, Katsura Yanyi, Hatsune Miku, these are all tasks at the first level in Japan, and Xiao Cheng, although there is some suspicion of eating soft rice, Xiao Cheng has a close relationship with them anyway. Therefore, a favor of Xiao Cheng, at least it can be clear that the few girls help. Xiaoshiki Yoshiu cannot have this favor, but it is impossible for Fushunchuan Wenku not to have this favor. In the future, maybe when it will be, Fushunchuan Wenku. I count on this favor of Xiao Cheng. No matter what Machida Yuanzi thought carefully, Xiao Cheng didn't break it. Then, Ms. Machida, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. I will need some practice before the next IGO chef appraisal. Yin, then I won't bother Mr. Xin Hiken, if there is anything, I will notify the teacher of you. Taking a look at Xiaoshiki Yoshiu, Xiao Cheng said, then, goodbye, teacher Xiaoshaizi, I wish you a great sale of new books. Xiaoshiki Yoshiu's eyes seemed as if there were two fire lights, looking at Xiao Cheng, he wanted to eat Xiao Cheng alive. After Xiao Cheng left, Machida Yuanzi put down her hand covering Xiu's eyes Haikyuu and said, Xiu, it's okay, Mr. Xin Hiken didn't care about you. Otherwise, you, don't think about publishing a book. Not only the Undying Chuan Library, but also the rest of the library. If you don't get out, you won't get out. Hearing the angry words of Kazumajaya Kashiba, Machida Yuanzi said helplessly, have you ever seen Mr. Shinkai Makoto's 5 cm per second speed? I've been conceiving the second volume of the Love Metronome some time ago, so I don't know. Then you should go and read the novels written by Xin Hiken. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I would doubt if Xin Hiken was looking for a ghostwriter. You can actually write this kind of novel. Kazumajaya Kashiba stuck to Machida Sanako and said, "Is his novel very good?" "Very good." Machida Yuanza glanced at Kazumajaya Kashiu, then took out his mobile phone for a while and said to Kazumajaya Kashiu, "Let's take a look." As a result, on the phone, Shiuzaya's Haikyuu found that the above were excerpts of sentences from some novels. We look up at the same sky but look at different places. Now, do you know? I heard that the speed of cherry blossoms falling is 5 centimeters per second, 5 centimeters per second, that is the speed of cherry blossoms falling, so how fast can I complete the distance between me and you? No one can be with anyone for a lifetime. That's how people are. You must get used to losing. In the past few years, I have been patronizing and walking forward with my head down, only thinking about getting what I can't get, but I don't know what it is, and this idea from nowhere has gradually become a kind of oppression. I can only rely on non-stop work to get free. When I was shocked, my steadily stiff heart could only feel pain. Then one morning, I found that the unforgettable feelings that I used to remember have been completely lost. At this moment, I seem to understand the meaning of forever heart and soul. The strong emotion makes me want to share with her all the experiences I have experienced in the past 13 years, and then in the next moment but I was so sad that I couldn't restrain it. That's because I don't know how to cherish Mingli's warmth. And I don't know where to take her soul. I clearly understand that we cannot guarantee that we will be together forever in the future. What is in front of us is that heavy life and long time, which makes people feel a sense of powerlessness. Although I haven't read all the novels, but these sentences are enough to make Syaz Haikyuu Shiu think of what kind of novel it is. Miss Machida, that novel. It's 5 centimeters per second. In order to obtain the publishing rights of this book, dozens of publishing houses in Tokyo were vying for it. At that time, I was going to negotiate, but the original one should be to replace another person. The other party used a little bit of your publishing quota, and this made your publication quota be replaced. This matter, in fact, Shiu, you shouldn't resent teacher Xin Hiken. The words of Machida Yuanza made Kazumajaya Kashiba's face a cloud of weather. Next time you have a chance, Shiu, remember to apologize well. Kazumajaya Kashiwa raised her head and looked at Machida Sunko. Miss Machida, can you give me a 5 centimeter per second manuscript first? For this, you can search it directly on the internet, and there is an electronic version on the internet. Thank you very much, then I will go back first. P.S. Thank you Lunan JJJJ for your 1000 rewards.